Hey guys, this is going to be a super long video about backpacking. It's going to answer almost any question you could probably ask. And it's going to be long. I mean, stick it on your TV, make some coffee, and hang out with me for a while long. But if you're brand new to backpacking, this is pretty much everything you need to know to go from, I want to do this, to, hey, I think I can actually do this. And if you've been backpacking for a while, I promise, there's still some stuff in here that'll help fix some of your pain points. Or just make you go, oh yeah, that's a good reminder. I made this video with chapters so that you can jump around to any part that you want. So don't feel like you have to sit here and watch the whole thing from beginning to end. You can jump around whatever questions that you might have about backpacking, jump to those different chapters. Or if you're getting ready to go on a trip and you've got some questions about certain things, come back and check out the video then. I even recorded this whole thing in 4K so that if you wanted to, you can just toss it up on the TV and just let me be your trail buddy for the afternoon. Grab some popcorn and let's just jump in. So let's start off with something that I don't really see a whole lot of people talking about in their videos. And that's, what is backpacking actually? And what is it not? So let's start off. Many of you probably here because you've had some form of experience with camping. Whether that's camping with your family when you were young, maybe camping with school, or even scouts, or anything like that that got you out and at least got you doing some car camping. And you're used to being able to go out, take the car out, load it full of all of your gear, and go out and find a campground to go and get into. And camping like that's super fun, but it's really easy when we're car camping for us to really be able to pack a lot of our fears, right? Because most of us have a pretty decent sized vehicle, or if it's just us going, we're able to toss a lot of gear in there. And so if it's a little chillier outside, we can toss 3 or 4 different blankets in the car. We can toss all kinds of tables and stoves and extra food and some fun comfort items like some big rocking chairs or whatever it is that we really want to be able to go out and just enjoy ourselves. But then there's hiking, right? So a lot of us, we go out, we pick a campground, and then we maybe go out and we do some hikes. Or we go out and we do some day hikes. Maybe we're not too far from some cool trails and we go out and we do some day hikes. And so for hiking, a lot of times we're used to going out, picking a trail, and doing something for maybe an hour or two. Or even if you've really gotten into hiking and you've decided to do some really longer trails, maybe you're doing some really big trails. You could be doing something as far as like 6, 8 miles, even 10 miles for some people, depending on what you're trying to do. But you're going out, you're throwing on a day pack with some minimal essentials like some water and some snacks, maybe a lunch. And then you're going out and you're hiking out for the day, knowing that you're gonna always come back and you're gonna end back up to that car and eventually get back home and sleep in your own bed and those kind of things, right? And so there's a little bit more things that you got to think about when you're hiking than say when you're car camping, because it's not just toss everything in the car, because now you're actually going to be going away from your car and you're going to hike out on a trail and get a little further out. And so hiking is kind of one of the first things that starts to get us into the mindsets a little bit of backpacking, where you're actually having to now start to think about what are the things that I need to carry with me when I leave this car, and I'm gonna have minimal space most likely. And so I have to really think about what's important to take out. We all first start going out, we all start doing our hikes with maybe not taking anything. And then we get out there and we realize, man, I went a little too far. I'm thirsty. I should have brought water, or I'm hungry. I should have brought food. And so a lot of times we're learning the hard way on doing some of these things. Or maybe you've watched some videos about, how to do some long hiking and what you should carry, and thinking about things like I should carry first aid with me. Maybe I should carry a satellite communication device in case something happens. Maybe I should carry some form of extra clothing in case the temperature changes drastically while I'm out. Maybe that's a rain gear. Maybe that's extra jacket or something to those natures. Or even too, if you're really starting to push your days in hiking and you're gonna start, when it's still dark, and then you're gonna go up and that you're gonna do so much. Maybe you're doing a 14er or something and you're not gonna get back to the car till it's dark. Well, you're not leaving a lot of room now for there to be mistakes. So maybe now you need to carry some kind of survival piece of gear, you know, whether that's a bivy or an emergency bivy or something like that, to where if something happens and you maybe are forced to be stuck out on the trail overnight, you have the ability to survive. So hiking is where you first start to really kind of get into that world, like backpacking. And so now that leads us into what is backpacking. And so backpacking is now taking that concept of hiking and getting out into the mountains and into the wilderness, but now you're potentially wanting to go even further than what, say, a day trip is going to carry you. And that's where you're really now having to really think about what it is you're going to need to go out for, because now you're not just going out for a few hours, or you're not just going out for a day. Now you're going to be going out for multiple days, and so now you have to expand upon that gear items that you need to have. And then that's where all of the things like, what can I carry on my back comfortably? How much gear can I get out to be able to go out and enjoy myself? How much food am I going to need to carry? How much water am I going to need to carry? What kind of gear am I going to need to be warm at night? What are the temperatures going to look down to? There just becomes a lot more things now that you're having to try to figure out, and you're still leaving and moving away from that car. And now you're going to be not just, if you're out on a trail, on a hike where you could easily turn around if you needed to, if something, happened or you forgot something, you're now potentially with backpacking going to be way further out, and it's not going to be as easy to return. So you're going to want to think through a lot more of that gear items that you're going to need to be out there, not just to make sure that you're fed, that you're watered, or that you're safe, but also to make sure that you're having a good time, or that you're comfortable, or that you sleep well, and some of those things. And so a lot of us, especially myself, when I was young and I got into backpacking, we didn't have a lot of the YouTube things and being able to do, some of this. And so you learned a lot of your lessons by either talking to people who have done this, or, just learning it the hard way. And, so a lot of times we would go, okay, based off of my experience camping around a car or hiking for the day, here's what I think I need. And then I would go out and then find out that, oh man, I forgot this, or I forgot that, or man, I didn't have the right socks on. And so I ended up getting blisters. Well, then I didn't have any blister care, for me. And so you learn a lot of these lessons the hard way. So the intentions of me putting together this really long video is to hopefully be able to give you guys some advice and share some of the experience from my 30 years of backpacking that can hopefully help you learn some of those things without having to learn them the hard way. All right, so let's talk for a minute about the difference between what beginners typically think they're going to expect when they're out on the trail backpacking versus what reality really is. And so one of the first things I think a lot of beginners, get wrong is that they try to compare backpacking to something that they know, like say hiking. And so they go, hey, I can get out and I can hike 4 miles in so many hours. And so I should be able to do the same thing when I'm backpacking, right? And so maybe, they're looking at some plans where they're like going to get off work in the afternoon, and they're like, I can, it'll take me 45 minutes to get to the trail, and I normally can hike 2 miles, over the course of, 30 to 45 minutes. And so that should give me plenty of time to get out there and be able to set up camp before it gets dark. But you don't think about some of the things like, okay, now I need to take the time once I get to that trailhead and actually get my backpack out and get everything, if it's not all fully packed, get it packed back up, get it on, get everything cinched up just right, and so it's going to take you a little longer to get out and get on the trail. And then now you're going to be hiking with weight on your back. And so you're not used to probably doing that unless you've actually gotten out and practiced some. And so now you're not going to hike nearly as fast as you would as if you were just hiking on a day hike. And then not to mention, you throw in the facts of now maybe you need to stop and get water at some point. And so, you need to stop at this one particular stream and filter out some more water so that you have water when you're at camp, or some of those kind of things. And so you're going to end up taking quite a bit longer when you're out on the trail, when you're backpacking. You know, you're going to have times, especially in the beginning, maybe you're going out and you start off, you get everything, you know, clipped on and everything with your backpack, and then you go a little further and you realize it feels weird, and then you have to readjust it again, you know, and some of those kind of things. And so just know that when you get out on the trail, expect to take twice as long as you would normally take from what you've experienced. So just give yourself some buffer time to be able to make sure that you're getting to camp with plenty of time, which leads into another thing that a lot of beginner backpackers don't really understand because they don't have the experience of doing that. And that's knowing how long it's going to take to do some of the camp chores. You know, once you actually get to where you're going, you know, it's going to take a while to get that tent up, especially if it's new to you and you haven't practiced putting it up some, because you're going to be trying to figure out how this thing works. And then you've got to blow up your air mattress. You got to get your sleeping system all set up. You've got to, if you haven't filtered water along the way, maybe you got to stop and go find the stream and go filter some water so that you got enough water for your dehydrated meals later. You know, you've got to then work your stove, you know, and be able to, you know, have you worked that backpacking stove? And that's going to take some time. You're going to have to sit there and get it going. And then it's going to take some time to boil the water. And depending on what elevation you're at, that could take a lot longer than you would maybe think about. And then you've got to, you know, typically if you're carrying dehydrated meals, you're going to put that water in the meal, and then you got to wait another 10 minutes or so for that to rehydrate. And so a lot of these camp chores, you know, take time. And especially if you're not just going during the summer. Now, if you're actually going, say, during the winter, then man, you end up getting a ton more chores than say you would during the summer, because now maybe you need to harvest wood. And so if you're going to have a fire, or if you've carried out a hot tin or some of those kind of things, you're now going to have to go cut and harvest and split and whatever else, you know, this wood and different things that you're going to have to do. Maybe you're going to have to melt snow for your water. And that takes way longer than, say, just filtering it out of a stream. And so these are the kind of things that you want to think about, right? And so play those scenarios out in the sense of how long some of that does. And that's why we're going to talk about throughout this video some about how to practice doing some of those things when you're at home, where it's really easy for you to have mistakes and to fail and not be caught having major issues. Another thing most people don't really think about in the beginning is the weather. Right? We are all really bad about, you know, we don't even look up the weather. We walk outside and, man, it's a beautiful day to go for a hike. And so you jump in your car, you run to a trailhead, you go for a nice hike, and you didn't even look at the weather forecast to see what that afternoon weather was supposed to be. Which, okay, it's not the end of the world. You go out on a hike and you end up getting a little bit of rain on you, because you get to get back to your car. You get to get back home where it's warm and cozy, change clothes, all those good things. But now when you're backpacking, that weather matters a whole lot more. And so you really need to make sure that you're taking some time to look up the forecast, understand weather patterns, because you're going to have them, you know, as we all know, you know, the weather forecast is not always perfect. And so we may do our best to look up the weather forecast for as close of an area as we could for where we're going, but it may not be perfect for that exact area. And so you gotta know how to be able to react and be able to watch for those changes and stuff in the weather that happen. And so we're going to teach you, you know, in here on this video a little bit of some of the things that you should be aware of, and hopefully help you understand some of that stuff as you're going into and as you're planning. All right, let's take just a second here and talk about, why do people actually backpack? You know, I get a lot of people that are always talking to me when I ask, you know, hey, would you be interested in going backpacking with me? And they're like, why do you do that? It just sounds like it's so much suffering. You know, it doesn't really sound like a whole lot of fun to be away from my bed, or, you know, to have to go out and sleep on an air pad or sleep on the ground, or, you know, any of these type of things. And so, you know, one of the reasons for me of why I actually love backpacking is it really allows me to have a mental reset. You know, I work in emergency management, and it's a very stressful and time-consuming job sometimes. You know, you're almost never off the clock. even when I'm at home and if I've gotten away from the office, I'm still got my phone with me. I'm still checking emails. I've still got my team texting me. I've still got a whole bunch of other things potentially having that are constantly keeping me engaged with, work activities. And so being able to get out in nature, but then also getting out in areas where that cell phone doesn't work, really allows me to get out to where now I don't have to necessarily think about those things, right? And in the beginning, when I first get out, you're always going to have, because we always got these work things playing on in our head, and we've got, are these troubles or fears or whatever things that's going on in our life, that's making us think about a lot of things. And you're going to first, when you get the trail, you're going to first be, probably playing out some of those things as you're hiking along. But the nice thing about backpacking is you're out there long enough normally that I like to say that we're hiking until our mind just gets quiet. Because eventually you stop thinking about all those things. You start paying attention to everything around you, whether that's the animals moving around you, the birds singing, the wind blowing in the trees. You're focused on survival things. You're focused on, I've got chores to do. I've got to filter water. I've got to split wood. Whatever those kind of things that are kind of taking your mind away from all of those worries and fears really is a great time for me to help me just reset, a lot of that stress that comes with life and just be able to get to have a little bit of peace. But I also get out and do a lot of this for things like adventure. So my backpacking trips can look so different every time I go out. I probably go out, I don't know, a dozen times camping or better a year because I love it and I know it's really good for me. But every time I go out, it's a little different. There may be some times where I go out where I just really need that mental reset. And I'm just going slow. I'm really paying attention to things. I'm taking the time to breathe in the beauty around me, to look at all the beautiful flowers. If I've got out and, maybe there's a bunch of mushrooms, that look really cool, or there's, a bunch of different blooms, or the fall colors are happening, whatever it may be that I'm really paying attention to. But I'm really taking my time and kind of enjoying that. Or maybe I'm going out, I really love trail running. And so for me, I've started fast packing, which we'll talk about here in a bit too, which is just getting out and giving myself an adventure or a challenge to do. And so sometimes I'm actually not wanting to just smell the roses. Sometimes I'm actually wanting to see how many miles can I actually go on this particular trip. And so maybe I'm actually going to be running a portion of that trip. And so, for that, particular trip, I may be actually trying to go as light as I can so that I can cover a lot further distance. So instead of maybe going 5 or 6 miles, and then enjoying myself and spending a lot of time in camp or hanging with friends or whatever it is that my goal may be, I may be actually doing 20 miles and spending a lot of time running and in my own solitude and some of those things and making it more of a let's achieve something kind of trip. So to me, there's so many different reasons why you can get out and get out on the trail. I even mentioned getting out with friends. One of my favorite things to do is to take some of my friends out with me and do it. But then, now I've got to adjust what my goals may be so that it's matching the goals of the group. Maybe, not everybody that's going has the same skill level as I do. And so instead of me doing, say, a 20-mile day, maybe we're doing a 5-mile day or a 3-mile day because, that's what my friend is more comfortable doing. And we want to spend a lot of time having a great time in camp and chatting and playing games. And maybe we've carried some cards or, whatever we're doing for that social interaction. And then another real reason that, to me, people get out and go backpacking is it's really an activity that really helps you build skill. Camping is one thing, right? You learn a little bit of skills when you're car camping and you're going out and you're camping at, say, a state park or, one of those areas. But when you are getting out in the backcountry, you're going to now take those same skills that maybe you've learned and you're going to expand upon them. I mean, maybe you learned to cook on a really big, camp stove that you could pull out of your car and connect a huge propane tank to. But now you're gonna have to figure out, how do I cook on just a little bitty backpacking stove that I'm carrying out? And maybe I'm only carrying one pot. But maybe you're one of those, type of people who, you don't want to just do a dehydrated meal. Maybe you want to really actually cook a more of a gourmet type meal. And so that's going to be a lot more challenging to figure out how to do that. So you can learn a lot more skills by going out and backpacking. So before we start really diving into a lot of the guts of backpacking, let me just tell you a little bit about how I see backpacking, right? So many people, especially when you're new, you look at backpacking as just being so overwhelming. There's just so many things to know about. I mean, even listening to some of what I'm talking about here might be triggering some anxieties in you about how, man, that just seems like such a lot to know. How do you learn that much stuff? And I'm just, so many people get nervous or afraid to go out because they don't really know it all. And it's because you're looking at it all as one big system, right? If you're looking at everything as just like backpacking, it's this wild adventure that if you don't know everything and know how to survive off the land, then you're never going to do that. Well, it's not really true. So to me, backpacking is just like a stack of systems. And so there's a whole bunch of individual systems that if you start to learn how each one of those systems works, then you're gonna be more successful when you're out there on the trail. For example, I'm not one to say beginners don't have fun backpacking or they hate backpacking because they suck at backpacking. No, they had one of their systems that probably failed on them that made them not have as much fun. And like I said, we're gonna dive into a lot of that as you go through this video, and we're gonna talk about each one of those systems. Your goal when you're learning backpacking is to get reliable systems that are simple. The more you learn to do that, the better off you're gonna be out on the trail. All right, so let's take just a minute and talk about backpacking styles and philosophies. There's a bunch of different opinions about what kind of backpacking you, but there's, to me, three main categories for backpacking. There's traditional, lightweight, and ultralight. So traditional is typically where most beginners start out. Traditional typically prioritizes comfort. You're gonna have a little bit more gear than normal, and you're gonna have a little bit heavier of a pack. And so typically in traditional, whether you're a beginner and maybe you're having to look at, I've got to have all of this gear to go out, it's all really expensive. And so you're maybe not being able to buy the lightest or the smallest gear that you have, which is okay. We've all done that. We've all spent our time beginning and having to try to figure out, what's the line for us to know on being able to buy gear. If you're lucky and money's not an option, then you can just throw a whole lot of money at it and buy some really great stuff. But most of us aren't that lucky, right? And so you're having to figure out, like, you don't want to buy the crappy gear necessarily and go the complete cheapest if you can help it. But you also probably can't afford all at once to buy the top end on some of the stuff. And two, you really don't understand a lot about kind of what is going out on the trail now. As we talked about before, maybe you're packing your fears a little bit more than what some other folks may be doing. And so you're carrying maybe some redundancy items, or you're carrying, because you're really not certain to know on the weather and the cold and how to stay, and you're worried about getting cold. And so maybe you're carrying a few extra layers that is not needed. And so you carry all this, say, extra gear, and then you get out and realize that you don't even need that, which, like I said, in the beginning, that's completely okay. Because there's ways to do, like I talk a lot about in some of my videos about how when you get back from the end of a trip, you should always empty out your backpack there, say on the floor of your living room, and really look at it all and take all of the gear and put some of it off to the side and say, this is what I used, this is what I didn't use, and then try to better understand why you didn't use it. Because there's going to be some stuff that, we hope you never have to use, like your first aid kit. But let's say, traditional backpacking, you're also going to be looking at comfort more so. Like a lot of folks in the beginning, you're used to car camping, you're used to being at home, so you're really trying to want to drag along some of those comfort items with you. And so in traditional fashions, you're gonna be a little bit heavier. You're gonna need a little bit bigger of a backpack for that. And there's still a lot of people, like I know a lot of people who have been backpacking for many years that still fall into the traditional backpacking category because maybe they are really prioritizing comfort. And so they're carrying a whole lot of extra things that maybe say I'm not carrying out there with me. And so whereas like I may be carrying this really minimal ultralight chair, say I am trying to carry a little bit of comfort, but maybe they're carrying a chair that's 3 times that in weight because it's a lot more comfortable. But they're choosing to pick comfort, over going lighter in their weight for that. And so it's completely okay to fall into that traditional backpacking style. And then there's the lightweight style. So the lightweight's kind of that middle area between ultralight, where you're really going minimal, and comfort. And so a lot of times when I go out, I dabble back and forth between the ultralight and the lightweight. Because technically, according to most of the people out on the internet and everything on it, the way they define ultralight is that you have all of your base weight at 10 pounds or less. And then there's even that other category that is so difficult to even get into, I don't even talk about it much, which is super ultralight, which you need to have under 5 pounds or less for your base weight. And so what that means is basically all of your gear except for your consumables, your food, your water, your fuel, some of those type of things. And so most people who have been backpacking for a while are probably going to be in that lightweight category of backpacking because maybe you're being able to be more thoughtful about the gear you're buying, or maybe you've slowly, like I will tell you over the course of the 30 years that I've been backpacking, mostly I have a goal that I'll allow myself to make one decent purchase a year. And so I try to save up a little bit for that so that I can typically buy something a little bit smarter, or maybe a little bit lighter weight, or a little bit of a higher quality that I know now once I've bought it once, it's going to last me for the rest of my life for that. So you find a lot of that in the gear, right? And so maybe when I first started, I wasn't able to get all of that and wasn't able to get a lot of high-end quality gear. And so now I'm picking which part of the gear do I want to prioritize, trying to buy something of a little bit better quality. And so now that you're doing that, once you've done that for a few years, that kind of is going to start to put you into that lightweight category, right? Because you're going to start dropping some pounds from when you started as a beginner, or from that really comfort section of that traditional backpacker. And so you're kind of going to start kind of getting into that, but yet maybe you're still at a place where you do still prioritize a little bit of comfort, right? So I went through a phase probably in my late 20s, early 30s, where I was trying to be hardcore, and I'd be that guy of, you don't need a chair, you can just lean against a tree, put your backpack behind you, and that kind of stuff. Versus now I'm coming up on 50 and I think about things like, I kind of want that chair. But I've also, over the years, watched the sales, come across one of those nice high-end, stupid expensive ultralight backpacking chairs, but I got it on sale. And so I managed to purchase that as one of my big purchases that I bought each year. And so now I've done that a few times with some other stuff, to where now I may be still over 10 pounds, but I'm over 10 pounds because I'm bringing some comfort items that maybe a true ultralighter might not choose to prioritize. And so lightweight is kind of where I think a lot of people are going to fall, and I think where a lot of people want to fall, right? We're always looking for gear. We're always looking to see what's the new thing, the better thing, and a lot of those type of things. And so many of us are going to probably fall. You're going to have a bigger percentage of people that's going to fall into that lightweight category than, say, traditional or even ultralight. And then that leads us into ultralight. And so ultralight, I'm going to tell you right now, Ricky's opinion only, if you're a beginner to backpacking, don't try to be ultralight, because so many people misunderstand what ultralight really is. To me, ultralight is not about trying to go out with the least amount of stuff and the lightest pack that you can have. To me, that's not really what it's meant to be about. To me, ultralight is more so about you've gained the experience and the knowledge of backpacking that you know what you really do need when you're out there and what you don't. Whether that's for your own survival needs or it's even for your own comfort needs, right? So for me, yes, you're going to be a lot more minimal, because what starts to happen when you get into that ultralight world is most people who are in that world have either done a lot of research or they've been doing this for a long time, like myself. Like, I would tell you, I was nowhere close to an ultralight backpacker for 20 plus years of my 30 years or more, or probably even 25 of the 30 years. I've only recently, as I continue to slowly buy more and more big ticket items that brings down my base weight, been able to get into that part where I could start making videos to tell you guys about ultralight and share that part of ultralight. But a lot of that was because I started prioritizing that as I got older, because I knew to me, it wasn't about having a badge of honor to say, I'm ultralight. It was more so to say, I'm getting older and being out on the trail for long days is getting a little harder. And the lighter I can make my pack, the further I can go and the more I can enjoy myself out on the trail. So for me, if you're a beginner, don't watch some backpacker's video, even my own, that says, here's what my loadout is, and go out, even if you got all the money in the world, and buy all of that stuff, and then just take off and make your first trips doing ultralight. Because what's comfortable for me and what I'm able to do and enjoy is probably not going to be the same thing for you. And you need to learn that, because if you go out as a beginner and you end up making mistakes in that first part and end up, being miserable because of some of those mistakes, then you're less likely to keep doing it. So many beginners try to really go, especially in the day of YouTube right now. They watch all of these influencers, out there, all of these folks that are, claiming to be major gurus that say, this is the only thing you have to guide, this is the best thing, and some of that, and I try my best to not go too crazy into some of that. I like to share with you all the things that I'm learning and that I've learned, but I still admit that I've got a lot to still learn about a lot of this. And so I don't have the perfect solution for you. And so for me, as a beginner, prioritize being comfortable, prioritize having fun, prioritize enjoyment of it, so that you actually will associate backpacking with having fun and want to do it more and more. And then you'll get better with it. You'll get lighter with it as you go along. All right. So I mentioned fast packing earlier, if you're watching this video through from the beginning. And so now let me explain to you a little bit about the difference between what backpacking is and fast packing, just for a quick minute. So for me, I enjoy when I can't be out on the trail. So after I backpacked through hiked the Colorado Trail with my son a few years ago, I had done so much at that time to get into a decent hiking shape, because I was in the worst shape of my life when he told me he wanted to go. Thankfully, it was it took a year for us to plan and get ready to go. And so I was able to get myself in better shape, that when I came back off of that trail, I really wanted to find some ways to keep staying active and keep staying in that decent shape. And so I started trail running. And so I really enjoy getting out. Like if it's, before work in the morning or after work in the afternoon, it's really fun to just get out with my dog. My dog loves to be on the trail and loves to run. And we just get out and we may go for a short 4-mile run or 2-mile run or whatever it is that, we're able to do in that day. Or maybe, I've got something and I've got a plan, and I don't really have the time to fully go out and go backpacking for the weekend. So maybe I'll go do a 9-mile run on a Saturday when I've got a full day off or something. But I really enjoyed trail running. I also really love backpacking. And so now that my gear has been getting lighter and lighter and lighter and lighter over the years, I started to go, well, what about if I mix the two? And that's where fast packing comes into. So fast packing is where you have got, hopefully, some really lightweight gear to where now you're able to, instead of hiking the trail, you're running the trail, or at least running parts of it. So don't let any fast packer lead you on to believe that they're running the entire trail, because they're still doing some hiking along the way too as well. So like, I love to go out sometimes, like not too long ago, I took a trip and just did a quick one-nighter in Joshua Tree National Park. It made for a really cool winter trip, but I wanted to see as much of the park as I could, because I only had a little bit of time to get out there. So instead of just doing a standard, hike 3 miles out, have a camp, and then hike back out, and only getting to see a very small percentage of the park, I ended up deciding to do a fast packing trip. And so I went out and I ran/hiked 19 miles on the first day, and then stayed the night, and then ran out 5 miles the next day to get back out to where I needed to be going. And so for me, fast packing allowed me, for some of those areas that were good and flat, and maybe I wasn't as interested in really paying attention to in the middle of the desert, I could run through some of those. But then when I would come across an area that was really pretty, or I just, I wanted to pay attention to, then I could stop and hike for a little while, or stop and look at things, for that. Or if I got to a part where I'm hiking up the mountain and it got a little harder, I could hike that part instead of running that part. And then maybe when, for the downhills, you're running that part for it. So fast packing is just kind of backpacking, but going a little faster. But what I will tell you is, if you're brand new to backpacking, I don't recommend you starting off fast packing. I don't care if you are a runner. Maybe you do run 3 miles, 4 miles a day, every day in the city, or whatever it is, or you run on the treadmill every day. Just because you're an active person doesn't mean that you need to immediately jump in and start at fast packing. Because fast packing is kind of like ultralight. You are really trying to go to the bare minimum of what you're carrying, because you don't want your pack to be that heavy for you to be able to run. At least I don't know of anybody. Maybe you guys know some super, marathon people that can run with a 40-pound pack on their back, but I'm not that guy, right? If I'm going to go fast packing, I need my pack to be less than 20 pounds at least. That's at the heaviest. I'm probably trying to get it down closer to 15 if I can. And normally I'm trying to do some shorter trips, or doing some resupply type things or something for that. And so not only are you having the extra weight on you that's going to be extra strain and stuff on your muscles and your joints and things that your body's not used to doing, but now you're also, if you're brand new to backpacking, having to go out with very minimal gear. And you're more likely to go out and maybe not have as much of a, as fun of a time as this if you allowed yourself to start small, which we're going to talk about a lot of that here as we go through the video too as well. So fast packing is a lot of fun. Don't get me wrong. And if it's your goal, then totally set it there. You can get it there. You can get there faster than you think. But start off and give yourself time to start slow. All right, let's talk about the difference between if you're going out backpacking and doing it solo and doing it with a group. So a lot of people, at first, when you think about the things that you're wanting to get from backpacking, when you're going out, a lot of people automatically, a lot of times, either don't know people, because maybe, if you haven't ever backpacked, you may or may not have a group of friends that backpack, because maybe that's not what drew you guys to each other and some of those kind of things. And so a lot of people just think that they're going to just take off and do it by themselves, whether they're looking for solitude and they just want to get away for a little bit, or they just don't know anybody that really does that kind of stuff. What I would tell you that if you're a beginner, I would highly recommend that you start off doing it with people and doing it with a group. There's something really to be said for doing it by yourself. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love both, right? There's times where I love going with friends or family members, or I've taken my boys a lot of times. There's times where I love that part of things, right? I volunteer a lot with the Scouts. I go with the Scouts a lot of times. There's just times where that's what I'm enjoying doing. But then there's also times where I just want to take my dog and I want to get as far out as possible and hopefully not see anybody on the trail. So there's pros and cons to both of them. But when you're starting out, it's so much better for you to go with a group. And I would highly recommend try to reach out to some of your friends and see if you do have friends that actually have experience backpacking. Because going with somebody with experience is going to help you a lot in the beginning. Because if you forgot something, say you managed to run off and you went out with your tent and you forgot your tent poles at home, then there might be a chance that somebody who's experienced knows, one, either maybe they're still carrying some of those extra type items, or maybe they're even willing to give you theirs because they know that they can, maybe suffer through without it, or they know an alternate mitigating measure where maybe, I've actually gone out before and had a scenario where I forgot my tent poles, but I had enough small string that I was able to tie my tent up to at least have it holding up and not be laying on me to some of the trees that were around me. Was it pretty? No. But it got me through the night and it gave me a shelter bed to sleep in. And so somebody with experience is going to have learned some of those type of things. And so having somebody like that with you when you're first starting out is really, really good to have, because one, they can teach you, they can train you, they can show you some of the ropes along the way and help you get to that part of feeling comfortable to be able to do your own. But they also can help you out in some of those scenarios where things go wrong, or maybe you forgot to carry something. Maybe you forgot your, water filter, and, they can let you borrow theirs and some of that. So it's also, to me, I think when you're going with a group, right, it's easier if we're having a hard time or a challenging time, right? If you're not used to hiking up the mountains and you're sore, you're tired, or, you're some of that, it's a lot easier for your spirits to be lifted when you've got a friend with you. Somebody that you can laugh with, that you can tell jokes with, or you can pick on each other, or whatever that may be to do. And so to me, it's definitely better in the beginning to carry a group. Now, I will say there are some cons to having a group as well. One of the biggest challenges that happens a lot of times in group backpacking, and adventures getting out is that there's no one identified decision maker. And a lot of times you will get people arguing about what decision we want to make. Maybe, if let's use a scenario that's, can be really bad, where this becomes a very negative thing, where maybe one person in the group is having a hard time and they're just not feeling it, and they feel like it's time, that they just can't do this, and for their safety, it's best to just turn around. But if the others are not thinking about the importance of that person, then they could actually be trying to push that person to just, push through and make them feel bad for wanting to turn around, or make them feel less than for wanting to be turned around, and could end up be the reason why that person actually does get hurt later on in the trail. And so having groups like that sometimes can be challenging because if you don't have that dynamic already worked out, if you guys haven't talked about it, like I highly recommend if you're going to go backpacking out with some friends, to talk about some of those things. What's going to be our turnaround decisions? What's going to be, who's going to make the decisions when things seem to be a little off? If we feel like we're not sure where we're at or we're lost, who's going to take the lead on some of those kind of things? Because, when you have some of that argument type thing, it's not good to have out on the trail, right? And so if you're going with friends or you're doing some of that stuff, take some time beforehand, talk about those kind of things, and at least talk through some of this stuff before you get out on the trail, because you don't want to be making this decision 5 miles out away from your car. But now with all that being said, so even though I do recommend that you start out with your first few backpacking trips with some groups, let's talk a little bit about solo, right? Going solo, man, it could just be so cool. Getting to have that quiet time with yourself, with your own thoughts. Maybe if you are trying to just think through some things in life, or some problems that you have, and you just want some time to yourself to really be able to look at some of that and kind of think through all of your challenges and all your problems and stuff out there. To me, there's nothing better than just being out on the trail and being kind of alone with your own thoughts. And so there's some big pros to some of that, right? You really also get to check your skills and do some of those kind of things, because you've got nobody else to be able to depend on. And so if anything goes wrong, you're the one that has to solve those problems. And so there's some really cool things that can happen from that. I've had some really amazing trips before where, I was able to do some things that, I didn't know that maybe I was capable of doing. You run into some environments where, you thought you've tried to teach yourself how to do some things like read a map, and but you get out in this particular situation. Like one time when I was younger into camping, and technology was just kind of starting to come around, right? I was trying to use a GPS for it, and it ended up dying on me. And so as much as that turned out to be sucked, and I was really scared at the moment when it had, because I'd really put all of my moments into that was going to be what was going to help me do these things. And I'd really kind of had not been using my map and compass for a while for that. But fortunately for me in that particular scenario, I had taken the time to learn map and compass. And so I really ended up feeling really great about that situation, because I did get a little lost, but I was able to take out the map, use my skills that I had learned when I was younger in scouts and some of the other things, and be able to get myself back out. And I felt really good about that, right? That I was able to achieve that big goal in that kind of situation. So there's a lot of things that, to me, it can be really good pros to going out and doing it solo. But you can have some of the same cons, right? And that's some of the similar things that I just talked about there. Not everybody wants to be alone with their thoughts right now. Maybe you've got some stressful things going on in your life, and being alone with your thoughts and the silence and the quiet, that you get out in nature a lot of times, or even especially in the beginning, if you've got a little bit of anxiety about what's out there, and animals or other things and stuff like that, it may not be good for you to be out on the trail by yourself. And then too, if to me, the reason why I don't recommend solo in the beginning for a beginner backpacker is because you are the only one that has to make all those decisions out there. And if you haven't had a little bit of experience and knowing what to expect when you're out there, then you're less likely going to be prepared when you're going out. And so you may not be able to make some of those decisions. So super fun. Both ways are a blast. Either way you do it, get out and you can have a blast. All right, and so before we leave this section and before we get into the next section where we're going to talk about some cool safety things, let's just end this one kind of with talking about your why, right? To me, knowing your why, it really is an important thing when you're trying to do stuff. So even before you get to planning out your trips, or you're getting out to where you want to go, or what you need to carry, or any of those type of things, you really need to understand your why. And so, for backpacking, take some time and just sit down one afternoon and ask yourself, why is it that I want to go backpacking? Why is it that I want to go out into the backcountry? Is that why because I want solitude? Is that why because I want to go and experience nature? Is that why because I want to challenge myself? Is that why because I want to go out and see something pretty? Is that why because I want to, summit a 14er? There's just so many different things, but just in those 5 things that I just mentioned right there, all of your planning, all of your gear, and all your stuff will be a little bit different for each one of those whys. So for example, if my why is I'm a beginner backpacker and I just want to give myself a little bit of experience to understand what it's like, then my planning might look like I'm just going to do a really short, easy trail, maybe only a mile or two away. That way, and I'm gonna pack my car with a whole bunch of other things that I can put all my fears of that I'm worried about in my car, and I'll know that I'm just a mile away from any of that stuff if I needed it. If I'm really worried about clothing or being cold, but I don't want to overpack, maybe on some of what I'm doing, and so maybe I'm going to try to pack for what I think backpacking is, but I'm going to leave all this extra stuff in my car for that way, because if worst case scenario I get out there and I feel like I didn't pack right, I can walk out, I can leave my stuff at camp, walk out to the car a mile, go grab what I wanted, and come back to camp. To me, that kind of planning, that kind of stuff looks like one way, in one gear set. You can also, like, if you're going to have a 40-pound pack and carry a lot more extra stuff in the beginning, and you're trying to carry all that comfort and those kind of things, you can carry that a little easier for 1 mile than you can for 8. So, these are just kind of some of the things, like when you better understand the why of what you're wanting to do, then you know better how to get into all of this other stuff that we're going to talk about here in just a minute. All right. Before we move into the next section on safety mindset and decision making, let me just mention something here. I've taken everything that we're talking about in this series and organized it into a beginner's backpacking guide. Same systems, just structured and printable. So if you're someone who likes to have a physical reference, instead of just watching a video, I'll make sure to leave it in the link below. All right, so before we get into a lot of the cool things like gear and all that kind of stuff, I think it's important that we talk about safety first. I want to talk a little bit about how to have a good safety mindset and how to make good decisions when you're out on the trail. So let's start with some of the basics of risk. There are a lot of different hazards that you can run up to when you're out there, but the better you understand some of those hazards, the better you can understand how to mitigate some of those hazards, whether that's in packing different gear or solving different things or planning a little differently. So let's just talk about some of those weather hazards and stuff that you can have when you're out on the trail. And let's start with the one that most everybody knows, right? And that's weather. So I mentioned a little briefly earlier on in this a little bit about some of this stuff here, but as I mentioned earlier, when you're dealing with weather, right, it's one thing if you're car camping, or it's another thing if you're, hiking out for the day, if you only have a general idea of the weather. But when you're backpacking, you're going to want to know a little bit more about the weather and those hazards, right? And so, one, depending on where you're going, you could have different types of weather patterns, right? So if you're not doing something that's close to home, then it might be better for you to understand the weather that you're going. So like I live in the Rocky Mountains of Colorado, and so I understand the weather patterns around here a little bit because I live them, right? I mean, my house gets a lot of those weather patterns. But when I go out and try to do a winter trip into the desert or something to that nature, like those weather patterns are going to be different than what I'm used to. And so I need to understand a little bit on those different weather patterns, because you're going to pack a little bit differently if you're in an area. So say you're in the Northwest area where they get a lot of moisture and you get a lot of rain. And so you're going to want to have probably some better quality rain systems, for you to have out there to be able to deal with that moisture and to deal with that rain, versus, if you're where I'm at here, in the mountains of Colorado, we don't really get a lot of those, it just rains all day or it kind of mists all day kind of days. We get those kind of afternoon, thunderstorms and stuff here a lot of times where it's just going to blow in and rain like crazy for a little while, but it may only last for a few minutes or, maybe 5 or 10 minutes at the most. And so for me, I may pack a little differently when it comes to rain hazards than, say, somebody else who is on the Northwest. Same kind of thing with the desert, right? So some of the other weather scenarios that you can have too is like, I have to be more thoughtful a lot of times here in the mountains with those thunderstorms with lightning. So you really don't want to be at that high summit for the day. So if you're doing 8 miles and at some point in that 8 miles, you're going to go up and over a summit, you don't want to be there in that late afternoon time where the higher likelihood chance is that you're going to get a thunderstorm with that lightning. Because if there's no trees around you, you're now the highest thing that there is, and you now potentially have a higher risk of lightning threat when you're out there. And so understanding that type of weather and stuff when you're getting out. You can also have heat. Heat can definitely be something. If it's going to be, you're going out, maybe you're hiking in some of the deserts and you get 100 or even worst case scenario, 110 degree temperatures, that's a weather, system that you need to understand, right? You're going to need to probably pack a lot more water in those scenarios because you're going to drink a lot more than you say would in here when I'm out in the mountains and it's 70 degrees. And so some of the other things too about weather, I think that you'd want to know would be things like snow, or hail or sleet, and know those kind of areas and understand what your potential, weather threats that you could be in, and two, you could even be, worst case, so let's just say you're down south in the U.S. and you're trying to hike in some of those areas during, say, some of the portions of summer where it's hurricane season. You need to know what your weather threats, potentially could be for you where you're at. So that you better know how to make sure not only that you've packed for it all, but that you've got plans in place in case, something like that happens. Because if you get up and you end up getting something that's, pretty bad, then you're going to actually want to have a way to maybe get out or to maybe shelter down if you need to. I've been on trips before where I get out there and I didn't get the weather that I expected. And on that rare occasion that it happens here in the mountains where it rained for 3 or 4 hours. And, then you have to either make the choice, did I bring the right gear to where if I really want to, I can hike through the rain without totally getting soaked? Or do I just now need to pivot and what was going to be an 8-mile trip is now potentially going to be a 4-mile trip, and maybe we're just going to have to go ahead and set up camp early, as we're going along. Another hazard that you can see out on the trail a lot of times is terrain. It's the difference in the kind of the terrain that you're actually out hiking in. As I've mentioned many times here, there's a big difference between, say, hiking in the Rocky Mountains where, the ground's very uneven and it's very rocky. And so knowing that, maybe I need something with a little bit better ankle support, maybe I need to have a hiking boot on instead of trail runners on because it's just going to be a lot more uneven terrain than what I'm used to for that. Or if I'm, like you do something like the Grand Canyon and you've got to be able to go, hike a lot of miles down into the mountain with a lot of elevation loss and then turn around and know that you got to come back up and do that same elevation gain back up. And so you got to think about those kind of things when you're doing your planning for that. Same kind of thing as I mentioned, the desert may be a little bit different, right? If I'm going out, like I learned too when I went out on that fast packing trip, I thought I was going to be able to run a lot more than I ended up even doing when I was out in Joshua Tree, because there were quite a parts of the desert there that were more sandy-like than hardpack trail. And I'm not a big fan of running in the sand. And so I knew that because I can have some times where my ankles can be a little weak and other things. And so, I have to be thoughtful about that kind of stuff when I'm trail running and what my body's used to going through and what terrain it's used to. And running in the sand is not something that I'm used to doing. And so I didn't want to take the risk of pushing through because I knew that I'd have a higher likelihood chance that I could potentially, my ankle would, twist or something differently than I'm used to it doing where I'm running with these hardpack trails here in the mountains. And so I just chose to slow myself down and mitigate that risk by slowing down and kind of walking a little bit for a while. Another hazard that you can have out there, a lot of times is water. Most people don't think about water as being a hazard, but it absolutely can, because there's a huge difference between hiking in the mountain areas where you've got a lot of mountain springs to be able to get water from and other things, or hiking in the desert where there's maybe no water source at all and you've got to be able to carry it all in. But then too, when you really think about some of the things that water could actually be as a hazard as well, other than just having it or not having it, it's things like, do you have the proper stuff to be able to treat that water? What's been upstream ahead of that water? A big thing nowadays that we unfortunately have to plan for is giardia out on the trail. And that's, just because there's more chances that you have nowadays of there being some kind of, if there's a dead animal in the stream above it, or there's any kind of bacteria that ends up getting into those stream, that if you end up drinking any of that our bodies are not used to doing that nowadays, because we drink a lot of filtered water and other things at home and stuff. And so our bodies haven't built a lot of those immune systems that maybe they did, 50 years ago when they were running around these same mountains and stuff for that. And so you've got to be cautious about those hazards. Or even too, like if you're going and you're doing some trails down in, say, the deserty areas where, like the Grand Canyon or some of those places where you get the Colorado River and some of these other places where you do have water sources coming through the deserts, but they're pushing through a lot of sandy areas. And so there's just a lot of mud and a lot of dirt in those waters. And so if you were to take a truly ultralight filter on, say, one of those trips, and that's what you were going to deal with, you could potentially clog up that filter pretty quick and then not have it available to you to help you clean out your drinking water. So in those kind of scenarios, maybe you need a little higher quality water filter that can handle getting filtering out high amounts of dirt and sand out of the water, for that. Now let's talk about wildlife, as another hazard. Most wildlife, I will tell you, so many people, when they are new to backpacking or getting out, on the trails or even hiking, are all so afraid of running into animals, or so afraid what those big animals might do and other things. Like, I can't tell you how many people, when I talk about, I thru hiked the Colorado Trail, that were like, well, what did you do about the bears? Or how many bears did you see? I mean, it was like the first questions that they would ask, and so for me, most wildlife, when you're out, they want to avoid you. Most wildlife don't want to be around you. And I was going to say any more than you want to be around them, but some of us actually want to see some of the wildlife, but at a distance, typically. And so there's a lot of good things that you can do to mitigate, the threats of wildlife, right? A lot of the biggest times where you have actual wildlife attacks or incidents out on the trail are either because the animal was sick or because somebody startled them. And I would say, to me, I think the number one time that wildlife becomes a challenge is when you startle them. And so if you're out there hiking on your own and you're super quiet and all of a sudden you turn the bend and then boom, there's that bear or there's that moose. What most people don't realize is a moose, especially a moose with a cub or a calf, can be even more dangerous than, say, a bear. But either way, if you all of a sudden turn and you're right there face to face with something that's way bigger than you, then the likelihood that they can hurt you and that they're going to because they're afraid is a lot higher. And so that's why, there's things that you do. Like, a lot of people love, when you're going out in bear country, the big thing is to either take the bear bells, and they have those so that things hear you coming along. I personally, those annoy me and take away from my quiet too much. And so for me, when I get into the areas where I think it's a little bit more bear country, I'm either going to take a friend and we're just going to talk along the way so that we're making noise so that things hear us as we're coming. And so 9 times out of 10, when you're out on the trail and you're doing things like this and you're making those noises, those animals are actually moving out of your sight and moving away, and you never even knew that they were even there. And so, but you can also do things like people love to say, "Hey bear," and just kind of yell that in space, especially if you're in places like, say, you're hiking out on a trail, and it's, good spring weather, and there's a lot of blueberries. And so bears love those blueberry bushes. And that, The bears are probably coming to that area if that's where the blueberries are at. And so there's a good likelihood that they're coming out of hibernation, they're hungry, and that they're, probably in those blueberry bushes there. And so you're going to probably start saying, hey bear, out there for it. But for me, just because I like to be a little different, I don't really go hiking down the trail saying hey bear. I like going down the trail saying pink panda. One, just because I love to see it when other people hear me say it, and they're just all confused about what's going on. But, the bear can't understand what I'm saying, so who cares if I'm saying, hey, bear, or if I'm saying pink panda? But it's my fun thing that I enjoy doing out on the trail. But tons of ways to mitigate that. Most of the wildlife, they only become a threat if you're making mistakes, right? So like some of the biggest mistakes that we can make in the backcountry is around food and dealing with wildlife. If you make food super accessible to them, or you take out things, like say you take out this amazing spaghetti dish, and then you sit there in camp and you just eat it like crazy and like you would at home, and and you're just getting it all over you, and you got red sauce all over your jacket and your shirt, and all over the ground there around you, and you're just, man, this is really good spaghetti. Well, if it smells good to you, probably smells good to all the wildlife as well. And now you've just made yourself, by having it on you and the ground around you, as something that's going to interest the wildlife to come and check out. And so you just want to make sure that you're doing things to mitigate some of that stuff, right? So if you're out in wildlife and you're doing the proper things with food, which is making sure you've got good storage of food. So you're either doing a bear hang, if you're in areas where you can do a bear bag really easy, so that now you're getting all of those scents and all of that stuff out of the reach and away from your camp, so that even if something does smell the bag and the hang, they're still going over to investigate in an area that's not near your camp. And they get over there, they investigate for a little while, they realize they can't get to the smell, they move on. Or you're doing things like bear canisters too as well, which now those potentially seal in the smell a little bit better, because they're a little bit more hardcore, they're a little heavier and stuff for it too. But then also now you're also removing it away from camp, but you're also taking it and it's put into a container that they can't get to either. So even if they did manage to smell through the container, to smell the food, they're going to go over, they're going to investigate, they're going to realize they can't get to it. They eventually are going to move on to look for something else and to find some food that's easier for that. So with wildlife, it's definitely a hazard. Knowing the wildlife that's prominent in the area where you're going is important. Just spend a little bit of time. I mean, nowadays, there's no reason with Google, with AI, any of those kind of things that you couldn't take 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and do a little bit of research before you go into an area that you're not used to and say, hey, ChatGPT, what's the prominent animals that I could be seeing and that I need to, and what are some techniques that I need to mitigate against those animals at so-and-so trail that I'm going to go do for the next 3 days? And it will not only give you the list of the animals that you might have, maybe it's an area where there's a little bit more snakes, and you got to worry about the rattlesnakes coming out and sunning themselves on the trail. And so you need to be more careful. Maybe you need to make sure you got a hiking stick that you could be having with you, or some of those kind of things. There's just so many different things that you can learn by just doing a smidge of research. And like I said, to me, you got no excuse of doing it these days, because it's not the same as when I was doing it 20 years ago, where I either had to guess, ask an elder or somebody that I knew, or maybe Google was, the internet was starting to come around and I could, spend a few hours researching and doing some stuff like that. So it takes no time to do some of this research to check your hazards. And then, so there's 2 more kind of hazards I want to talk about here before we move on to the next things. And so one, of course, is people. A lot of people are afraid of people in the backcountry are running across, especially if you're doing solo hiking. You get a lot of people who are afraid to run across people, or they get anxious when they run across people, because you don't know these people. You're out, you're vulnerable, you're away from things. You maybe don't have some of the protections that you would have if you were back home, like you can't call the cops, you can't, maybe you don't have cell phone service, some of those type of things. And so it's natural for people to kind of get nervous about some of that. I did a whole video about how to stay safe on the trail. For me, I will tell you, at least from my experience of backpacking for 30 years, that the majority of the people that you run out to on the trail are going to be nice people. They're normally people that, have similar, hobbies as you have. They love the outdoors. But knowing your areas, knowing your hazards, there's a difference with, let's say you're, hiking some trails over on the AT, which are very close to a lot of cities a lot of times and very popular, and can get a lot of day hikers in, or even, other types and stuff of people out on the trail. Like, you might have a higher likelihood chance that you're going to run into somebody that's, up to no good, out on a situation like that when you're close to a city or something, than you are, say, in the middle of Montana, where you had to drive 20 miles to get to the trailhead to begin with. And then you're another 4 or 5 miles out in the middle of nowhere. The likelihood that you're going to run into many people out there that aren't doing the exact same thing that you are is going to be less likely. But do some research. There's a lot of things like I talked about in that video. I'm not going to go into major details here, but there are a lot of ways to mitigate any of those worries with people. And some of those, I'll just mention a couple ones here, are things like, if you've got one water source in an area where everybody's having to come to be able to get their water from, then you probably don't want to camp right next to it, because now you're going to see every single person out there. And the more people that you see, the higher likelihood chance is that your risk goes up of there being, somebody that you have to worry about, or even just somebody that, has different, maybe you're out for solitude and they're looking for a friend, and they just want to ruin your solitude by being your BFF and talking all day. I mean, like they may not be mischievous or, have anything negative necessarily, but it goes against kind of what your why was for being out there. So, so you want to know where the water is. You want to be kind of close to the water so you have access to it for your camp, but don't be right on top of it. Same thing with a trail, right? If you've got a trail that's popular and you've got a lot of people that are hiking, whether it's day hikers or other things like that, when you're getting ready to go camp, don't just set up camp in that first flat spot right next to the trail that you saw. Maybe get off of the trail a little bit, wander off 100 foot or 100 yards or something off the trail, and find a flat spot out there. So you're not at a spot where people are just going to come walking up on you and scare you, or even be trying to come and say hi, or or talk, or some of those kind of things. So if solitude was what you were wanting, getting off that trail a little bit is, to me, some of the better things to deal with mitigating some of those worries about dealing with people. And then the last hazard that I'm going to talk about here, and then we're going to move on to some other cool things, is gear failure. And so you want to be familiar with your gear. We talk about this a lot, for new backpackers. If you get a new tent, whether it's new to you, it's used, whatever, it doesn't matter. A friend gave it to you, you bought it at REI, none of that matters. Take it, go out in your front yard, backyard, whatever, put it up. Maybe even sleep in it there at your house, so that you better understand the limits of your gear, right? Like, especially when you're first starting out, you're probably not buying high quality, high dollar, 4-season type gear or something, right? And so you might want to be cautious about doing a trip and say late fall, where all of a sudden you get this wild snowstorm that comes in, and you've got a 3-season tent that doesn't handle snow very well, and the next thing you know, you've got a pole that's broke or something to that nature. And so you really want to understand your gear. Same thing I mentioned earlier, is the good example was the muddy water. That's kind of the same kind of thing. When you know the other hazards, then you know the limitations of your gear. If you didn't know that, hey, that super awesome ultralight, Cat9 Be Free filter that I have, or Sawyer Squeeze, or the Sawyer Squeeze Mini, or whatever it may be, that really little thing that I'm carrying out isn't going to probably do so well when the water's brown because it's so dirty. Because it's going to have to filter out a ton of that water. And so maybe for every liter of water you're going to filter, you're probably going to have to sit there for another half hour and back flush that filter to get it clean of all of that dirt from that. And so You could totally decide to do that, but then now you need to add that extra time into your planning factors if that's what you're going to do. Or you could decide to carry a heavier filter that's a little bit bigger. Maybe it's a pump filter, one of the older filters that's going to be able to handle that dirt a little bit better. So that's kind of all of the hazards, at least the ones that I could think of right off the bat here to be able to help you out with. The important part here is understand your hazards. Do a little bit of research. Like I said, with AI nowadays, man, it's so cool to be able to just type in some information, ask for some of this research, help you do the AI thing, and they'll not only can it spit out a whole bunch of stuff to tell you what you need to know about that area, but it also can give you some some good mitigating things to think about that you need to be paying attention to for your packing, or even say gear or different things that you're needing to make sure that you have. All right, and so before we walk away completely from risk, I think it's important to tell you too, like, just remember that, as you're identifying your risk, small things can eventually become big things when you're out on the trail, right? If you don't pay attention to them. And so an example that I can give you is blisters. So if you don't know your gear really well, right? And so maybe you've made the mistake of hiking out with cotton socks, or you don't have good boots, or you don't have good shoes for it, and you start to notice that you get a blister, and maybe even worst case, you don't know what to do with that blister. When you start to see it, you see your skin getting red, but yet it hasn't become a full-blown blister yet, and you didn't know that you should probably treat that now, and that you should probably put some moleskin or something on that to be able to keep it from continuing to rub and become a full-on blister. Or you just keep going, or maybe you don't even have the first aid stuff to deal with it, and you're just like, I'll push through, and before you know it, you've got such a big blister, or your whole foot's covered in blisters to where now you can't even walk on your foot, and now you're in an area where you're having to try to figure out, how am I going to get out? So as you're starting to understand, and we're starting to talk through all these different things for here, it's important to make sure that you're paying attention to actually trying to deal with the issues as they come up, and don't just ignore the hazards as you go. All right, so let's talk now a little bit about being conservative as a beginner. Don't try to immediately start out giving yourself the hardest trail to do. Don't give yourself, the very first backpacking trip I want to do, I'm doing a 14er because I've always wanted to do a 14er. Man, be conservative about what you're doing. Start off small. Like, my recommendation for anybody if you're brand new to backpacking and you know nothing about it, and you're watching this entire video through the end, this is going to give you a lot of knowledge. You're not going to remember it all as you go along, so you can always come back. You can rewatch sections as you go, because just like anything in the world, right, you go and you take some training for work or for school or whatever, you're going to retain a small portion of this, right? And so you're going to, even if you watch this whole video, you're going to retain a small portion of what we're talking about here. And you're still going to go out, you're still going to make mistakes, you're going to do some of those things. So the better you set yourself up for success, the better you're going to do, and the better you're going to end up doing, like a lot of us, like myself, and you're going to fall in love with backpacking and being out on the trail, and you're going to do it for the next 30 years like I've done it. And I plan to, if I can have anything to say about it, plan to do it for another 30 years as I'm going through the rest of my life. And so here's what I would recommend, right? Start off, as I mentioned before, get your gear, test your gear in your yard, do an overnighter in your yard in your gear, so that you know what that sleeping bag feels like when you're doing. So you know how that air pad feels when you're laying on it. So you understand what it's like when you forget a pillow for that. Then go out, pick something, and either you could go out and car camp and just camp right next to your car for a little bit and test your gear again if you wanted to. Or worst case, let's just say you really want to do, maybe you go a mile away from your car and do something there. Do a trail, that's really popular. And then do a bigger one now with a group, so do 1 or 2 trips now that maybe are 4 miles, 5 miles at the most, but do it with other people to start off with. And just keep working your way up in complexity. Same thing with elevation and other things like that. Don't immediately start off with 1,000 foot of elevation gain. If you're not used to doing that, that's going to be a hard day. Just keep it simple to begin with. Maybe pick that trail that's only got 300 foot of elevation gain. And then as we start to get into, we're going to start talking about some planning stuff here in a little bit. But give yourself bailout options, right? Like, it is okay in the beginning when you're first starting to learn backpacking for you to go, you know what? I'd made a lot of mistakes on this one. This is not fun. I think instead of staying the night, I'm going to go ahead and pack up camp and I'm going to head back home. That's okay. Because it's better mentally, right, for you to not force yourself to suffer through a bad experience, because then you're just going to go home and be like, man, that sucked. I don't ever want to do that again. Versus if you're at least being patient with yourself and you're realizing that you're learning this, you could easily go out and go, you know what? Hey, what are the things I did successfully? I got up, I did some planning, I researched some stuff, I packed up my gear, I got out, I made it a mile out, I managed to set up some of that gear, and then, I made a lot of mistakes, and there's a lot of things that made me worry that this wasn't going to be a fun night. So I decided to then pack that gear back up and then hike back out. And so I didn't actually stay the night for my first night. But what did I learn from that? What am I going to do differently the next time so that I do go out and have a good time? All right, so let's take a minute right now and talk about what I think is one of the greatest skills that you can learn ever with dealing with backpacking. And that's knowing and being willing to turn around when needed. So this is one of the hardest decisions that you're gonna find that you ever have to make when you're out on trail. I can tell you how many times I go out and I'm like, man, I spent so much time planning. Spent so much time getting myself psyched up and being excited about going out here and seeing this beautiful mountain community or this mountain lake or whatever it is that I was going out to see. And I just don't want to turn around because I want to force myself to do this, even though I know I've messed up or even though I didn't pack right or whatever that might have been for that. And you end up forcing yourself to suffer. To me, backpacking is not about suffering. You'll hear me say that many, many times throughout this video. It's not about suffering. So you've got to be okay with knowing that turning around sometimes is an option. Whether that's for your safety, because sometimes that, you get that gut feeling that something's off, or you're looking up and you're seeing the clouds start to do some things that you've been reading about that aren't going to be good, and that you're worried that you got to now get out of, above tree line here in a little bit, and that's a pretty big storm. And so even though the goal and the plan all says that I'm supposed to be at that summit in the next 3 hours, there may be times where you have to just stop and go, nope, we're going to hunker down here for a little while and we're going to change this up. And if that means I don't get to do the full trip that I did, or it means that I don't get to do the trip at all, then that's just how it happens sometimes. I promise you, you do this long enough, you will cancel trips at times. You will turn around at times. And sometimes you're going to be very thankful that you did that. And other times you just won't know, right? You won't know that you completely mitigated that risk and that you saved your life or whatever it might have been. You just, knew that, you trusted yourself. You trusted your gut. You trusted the feeling that, something's not right. I should go back. Hey, I messed this one up. I made some mistakes. I don't need to be pissed at myself. I don't need to yell at myself. I need to be calm and peaceful with myself and know that that's okay. We've learned. We'll do better next time. Especially when you're with a group. I'm going to say this very carefully for a lot of you. Please do not go out and backpack with your friends and be the person who has a friend that's having a hard time or maybe messed up, and you're going to make them feel bad for not going forward, or make them feel bad because you had to turn around and they ruined your trip. Don't be that person. Because you know what? Being that person could make that person never want to go backpacking ever again. And I don't want to be that person. I don't want to be the person that potentially makes something so not fun and so miserable that they never want to do it again. So if that means that, so what? my trip got canceled. So what? I didn't get to get out. But you know what? I'm most likely taking out somebody and a friend that I care about, that I hope that they're going to continue to be my friend in the future, and I hope that they're going to maybe come back out with me and enjoy the backcountry again in the future. And so I really hope that in those scenarios that I make the right decision and that we actually, have a good time. Because to me, that's what it's really all about when we get out there, is enjoying ourselves out on the trail. And that leads me kind of to my last point in this section. And that's what I call the ego tax. Ego can make you do so many wrong things. It can make you pack wrong. It can make you set the wrong pace. It can give yourself unachievable goals, and it can totally get you hurt. When you go out and you go backpacking, I don't care if you are one of the most popular and highest paid people in your company, and having a good strong ego is just good for you, and it's good for how you do things. When you get out on the trail, leave the ego at home, because the ego is gonna be the thing that will eventually get you. The mountain doesn't care who you think you are. You want to end up, the fastest way to end up in a rescue operation is going out with a big ego. Guys, we're doing this because we want to go out and we want to have fun. We're doing this because it's a beautiful place to be. And yeah, it doesn't mean that you can't set, goals. It doesn't mean that you can't set achievements and some of those things, but make sure that you're locked into reality a little better when you're actually, setting some of these kind of things. Just leave the ego at home, guys. All right, so let's start talking about trip planning. And let's start off with picking your first trail. So you want to start off with something easy. I've mentioned this multiple times, but it's important, right? Pick something that's going to be well marked. You want to find something that potentially has a decent amount of people on it. I know that if you're anything like me, you're going, oh no, but I want to get out and get to that solitude that you're talking about, Ricky. Trust me, when you're first starting out, it can be decent to pick a popular trail, because a lot of times the ones that are the most popular are the ones that have the best signage on them. When you come to a crossing, they'll tell you what, maybe there's signs that tell you what trail names are what, so that you can better understand what trails you're on. They do have a decent amount of people on it. That way, if you do end up having some kind of issue, or, even if you forgot something, let's say you forgot your lighter and you got out there, if you're on a popular trail, the likelihood that you're going to see another backpacker that will have a lighter that you could borrow to help you start your fire, or to do whatever it is you need to do there in the moment, or maybe they even have an extra that they can give you, is a higher chance. So having those popular trails is not the end of the world when you're first starting out. Get something that's easy to do, and kind of talking about some of the terrain and other things that we've talked about. Don't go for that really 3,000 foot of elevation gain on your first trip. 1,000 foot of elevation gain in one day is a lot. So pick something easier to start off with. Pick something that's like 300 foot of elevation gain, or maybe it doesn't have much elevation gain at all, and it's a little bit more of a flat trail that you're working on starting off with. But give yourself a little bit of latitude when you're really picking that first trail. Some of the tips that I would say about picking one, there are a lot of different apps and stuff out there. I'm not going to go into major detail about one particular app, but there's all kinds of things that you can have, AllTrails, onX is another, onX Backcountry is another one that's kind of starting to get into the market. Strava, there's a bunch of different apps. If you've ever used something to help you find trails to hike on, most of those too can be used to help you find something for backpacking as well. So get on there, find the ones that are popular, the ones that, have the most reviews, because that most likely means they're the ones that the most people go on. Don't pick one that's only got like 2 reviews over the course of the last, few years or 10 years or something. And even then, the last review was from 3 years ago. That just means that there's probably not a lot of people getting out on that trail. And pick trails that's got a decent amount of water on them. You don't want to start off your backpacking having to deal with water. Water is so heavy to carry out. And so if you're starting out on some trails that don't have water and you're going to have to carry, 4 or 6 liters or even 8 liters of water to begin with, that's just going to make your trip a lot more miserable, because that weight, you're definitely going to feel it in the beginning. And if you're in the beginning stages and you don't really have a high-end, say, quality backpack for something like that, you're not going to like it, and it's not going to be a lot of fun. So find something that's got a lot of decent water on it, because then you've got a lot of choices. You don't have to carry as much water on your way, because you've got streams along the way that you can pick to be able to filter out stuff, and it gives you some good fun to be able to get some of that practice in doing the filtering and a lot of those other things too as well. Also pick some trails that are a little bit closer maybe to town and some of those kind of things, because you want to have good options for bailout, right? I like to pick trails when a beginner's going that'll give us an option to be able to come off trail. Like maybe we're on a trail that's just outside of town, and maybe we're going to do a couple miles on there, but we know that about 1 mile into that if something was to be going wrong, we could actually come off trail and potentially get cell service, call for help if we needed to, or even just call somebody to come pick us up because we wanted to end our trail early or something. So look for those abilities to have that kind of that bailout area where you could even if you're finally, say this is backpacking trip 4 or 5 for you, and you're starting to do something that's a little longer, maybe you're going to do 6 miles each day, and you're going to do a total of 3 days total there. And so maybe you've got 10 to 15 miles, that you've got going for your trip. Make sure that you've got some areas in there where you could bail off and potentially get to a trailhead to be able to call for help if you needed to, or something like that. It's just smart to me to have some of that when you're first starting out, and just looking at those as options. Make sure when you're doing your first couple backpacking trips that you're actually giving yourself plenty of time to do those camp chores that we talked about in the beginning. So if there's a difference between trying to rush and say, oh, I'm going to get off work at 4 o'clock, I'm going to get to the trail by 5 o'clock, and it gets dark at 6 o'clock. Don't rush yourself. Like I said, the whole point of this is setting yourself up for success. So if you're looking at some of those kind of things and you're trying to plan out that first trip, and maybe you only have the weekend away from work and you don't have any extra days that you can take off or any of that stuff, then just make it simple. It would be better to start earlier in the morning, and that way you've got time at camp to be able to get through those chores and stuff like that, and only do one night than it would be to try to do this, rushing on, say, a Friday, and then really trying to make it miserable, because it can be difficult to set up camp and to do all those chores in the dark, especially if you're tired from the trail. And so just set yourself up for some good success when you're first doing your first couple trails. And if you're somebody like me, who's actually maybe taking out a new backpacker the first time, be thoughtful about some of that stuff, right? Don't think about it from your mind frame. Like, I can't think about it when I got somebody who's brand new going out with me, and my potential doing 10 or 20 miles in a day. I need to think more of hey, even if you tell me you think you can do more miles, I think we're just going to pick an easy one. And I've got this fun one that I know that I like, that's about 4 miles in, that's got a really cool stream nearby, that's not too far away that we could go get to water, and it's really pretty, and there's even some caves, and we can even hike up higher up after we get camp set up and see some beautiful views of the sunset. And so think of things like that, especially if it's somebody new to backpacking, or even a kid. If you're getting your kid started in backpacking, keep it simple in the beginning. So let's talk about distance. When you're first starting off, I've said this, I think, a few times in here, but I'll say it here again just because I want to make sure that you guys are kind of getting this right, is start small. When you're first doing your first backpacks, do one, that's car camping or in your backyard, then do one that's maybe a mile or 2. And then, when you're really getting ready and you feel confident enough in your gear and in your ability to pack and not forget a whole lot of stuff, then make one of your first what I would call real backpacking trips as being something in that 4 to 6, maybe 8 miles at the most, right? If you're going to do 2 days, maybe one overnighter, would be my recommendation, because that way, anybody we can all pretty much handle one bad night, right? If all of a sudden you were just a little cold, like it wasn't like getting dangerous cold, but it got a little colder there than you had planned, and you had to put your extra layers of maybe you had to wear your jacket and your sleeping bag or something like that to stay warm throughout the night. So it wasn't perfect, but you were able to survive the night. We can do that for one night easily, learn our lessons that we're going to learn from the trip, and then try to do better for the next one. So for the first ones that you're doing, keep them simple. Just do like I said, 4 or 5 miles or something to that nature, and then keep it easy enough to where you're just doing the one overnight and you're coming back out the next day. All right, so now let's talk about campsite planning. So now that you're actually thinking about going out, you want to try to find areas that are legally, to be in. So every area that you go to do is a little bit different, right? Some trails you can camp wherever you want. Some trails will tell you, because maybe they get a high use and they get a lot of people out, and so they're trying to minimize the impact on the area, and so maybe they actually have decided that they're gonna kind of set up some standard type of backcountry campsites, and you've got to either get a reservation or get a permit or something to be able to back that, and they only want you in that campsite. Or you could even be in areas where you don't have to have the permit, but yet it's still, they'll tell you that they want you camping in a designated campsite, and here's the map, or here's where that kind of stuff is. So, do a little bit of research, check out the trails that you're in, check to see what kind of area they're in. Are they in a national forest area? Are they part of a national park system? Or are they just kind of like, say, on a wilderness area, BLM? All of those different places have different rules, and we'll talk a little bit more about some of that here in a little bit. But just make sure that when you're picking your area, that you're picking something that it's going to be easy for you to set up in. It's going to have some good flat spaces. People talk well about it, and you've got some good spots to be able to choose from. When you're going to pick out your spot, make sure you think about things like try not to pick areas that are super low, because a lot of times, the temperature is going to set a little bit more, and it's going to be a little bit colder in the low spots. Especially too if you get closer to some water areas, and where say the water traditionally is going to run to one of the lowest spots, and so a lot of times we have a tendency to want to try to go and be close to water. And so I would recommend that you allow yourself to be somewhat close to water, but not too close to it. And we've mentioned many things throughout this, and you'll hear me say all kinds of different reasons why that is. Some of it's security, some of it's safety, some of it is just the closer you are to water, the more likely are you to see some of the animals and different things that you have, or see people and stuff to that nature. So to me, don't get all the way into the lowest spot, because you're going to find that that's going to be cooler. And two, a lot of times, as I mentioned, even though maybe the creek is over here, but this is a low spot over here, because it's the lowest spot, if it does rain while you're out there, then that is potentially where that water is going to go, right? Because it's going to go to that lowest spot. And so you just want to be careful about where you're picking and some of that for it. And then really kind of the last thing I think for me when you're kind of picking where you're going to camp and for a campsite is have a plan A, B, and potentially C, right? You don't have to have it exactly locked in, but have some backup plans, right? And so when you're doing that research on that trail, and say you're going to do that 4 or 5 mile trail, and that your ultimate goal may be to make it to this campsite because you've read a lot of reviews about it. A lot of people have talked about it, or even maybe you've had somebody that's been there before and they know that's their favorite and that's where they want to go. But also look back a little further back and have what's another plan for somewhere else, because maybe you don't make it that far and something else happened, weather comes in or whatever, and you need to do it. So look to be a little bit familiar with the trail to where hey, there's some other campsites that we could do here that's about halfway up if we needed to change our time. And then two, as far as that particular campsite where you you might get there and there might be somebody already there. So you need to know, what's plan B. Where are some other ones, so for example, I like to, when I'm going out, if I know, especially if it's, you have to get into reserved areas, is to know that okay, there's maybe 2 or 3 campsites here, but then if those are full, then if we go a little further, there's some more here, or if we have to come back, there's some more here. So having that awareness and knowing that a little bit ahead of time, because once you get out there, you're not going to probably be able to research a lot of this, because you're probably not going to have cell service and some of those kind of things. So just kind of have a good awareness of that, as you're going through that. All right, and lastly for planning, before we get into the next topic here, let's just talk a little bit more about time. You've heard me say a few times before, but make sure you're giving yourself plenty of time when you get out there. Start early in the morning. It's typically best. I love getting on. A lot of times I even like getting on the trail before it's even daylight, because it gets you to the trailheads earlier than a lot of other people. And you can get there, you can get moving, you can kind of get things going, and then you get to see a lot of the pretty parts of things. And a lot of times, a lot of your, if you are out there to potentially see some of the wildlife, like you want to get a chance to see that cool fox, going through the area, or some of those kind of things, or the birds coming alive in the mornings. A lot of that happens at first thing in the morning. And so getting on the trail early can really be some of the best time to really get to experience that. And getting to see the sun come up in some of those areas, man, it's just gorgeous. So if you're willing to, to wake up that early, and do some of those kind of things, then I definitely recommend, getting on the trail early on in the morning, because too, that'll give you time to get to trail or get to camp on time. And then be able to have plenty of time, hopefully, once you get there, to be able to do those camp chores that we've talked about. And really, too, kind of like when we were talking about the weather stuff, you want to just be thoughtful about your time. So if you're going out, maybe you're on a multi-day backpacking trip, and that that on day 2, you've got to summit the mountain, and it's going to end up putting you right now that if you guys did like you did, and you wanted to take a late morning, and you really want to take your time, you didn't want to get on trail until 10 or 11 o'clock, but that's going to put you hitting that summit in the late afternoon, which is the more likelihood time that you could be having those thunderstorms roll in. Then maybe you want to adjust, right? Maybe you want to get up super early on day 2 and get up and get that summit early, and then be able to get down off of that summit before the afternoon comes along. And then maybe you sleep in on day 3. So just be cautious of time when you're out there and you're planning around on those things. Think about the hazards, think about all the stuff that you're doing, because as I've said many times, whenever you're rushed or you're running out of time, all the chores, all the things just get harder, and they're just no fun that way. And so just make sure you're giving yourself plenty of time. All right, so this leads us now into permits, regulation, and land use. So this is probably going to be one of our latter, a little bit boring subjects and stuff, but it's important to know when you're getting out there for it. And so when you're going to get out, it's really important to know where you're actually allowed to go, right? So depending on where you're at, what part of the country you're in, and what part of the world you're probably even in, the rules are different. So like those of us that are in the U.S., we may be used to dealing with, our national lands and knowing what some of the different rules are. But even then, right, there's a lot of different rules for the different lands. I mean, I've made mistakes before where I made an assumption thinking that I could go to a certain place and take my dog with me, and then get there and come to find out, because I didn't do the research, that I couldn't have dogs on the trail. That I could have the dogs. This was a national park that I went to one time, and I could have the dog in the national park. I could have him in my car. I could have him, in the parking lot, or if I stayed in one of their campgrounds, I could have him there as long as he was leashed. But I couldn't take him on any of the trails. I couldn't go backpacking with him into the backcountry. So you want to know what the rules are for where you're at and whether or not you're allowed to be there. Because too, you're going to find too, some of these trails when you're getting out too, like I've run across trails before in the past where I might start on national lands, but then I eventually end up crossing some private land where there may be some signs that say you can't camp in these areas because this is private property, but we've allowed the trail to go through, but you need to get to this point before you can start camping off of the trail again. And so when you run into some of those scenarios, right, if you had planned, hey, I'm going to hike out 6 miles, and that's a lot for me to be able to do. But what you didn't realize was that mile 4 through 8 is private land. And so in reality, you're going to actually have to hike to like mile 8 or 9 before you can actually camp. Then that might matter, and you should know that going ahead. And there's a lot of different rules, on things like I am the world's worst sometimes because of backpacking 30 years, right? A lot of times you get in the habit sometimes of forgetting to do the things that we teach everybody to do or we tell everybody to do. And so, for example, you could go out, like even going out into national lands, say in California, it's different than say here in Colorado. Like I've gone out before in the national lands and get out in the backcountry, and there they require you to have a permit in order to have a fire, even a camp stove, to be able to have any kind of open flame whatsoever. They require you to have a permit. It's not hard to get. They just want to know that you're out there and that you're doing something. It's their way kind of mitigating and knowing where the risk and the threats potentially are out there in case anything was to happen for that. And so you really do need to, kind of check in and see what's different about each of the areas and do a little bit of research for that. So like I'll give you a couple examples here that are kind of US based because that's kind of where I am. I would love for some of you guys, I've got a lot of people in my audience that are international, that are in other places in Europe and other things. I'd love for you guys to toss in some of the rules in the comments that you guys know that are complex, because that would be very helpful for a lot of people to know if they're trying to go, and visit you guys and come to some of those areas. But in the US, like if you're coming to the US, for example, like if you go on to Bureau of Land Management, typically a lot of the rules in some of those are going to be a lot more loose, right? You're not going to have as many identified trails on BLM. You find a lot of BLM land kind of in the Midwest areas or even in the desert on the West Coast side too, where there's not an identified trail like the Colorado Trail or the Appalachian Trail or something like that. There just maybe you just kind of pick a point and you just bushwhack and kind of do your own thing out there. And so you're allowed to be on that land. You're allowed to kind of walk and maybe even take, SUVs, or in some areas you might even be able to drive out for a little bit on that land. But that's going to be different than, say, some other land. For example, a lot of times the Forest Service, depending on where you're at, of course, everyone's a little different, but a lot of the Forest Service areas, they like you to stay kind of close to identified roads. So there might be a lot of road system in the Forest Service areas, and they've got a lot of dirt roads or other things out there, and they've got a lot of little bitty campsites that are right off of those roads that are kind of identified. They're still free, and they're kind of dispersed. Or maybe you can go out and you can get on a trail and you can hike off, and they can allow, they're going to allow you to maybe just pick a place wherever you want when you're out there to be able to set up camp when you're backcountry. Like a lot of times I get a lot of questions from people about, because we thru hiked the Colorado Trail, about like, where do you camp? And I'm like, well, wherever you want. Because, for the most of the Colorado Trail, there's pretty much a lot of places along the trail where you really don't have to have a lot of plan for where you're going to camp each night. I mean, yeah, you want to know things like water and some of that stuff, but you don't really have to have, hey, I'm permitted to be in campsite 3, on this night, and so forth and so on. So just depending on where you're going, it's going to depend on the rules. So as far as your permits go, I highly recommend, if you're going to some areas that require permitting, that you look ahead of time. A lot of these places require you to make your permits and your even reservations potentially months ahead of time because they may be trying to limit how many people are actually going out there so that they're trying to help protect some of the areas. And so they could fill up pretty quick. Especially in Colorado, man, everybody loves being outdoors. I can't tell you how many of our trails or some of those that you have to have those permits for, that as soon as they open up the permits, if you don't get it within that first week or maybe even month, man, you may not get them. Or at least not for, say, the weekend that you wanted to do. You might have to now be picking a Wednesday or a Tuesday, or something that might be the only things that's left to be able to get a permit for. So you want to do the research ahead of time, and decide what are you doing so that you understand the land rules of what they're doing, and do I need to do a permit? Because even some of them, like say the Grand Canyon, there's some really cool trails down in the Grand Canyons, but they are very, very particular about their rules down there. Like you got to pack out your waste, and a lot of other things that you do, because it's such an enclosed environmental system down there, and so the rules are a lot more specific in what they do, and so they really do minimize. You might be a year out from being able to get a permit to some of those kind of places. And don't just think about just the trail for permitting too, because there's some of these trails out there, depending on where you're going, that might actually require you to have either a separate permit for parking, or maybe you don't need a permit for the trail, but you need a permit for parking because they're trying to minimize and control some of that parking portions of that too. So don't forget to look at some of that, because there are some trails too where, like, I even know some trails like the Four Pass Loop in Colorado, which is really popular, and it gets a lot of people on there for that trail. But they've even gotten to the point now where you can't even really, without some kind of permit, and they only allow a certain amount of permits to park up near the trailhead. You have to actually park down into town and then take their bus or their shuttle up, or even pay for a taxi or something to take you up to get to the trailhead. So if you didn't know that going in, and all of a sudden you get up there and you drive up to the trailhead, and then you realize you can't park there, then now you're driving back and you didn't realize you just had to spend 2 hours trying to even just get to the trailhead that you didn't plan for. So do some research, look it up, see what the rules are where you're going, and be able to figure that out beforehand. It's important to take some time and look at that. The other thing that you can do when you're doing some of your research is look for fire closures or even seasonal closures. A lot of places, especially here in the mountains, we get a lot of wildfire threats at times, and so it's not uncommon for there to be a fire to pop up in an area, and then all of a sudden, because of that fire, they close out a certain area for a while. Or maybe even last year they had a bad forest fire there, and so they're trying to protect the area a little bit so that it can kind of come back from that devastation of that fire. And so maybe they close some of those trails just for the season for a year or two to be able to help it heal. And so you want to do some of that research to kind of check and see, because some areas might be, you might even find some trails where maybe they're open during the summer, but they close during the winter. I know some trails too in Colorado. Like, I love to do a lot of winter backpacking and snowshoeing out and other things too, but there's some that I like to do that, whereas during the summer you can actually start and park in this parking lot and be able to start up there, which makes it kind of a shorter hike for it. But in the winter, they don't actually plow that road getting all the way up to there, so you're gonna have to, they'll let you start it and you can still do this whole trail, but it might be 3 miles longer than what you had done in the summer, because you can't actually get to that trailhead because they close off that road. Like, one of my absolute favorite places that I go, that you guys, if you've watched my channel, you've seen me do a video on it, is that I love, there's this Forest Service cabin that's out in the middle of the mountains that during the winter becomes very remote and private, because the Forest Service road going to that cabin, they shut off during the winter and they no longer plow it. So not only do they put a gate across it, but they don't even plow the road. And so it pretty much limits that anybody going out there to somebody that's going out in snowshoes, maybe snow skis, or even say a snowmobile or something. And so the likelihood that you're going to run across anybody out there is a lot, less likely. But that's, I like that. But if I also know though, that with that particular trip, if I'm lucky, I go up and I can park in this one parking area, and then I can go, and it's like a 4-mile hike into the cabin. But if they end up getting a decent amount of snow in the week before, the Forest Service is not really that quick to plow that dirt road going up to that parking lot. And so they'll tell you that if they haven't plowed it yet, I might have to park at another parking lot that's further down that might add another 3 to 5 miles, or 3 to 4 miles to my hike in. And so if I wasn't planning for that, if all of a sudden showing up and I had all my time planned out and everything to just be able to plan for getting the 4-mile hike in, and all of a sudden now I got to do an 8-mile hike in, that's going to be a big difference, right? Or it could be one of those reasons why I decide to, if I didn't properly plan and have contingencies for that, then maybe that's one of the reasons why I turn around and I, cancel that trip and come back and do it another time. All right, and then the last thing you want to do when you're starting to research permitting and rules for the different areas is you want to think about group sizes and dogs. As I mentioned, you guys see on my channel a lot, right, that Moose and I goes out with me a lot. I even hike. I even take out some of my other dogs every once in a while. I have a lot of dogs, but every once in a while, Moose is normally the one that goes with me the most, but every once in a while, one of the other dogs, so we'll want to go out, and we'll take one of the other dogs out on the occasion for that too as well. But it's important for me to make sure that I'm looking in areas to make sure that dogs are allowed. Like I can't tell you how many times I keep forgetting, because I have had my dog on the Colorado Trail that I forget that very first segment, that they don't allow dogs on that first part of the segment, because that particular segment is known for, having some mountain goats in it, and they've chosen to make sure to try to protect the mountain goats. And because it gets it's really close to Denver, right? For the first segment. And so it gets a lot of people out there. And so too, it's better to not have a lot of people, with their dogs running loose, and, potentially not only is it protecting the wildlife, but it's also protecting other people and some of that stuff, because it's a higher populated area for that. But it's a rule they chose to make. And so I have to know, like, if I want to start the Colorado Trail, I have to do a detour trail, right? That gets me up from the beginning portion to a different area where it skips that section where dogs aren't allowed. And then I come in and go from there with that. And so think about that, especially if you're going out with dogs, or, for that, or even, if you're going out with a pack goats or something to that nature, make sure that they're allowed to be out there. And then with groups, not a lot of some of your areas, you get some of these wilderness areas, they may have a limit on how many people that can actually be in the group to go out, because they're trying to minimize the impact on the environment out there. And so there may be a limit of saying you can only have 4 to 5 in your group. And if you got a group of 10 that you're wanting to go out, then, that's important to know when you're going. All right, so let's talk just for a minute about navigation and wayfinding. When you're out backpacking, if you only have one method of figuring out how to get where you're going, or how to get out of where you're going, then the likelihood that something's going to go wrong is pretty high. I know nowadays, right, there's tons of apps, there's tons of things that we have on our phone that help us be able to navigate and be able to get around. But you run into situations where batteries die, or maybe you drop your phone and break your screen, or you get into areas where the clouds come in and end up messing up with what you've got if you're dependent on service or something to those natures. So you always want to have, when you're getting out, especially as you start to venture further and further out into there, you want to make sure that you've got some kind of redundancy built into what you're doing. And so I'm not going to tell you, and this isn't going to be a thing here to teach you how to wayfind. Right, that's something that there are plenty of videos out there for. You don't need me spending multiple hours teaching you how to use a compass. And so, but what I will tell you, right, is do a little research. Find the apps, that you're going to use, because most of us nowadays are using a lot of our GPS apps and other things on our phone, right? So find which one that you're going to actually utilize for yourself. Then do some research on it. Learn how to use it. Learn how to search for trips, learn how to download trips, because one of the things that I highly recommend before you go out, even if you think you're going to have cell phone service out there on the trail, is be ready for when you don't. And so make sure that whatever app you're using has the ability for you to download the route that you're going to be utilizing to help you know where you're going. And so you want to be able to have that available in offline mode, basically, on the phones. And so whether you're using Gaia, you're using Strava, whether you're using, AllTrails or OnX or any of these type of systems that you're using, if you've built out and you've downloaded a trail, make sure that you've got it and you can use it. And a good way to test this and even practice it at home is you can download it to the app and then put your phone in airplane mode. Because then you can now, sit there and look at it to see, are you going to still have the same access, the same amount of data that you have going on? Because you might not, right? Like some apps are different than others that you have going for that. A lot of the phones nowadays have that ability to communicate through the satellite for navigation purposes. And so you may be able to still see where you're at, and you may be able to see that little blue dot or whatever color it is on your phone, be able to move as you move, but in some areas you might not, and so you just want to make sure that you have all of that available for you in the event that you don't have any services whatsoever. And then you really want to always, everybody's really bad about thinking and being so dependent on that app or that phone and being, that's the one all be all. But I'm going to tell you, if you're getting out there and you're really doing anything considerable, I mean, like if you're doing your mile hike away from the car, then okay, maybe you can get away with just having your app. But if you're really starting to get out there now and you're getting 10 miles out or even 5 miles out, or you're starting to through hike and you're going to be going for a period of time, you need to have some kind of backup to that. Because like I said, I've been in scenarios where all of a sudden I tripped and I didn't realize it and I dropped my phone and my phone cracks. Now my phone is no longer a tool and accessible for me to be able to use for my wayfinding or my navigation. And so you want to have something to fall back onto. And what do you fall back onto? And that's a paper map. You need to be a little bit familiar with paper maps and even a compass. Right? I always, even if it's not a big compass, sometimes I like going out and testing my orienteering skills. And so I have a bigger compass that I can take out. But even if I'm not wanting to do that, I'm trying to be ultra light, I will always at least carry this little mini compass that I have that I can use for that worst case scenario whenever I'm in a situation where I need to be able to get out. For that. And so having a paper map as a backup is definitely, I think, a must for the area. So make sure whether or not there's a lot of places, especially in the forest lands, where they make a lot of maps for a lot of the areas. And so you can buy a map for a certain area. And do that. Or if you're trying to be minimal and you're trying to do you could go online and pull up the area that you're actually looking for and print it out. And so that way you're only printing out the area. So instead of having maybe access to the full-on areas and all the neighboring areas around it, you've only got the area of the trail that you're going to be on for that. But always at least have something that you have to be able to help you in the event that something goes wrong, right? Because it's not uncommon sometimes for us to get out and maybe we got something else on our mind and we take the wrong trail. And then next thing you know, we're lost because we're not where we're supposed to be. And if we don't have access to some form of navigation to figure that out, so many people who end up getting rescued out there, it's just all because they didn't have any ability to know where they're at. So when you're dealing with your digital apps, you want to know some basics about them. And so I highly recommend whatever app you decide to choose for, go watch a video, learn the basics on it. You want to, like I said, learn how to at least download the map. You want to know how to set a point if you need to. If that app has the ability for you to see water sources, you'd like to be able to know how to look for those. Or if it doesn't tell you where the water sources are, being able to know how to look at the grid lines to see where they have identified that there's a standard spring, or maybe there's a river or something going there that it's actually identifiable on the map. So knowing how to do some of that, knowing how to tell the difference in elevation, right? That the closer the lines get together, the steeper that mountain is going to be, so that you understand when you're walking out and you can look on that trail and you can say, okay, this looks like it's walking through a pretty flat valley, or this looks like it's going to be a lot of elevation gain, which is probably why that trail is switchbacking on the map, because you're probably going to be climbing a mountain pretty high up. But take the time, figure out the app that you're doing, watch some videos on it, get a little familiar with it so that you better understand when you're actually when you're getting out on the trail. You also want to know and be a little bit familiar with the app on knowing, what battery usage is it going to take. One of the things, like you guys see me all the time with my Garmin watch, and I love this thing, and it's got solar, and I've spent way too much money on this thing, and it has its own navigation system on here. But when I first got it, I had to learn to get familiar with knowing how to do it, and because I had to know how to download a map to get onto it, and then I had to know how to turn it on, and what it meant when it was there, and what's it mean when it tells me if I'm off trail. But then the thing that surprised me the most, that I just didn't really know, and it was, I didn't do my research, and I didn't know until I got some experience, that this thing has a really high battery drain whenever you're having it do point to point, and directions, and giving you the directions and telling you what to do. And so it becomes kind of like a GPS in your car saying, hey, your trailhead's coming up in a half a mile, or you need to turn right in, a quarter of a mile. And it does all of that, or you're off trail, but it really comes at a really high battery drain to my watch. And so if I'm doing that on, say, a 5-hour, 6-hour day on a trail, then the likelihood that what I'm normally used to this watch having 20 plus days of charge, it's not going to be that. I might have to charge it within a day or two on that. And so I just need to be prepared to do that. Same thing with your phone, right? If you got your app on your phone, if you're actually going to use, there's a difference between downloading the map and having it available to you so that you can look at it every once in a while and reference where you're at so that you know where you're at and know which way you're supposed to go, versus actually having it tell you to give you the directions and give you as you're going along, because that might actually take more of a memory, or that might take more of a battery drain than what you're used to. And then before you know it, your cell phone has died halfway through the hike. And if you didn't bring backup battery bank, then you're going to be now without your navigation system. One of the tips I'll tell you a lot of times that works really well, I think for me in the backcountry when I'm dealing with navigation apps and stuff like that, is if you've downloaded the app or the trail to your app or to your phone, then one of the really good things I think a lot of times for me is to just put your phone in airplane mode. Because a lot of times some of these trails that we're in, you may be not fully out of service. You might just be a little bit out of service, and every time that phone tries to tap in and grab service and it starts to download things, that's going to take battery away from your phone. If you're out of service and you're in a place like that, every time your phone tries to search to see if there's a signal, so it's looking to see if anything's there, and if no service has changed, that takes energy. So if you just go ahead and put it in airplane mode, that'll conserve a lot of the energy that your phone uses and help you be able to know that you're going to last a little bit longer with being able to utilize that app and stuff. All right, so let's talk about paper maps a little bit. So as I mentioned, there's a lot of times that you can buy paper maps. And so this one here is one that National Geographic does. And this is for, one of the areas here that I go into a lot. And it's really easy a lot of times for people. People get so intimidated by maps because, there's just so much here, right? And everybody gets so worried and thinking that you have to be able to be some kind of military genius to be able to navigate, utilizing maps. And so, but it's not really the truth in most scenarios. For me, you could take a little bit of time, and kind of orient yourself a little bit with understanding maps to be able to, help you out when you're out on the trail, right? One, I would tell you in the beginnings, right, is one, make sure you're getting the map that's of the area that you are going to be in. And then take some time when you're at home and find where you're at on this map. Where are you going to start? So if you can take some time and, and look at the major roads, because you can just look at the major items here. So I can see here, there's a major highway, going through here. And so if I know that I've got to take that highway to get out to where I'm going in my trailhead, and then I'm going to take this particular road, then I can eventually look on here and find where that trail is. And then once I know where the trailhead is, then I can go, okay, here's how far I'm planning on going. And that'll give you a general idea about the area that you're going to need to be worried about when you're actually out on that trail. And so some of the things that I'll tell you, like I said, this is not going to be a master course about how to read a map. But some of the things that you need to just be familiar with, right, is be able to pull out your map. And when you look at it, one of the first things almost every map is going to have is they're going to have some form of legend. And so here, you're going to be able to see what most everything on there is about, right? And then a lot of maps are going to have a regional map, on it too, where it's going to tell you this is the area that this map covers. So, for example, if you're doing a trail and maybe you're lucky or unlucky enough that it crosses over two different regional areas, maybe you actually need to have two different maps. And so that's important to know beforehand, because you don't want to get out there and be like, oh, well, I found my trailhead on here, and I know that this is my map where my trailhead is, but then a mile into the trail, you actually cross over into a different map, and that you don't have that map for that anymore. And so make sure to look at that. Make sure you get a little bit familiar here with your legend. And so you can tell you, it'll tell you, what colors, what roads are, what are the primary different roads, what are the trails look like. It's going to tell you, some of the signs,
they have for what are the signs for interstate stuff. What are some of the things to tell you where some of the ranger stations are, where is camping or campgrounds identified on here. And so you're going to have all kinds of different things. Where's parking at? And then it's going to come over here and you're going to see things that's going to tell you, what's national forest land, what is, ski area, what's wilderness area, what's the ranger district, what's state land, what's private land, and some of that. And so this is really going to be able to help you identify a lot of those things that you're doing. And so even if nothing else, I highly recommend that you guys, buy the map for the areas you're going to be camping in. You can download them online, or even I just like getting the paper. Like I said, if you go online, a lot of these places you can pull them up for free and then just print them off on a printer. But I mean, to me, it's kind of fun to have some of these. And so I've got dozens and dozens of different maps from all the different areas and stuff that I use. And I just toss this thing out. It doesn't weigh a whole lot, and it can mean a big difference between you getting lost and being able to get back out if you need to. Because even if you got turned on the wrong way, you can be able to come in here, and pull it up and then look at, here's where I knew I was at. Oh, I forgot, because when you're going out, right, and you're backpacking, it's important, especially when you're a beginner, when you come up to a trail crossing, and so you've got a part where maybe the trail, let's just say it Y's out, and the trail goes left and the trail goes right. It's important that you should take a moment, look at whatever you're using, whether it's the app on your phone or the map or whatever it is, and just verify, which way am I supposed to be going? Because you might have forgotten whenever you first did all this planning out. And instead of going right, which is what you should have done, you might have went left. And then before you know it, you're 2 miles in and you're like, whoa, wait a minute. I was supposed to be coming to my camp at some point before this. And now you're lost if you don't know where you're at. And so that's where you can always pull the map back up. Start from the beginning where you were supposed to go. Walk yourself back through what you had done. What are the decisions that you made? And then you can go, oh, okay, not too long ago, I came to a point where there was 2 trails. Okay, here's that point on the map. Oh, crap, I see what I did. I went left. I was supposed to go right. So now I know I need to go back, catch back to that point, and then turn and go right. Or then you could even look at the trail and go, okay, well, I went the wrong way, but what's out here? Maybe I venture out here and I decide to camp in this area, and you can kind of look to see and say, oh, here's some areas potentially for stuff. But I would definitely say you don't have to know everything about maps when you first start out. I would say set a goal, right? That every year you should teach yourself a little bit more about maps and get good at it, because you can eventually get to a point, even if you're using them, the maps on your phone, having some of the knowledge about some of the grid line systems and other stuff like that that you can learn from paper maps will transfer to the apps as well, to help you be able to really start to navigate. And then you can get into some fun stuff. I go out sometimes and I love going out and making my own trails sometimes. I don't even go on the established one, because those times where I've mentioned before where I really want to just get out there and just disappear and have a good time with just me and my dog. Well, it's going to be easier for me to do that when I'm going out somewhere that not just anybody else is going. And so knowing how to navigate on these maps is really beneficial for that. And so then the last thing I would tell you too about, one of the things you want to kind of know to begin with, is just how to orient yourself on your map and how to find yourself on your map. And so you always kind of want to look to see, each map's a little bit different. Some of them may be, True North. Most printed maps are actually printed out as with True North up, but then there's going to be a thing on here where they're going to talk to you about magnetic north. You want to learn just a little bit about how to orient yourself with a compass. You can watch a 5-minute video to figure that out. It's not really that difficult to know how to do it, but if you don't know, and you go out and you all of a sudden now you're in a situation where you are in an emergency where something's happened, my phone's been busted, I don't know how to get back out, I've kind of got lost. It is important that you know how to use the tools that you're doing. So spend a little bit of time. Like I said, nowadays, guys, between YouTube videos, there's so many people that can teach you, in a nice 5-minute, 20-minute video on how to work a compass and how to work a map. So totally something that you should absolutely be carrying with you. All right, so before we leave navigations and move on to some other cool stuff, Let me just kind of end this with, some mistakes that happen a lot of times when you're doing with navigations. You always want, one of the things that can happen is be careful about trusting that little blue blinky dot, on your app, because it's not always 100% accurate. There's a lot of times where, because I understand the mapping systems a little better, I'll look at my phone and that navigation, and it'll tell me that I'm on this ridge line when I know I'm not. And it's just all because of, in that particular moment, maybe, I'm in kind of a ridge where there's higher mountain areas and maybe there's a lot of trees. And so there's some blockage from the signal from the satellite to my phone. And so maybe just my phone is just not being 100% accurate. It's normally not off by a lot, but it can be off. So just be careful with, 100% trusting that blinking dot. As I mentioned before, one of the biggest mistakes a lot of people make when you're going out, especially in the beginning, even myself, as an experienced backpacker, it's really easy to just get out there and being like, I'm just going, I'm having a blast, and you just keep going, and you don't look whenever you come to trail crossings or, in other areas. And then next thing you know, you've taken a wrong turn and you've gone the wrong direction. So take a little bit of time, especially in the beginnings, to actually, when you come up to a spot, take a moment and look at the map, look at your app, decide which way is the right way to go. It doesn't take long, guys. I can pull my cell phone out and within seconds be like, yep, nope, it's this trail to the right. And then two, I'm going to mention here, like, if you're with people, this is that part where if you're hiking and you're not right there with each other and you're a little bit apart from each other, and say you can't see your other partner because they fell back a little bit, which is okay. We all like to split out and do our own pace sometimes. But when you come to that trail, if you're the wayfinder and you're the person that's navigating everybody there, then make sure you stop and wait for them to catch up before you go. So maybe you've pulled out your app and you go, yep, I got to go to the right. Don't go to the right until everybody else catches up with you and knows that they're going to the right. And then I'll also kind of mention too, if you're the person who's not wanting to wayfind, maybe you haven't studied and you're going with a friend that does this and you're really kind of trying to stay dependable on them for that, be careful in those scenarios, right? It's not that people are being malicious, but it's really easy for us to get into those habits, right? And next thing you know, your friend took the right and didn't think to wait for you. And then now you're kind of standing there at a trailhead and you don't know what to do. So if you don't have that same app downloaded to your phone that you can pull up and at least be somewhat familiar enough to be able to look it up to see, or you don't have that map backup that you can kind of go to and you know how to utilize that, then now you may be lost all because you went out without the skills. And like I said, your friend might not have done it on purpose, but they were just trucking along and having a good old time, and then all of a sudden now they've lost you. And then worst case scenario, let's just say you decide to make a gut decision that says, oh, I think they might have went left, but they actually went right. So even if they did realize a mile down the road or half a mile down the trail that, oh crap, I should have probably waited to tell my friend where we went, they go back and you're not there because you went the other way. So make sure that you understand this a little bit, do a little bit of research, and really know how to at least do the base minimum on what you're doing and what you're getting out there too. Because I tell you, once you have this knowledge, it's amazing some of the cool areas that we can get to out there, and you can see some things that most people don't get out and see.
Hey guys, before we jump into the next section, I just wanted to say this. If you're finding this helpful, I wrote all of this down in a 152-page guide. It mirrors everything that we're talking about here, but it's organized in a way that you can print it out, highlight it, and use it to help you build your systems over time. Totally optional. Just wanted to make sure that you knew it was there. All right, so let's talk about weather and environmental awareness for a minute. So whenever you're getting ready to go on your trip, one of the biggest beginner mistakes you can make is only checking one weather forecast. There's many different apps out there that you can check. You can also check ones that are mountain specific, but I highly recommend at least checking for the area that you're going in with at least a couple apps. Because as we know, the weather forecast isn't perfect in most situations. And so you want to kind of at least get a general idea from all the sources that you can on what you might be facing. And really pay attention whenever you're checking those different things on the wind speed, the precip potentials, and even the overnight lows. Because those are the things that are going to really affect you the most when you're out in the mountains. And I highly recommend check the hour by hour, because when some of this is going to happen, it's going to really matter more than anything. Like it could be early morning predictions, or it could be afternoon predictions. And then you want to see kind of when they're thinking like you're going to have some high winds today, but if they're going to happen during the middle of the day, that's not as bad as if, they're going to happen and say kind of at night or later in the afternoon. And you really want to pay attention to those overnight lows, because a lot of times, especially if you're going out into the mountains or some of those kind of places, you're going to find that you're going to have some pretty low drops. I even noticed when I went to the desert a few weeks ago that I might have been having a 70-degree day during the day, but it was still dropping down to 30 at night. And so if I would have only have paid attention to, the daytime highs and just thought, like here in Colorado, there's normally about a 20-degree shift in day and night sometimes. And so those things, I never would have thought to plan for, freezing temperatures while going out to the desert at night. And just remember, especially if you're going up in the mountains, that the forecast can totally be uncertain. No matter how much you think you look, and no matter how many of those apps you look at, I have had situations where I have gone out. I went out on a trip once in the middle of July. I had looked at the forecast about 3 or 4 days before I went, and everything looked normal, right? Nice sunny days. I mean, we were up in higher elevation, so, the highs were still only going to be into the high 50s, low 60s, which wasn't going to be too bad. We get up there, and all of a sudden, about middle of the way through the second day, it starts snowing. And of course, I'm in a place where I have no cell phone service. And so I had no way of checking the weather to see what was going on. And as the day kept going, it just kept snowing and kept snowing. And I'm just like, what is going on here? We ended up getting over 20 inches of snow within a 24-hour period of time. It was crazy. Needless to say, I ended up having to cut that trip short because I wasn't prepared for middle of the winter camping. I didn't have most of my winter gear with me. So let's talk for a minute about mountain weather patterns. So when you get up into the mountains, it's different than many other places. One thing that's very common, at least in the, Rocky Mountains around here and, and a lot of the mountains here around in Colorado, is especially during the summer portions of times, it's really common to get afternoon storms that come in. And they, you may not get rain all day long, but you might get a thunderstorm that kind of blows in the afternoon there, and it might rain like crazy for about 5 to 10 minutes, and then it moves on. But you really have to pay attention to that, especially when you're in the mountains, because if you're going to be getting up above tree line, then you need to be able to know when that storm's potentially going to be coming in. Because the last thing you want to be is the highest thing on the mountain whenever a lightning and thunderstorm comes through. And then just remember, the wind blows different when it's in the mountains. When you get into some of those mountain passes or in some of those basins, you're going to have you can get some pretty, strong wind gusts. And so it becomes a little bit more of a challenge to find places to kind of get out of the wind. And so you're really going to want to try to do that, especially like when you get up above tree line, it can be a challenge if you're wanting to try to camp up there on the ridge, because you can get some pretty high winds up there, especially if a storm's going to be coming in. And that could really put a good challenge to any tent. And then just remember, when you're up in the mountains, the temperatures drop pretty quickly. Especially you want to be careful about getting too low into some of those valleys, because some of those low spots can get the coldest temperatures, especially if there's any water nearby. And really and truthfully, just learn to pay attention to the clouds. The clouds can tell an amazing story when you're out in the backcountry. You want to get familiar with watching the skies and kind of paying attention to what they're doing. If you've got just standard white, kind of thin clouds, then you're probably okay. But the minute those clouds start to get a little fluffy or even start to build up on each other and they look kind of like a tower starting to build, those things potentially could be bringing in a thunderstorm. And especially if you start to see some dark clouds starting to come in, then those definitely could be holding some rain and be bringing in some rain that afternoon for you. Now let's talk for a minute about heat and sun management. A lot of people don't think much about, because, when we're at home, you have these beautiful days and you go outside and you play in the park or you do whatever and you're like, oh man, it's great. Well, most of the time we're only out in the direct sun for, a few hours at a time at the most. But when you're out in the backcountry and you're on the trails and sometimes you're hiking for hours on end, if not day, a full day. And if you're exposed to that sunshine, that can get to you really quick, so you can get things like sunburn or heat stroke or just a lot of these type of things that you might not be thinking about when you go, oh, it's supposed to be beautiful weather out for the hike. And so pay attention to those kind of things and make sure that you've packed, if you know that you're going to have, a good bit of heat and sun, directly out on you, that you've got something, whether that's, you could get some nice sun shirts, they're long sleeve shirts. They're really thin. They keep you kind of cool, but yet they protect you from the sun. They've got hoods on them a lot of times, which will help, even protect you. You might want to have a hat, some shades, anything like that to just make sure that you're protecting yourself in that heat. And then make sure that you're drinking regularly. Because if it's pretty hot out and you're in direct sun, you want to make sure that you're constantly drinking, not just when you take breaks, but on a regular basis, be drinking water. And don't forget, electrolytes matter more than many people realize. You lose a lot of salt and things, in your body whenever you're sweating out and you're hiking and you're doing a lot of these things. And so making sure to bring some kind of electrolyte boost. You can, most things nowadays, you can take, little packets. You can make some yourself. I've got a video on my channel that talks about how to make electrolyte mix from home for cheap. And then you can basically just add it to some of your water and so that you're drinking that along throughout the day. And ultimately, when it comes to heat management, you just really want to make sure that you're paying attention to timing, right? Because like if you're out in, say, the desert where you're going to really have a lot of direct sun and a lot of heat, especially if you're hiking in the summer portions, you might want to get up super early, even maybe before the sun comes up, and start hiking early so that you can be getting off the trail and finding some shade to be able to get into whenever that really peak of that, heat starts to kind of hit in that mid-afternoon. Now, lastly, with weather, let's talk real quick about cold and wet risk. To me, this can be one of the biggest challenges when you get out in the backcountry, right? Because the last things you want to be is wet and cold. And especially, you don't think about things like even sweating. If you're sweating a little too much, you're wearing that insulation layer and it's causing you to build up a whole lot of sweat. Sweat and wind can be just as dangerous, even above freezing. Like it doesn't even have to be freezing temps for that to be a dangerous situation for you to be in. So make sure, and we'll talk about it a little bit more when we start, talking about layers, that you are, properly layering, that you're venting out some of that heat, that you're controlling that moisture within your body. You want to make sure that you stay wet from the rain. You want to make sure that you're staying wet from your own sweat. It can be just as bad to get super, super sweaty and then eventually get to camp. And then next thing you know, you start getting cold when you stop. So do your best to try to keep your layers dry as possible. And so as you're kind of hiking, learn to remove layers before they start to get sweaty, before you start building up too much heat. And just always make sure you've got a dry set of clothes. You want a dry set of socks, a dry set of camp, clothes to be able to change into when you get there. Any of that's going to help you stay warm and help you enjoy yourself a lot more out on the trail. And just make sure, spend a little bit of time knowing some of the early hypothermia symptoms. You want to be making sure, for you, it might be one thing, but watch for things like, headaches and nausea, and just make sure take a little bit of time to learn some of that so that you fully understand what you're watching for. Because even if you're not watching for it in yourself, you could be needing to watch for these signs with any of your hiking buddies and stuff like that you go out there with. But always make sure that you're planning for the weather. Take the time, do a little research, do some studying, and just remember that when you're out in the backcountry, you're going to have to adjust, because just as soon as you think you've got everything planned for, you might be thrown a curveball by Mother Nature. And so you better hope that you've got, a plan B that you're ready for when you're out there. So let's talk for a little bit about getting prepared physically. Let's start off with the difference between hiking fitness versus backpacking fitness. When you get out on the trail, having a pack with weight on it, and especially depending on how much weight you have on it, will absolutely make a difference in the posture and how your body handles that fitness level. Like, you may be somebody who's used to going out and hiking all day long on the trail, and that's fine. But the minute you put 30, 40 pounds on your back, that's going to be different. That's going to be a whole lot different in how your knees handle it, and how your ankles handle it, or even how your back handles it. Because especially if you're not 100% sure on how to do that backpack, you're going to then now, if you don't have it postured just right, it may be putting a lot of pressure on your shoulders instead of doing how it should be doing, which is putting that on your hips. So when you're out backpacking, your feet and your joints are going to take a lot more stress than what they do when you just go out hiking in general. And so you either want to prep for some of that. And so some of the things that I did, so I think I've mentioned before that when my son and I got ready to do the Colorado Trail, at that point in my life, this was right after COVID, I was in the worst shape of my life ever at that point, because I'd spent so much time, like so many other folks, at home, not going out, not being active, eating more, eating my stresses, and a lot of other things. And I was pretty heavy. And so thankfully, I took some time to get ready when I was getting ready for that trail. And so one of the things that I did, though, to prepare myself to through hike for that period of time, was I would actually just put my backpack on, put some weight on, and then just walk around in the neighborhood or do a local trail close by, so that I could get used to what that pack was going to do to my body and how it would feel. One of the things most beginners don't realize when you're going out, everybody thinks that going up the mountain is the hardest thing to do out when you're backpacking, but it's actually not true. Going down those steep descents and coming down the mountain is actually harder on the body than going up, because your body's not used to working a lot of the muscles that get worked whenever you're going downhill. So a lot of times, most of us, in our day-to-day life, come across stairs or steps or something like that. And so our muscles are a little bit more akin to going up than they are coming down. And so, not to say that going up is easy, but you'll be surprised at how much going down actually can be more harmful to your body if you're not really prepared for that. So kind of as I mentioned, for myself, one of the things that I would say that you definitely want to do when you're starting to prep yourself to get out and be a backpack is actually train with the backpack you're actually planning on using. Don't just go out and stick a, school book bag on, or, a big thing nowadays for a lot of people to do is rucking, and it's where they put a backpack on and put some weights in it, and it helps them to be able to go and do some exercising. But if you're going to actually be backpacking, my recommendation is practice in what you're actually going to be using. Put the backpack on that you're going to be using. Put a little bit of weight in it. Whether you pack it like you would, it's not a bad idea to pack it like you would, because then you get some practice packing it. But either way, put some weight in it and use the one that you're actually going to be doing. So then that way you're starting to get used to how it feels on your body and how you need to kind of adjust it. So that kind of moves us into, I would highly recommend, if you've never been backpacking and you're getting out for the first time, or you're getting ready to do a bigger trip. So maybe you've done that first 1 mile trip, and now you're really starting to plan out with some friends to do this 15-mile trip, is build yourself a training plan. Come up with whatever that may look like for you. For everybody, it's going to look a little bit different.
But for me, one of the things that I did when I was getting ready for the Colorado Trail, right, because this was a big trail. I mean, I was going from the biggest trail before I through hiked the Colorado Trail that I'd ever done. I'd spent 7 days on trail before that. And that was only maybe 2 or 3 times in my life had I done a big trip like that. Most of the trips that I would say I did were either overnighters or maybe a weekend, and when you were doing maybe 3 days. And so for me, knowing that I was getting ready to go out and now be on trail for almost a month, that's a big difference, right? I've got a video that I'm going to put out too, the lessons that I've learned that I wish I would have known before doing the Colorado Trail. And that's actually, one of the things that I learned out there is that, in your own mind, you think, hey, I was trail running before then. And I was doing all these hikes. I could do these long hikes. And I thought didn't think nothing of it. But then you get out and you actually start hiking on the trail for 8 to 10 hours a day, every day for multiple days. That's different. It's not going to be what you were used to. And sometimes it's easy to train for some of that and sometimes it's not. But you want to have some kind of training plan, right? And that training plan could look like going out, doing some hikes with your pack on it, with some weight on it. It could look like going out and just doing some longer hikes. Maybe you haven't been hiking a whole lot lately and you need to start getting yourself ready to be able to do 4 miles. And so maybe you want to start off with just, spend a couple of weeks going out and do 2 or 3 mile hikes and see how you feel, even without the weight, and then work yourself up to the weight. Maybe you mix in some strength training, do some leg training. Surprisingly or not, leg training is actually really, really good for backpackers because the strength training can help, get your muscles to be in a better shape to be able to handle some of the things that they're going to get when they're out there, like having to hike up that mountain or down that mountain. And so there's a lot of good ways you can YouTube and stuff to look for some good strength training things that you can do that help you get ready for backpacking. Sometimes something just as simple as like taking a box and stepping up on the box and stepping down off the box, and some of those kind of things can help work those muscles that you're going to be utilizing. But also, work on some of those, some of your, glutes and your core and some of those other things, because having that backpack now is going to cause you to have to work some of those other muscles. You'd be surprised if you've never backpacked, if you're doing it right and you've got the backpack putting all the weight on your hips, how much of that transfers over to, some of those glute areas, and some of that stuff too. And then just being able to keep your core going in decent shape. But another thing that a lot of people don't really think much about, right? We spend so much of our time walking on pavement, walking on flat surfaces, walking in buildings on floors, and all this stuff, that you don't think about how important it is to get your ankles ready to be able to walk on uneven terrain. And so if you're training, don't just get on the treadmill, right? Get out and get actually on a trail. Like if you're going to be going out and doing a mountain trail, then venture out a little bit more, and try to get on a trail that's in similar conditions of that what you're going to be doing, so that you're strengthening things like your ankles and you're testing your ankle strength for that. Because some people may find, like earlier on in my hiking career, I was a big hiking boot person because I had really kind of weak ankles. It was not uncommon for me to easily get off balance and twist an ankle, and I didn't want to have that happen in the backcountry, so I would wear boots a lot of times. But then in the last, 5 years or so, I've kind of gotten into trail running, which is now, and I'm doing it up here in the mountains and the rocky terrain and uneven terrain. So I've definitely strengthened my ankles a lot more in the last 5 years than I did 20 years ago, even in my youth. And so my ankles can handle, hiking in, say, a trail runner now versus a hiking boot. But it's important for you to know what your own limitations are going to be for your body. So let's talk about altitude. So altitude conditions can make a big difference, right? If you're from an area that's low in altitude, say you're from sea level, and you're going to take a trip up here to Colorado, and you're going to fly in, and you're going to start at 10,000 foot as the trailhead, and then you're going to go to 13,000 foot, on your hike, that's going to be a huge difference to your body and your capabilities. So, be thoughtful about that, when you're dealing with the altitude, when you're getting out, because it's going to make a big difference. And the perfect scenario is, so say, for those that maybe live, close to the mountains that they're going to go to, maybe going out on a weekend trip and taking a hike on some of those, higher altitude mountains that you're doing is a way to condition yourself for that and get your body prepped for it. But if you're not, let's just say you live far away, you live at sea level, and you're coming up here to Colorado, and so there's no real way for you to practice at 8,000 or 10,000 foot. Then what you might want to do, though, is put into your planning factor, coming up here early. Not just going straight to your trailhead and jumping on trail. Maybe you want to come, like if you were coming to Colorado, maybe you want to come to Denver, which is at 5,000 foot, stay the night in Denver for a day, and then slowly work your way up to where you're going in elevation so that your body has time to acclimate to getting used to processing the different oxygen amounts, that they have there. So you really want to pay attention to that when you're doing this kind of stuff, because I can't tell you how many people I know that are super fit folks and friends of mine that are from low altitude places. They come up here thinking that they can just keep up with me. I live at 8,300 foot, so I'm training and I'm running at 8,300 foot. So of course, when I get to 10,000 foot, it's not that big of an impact to me. But when my friend comes up who might be in better shape than me and maybe even runs marathons or something normally, but they try to hike at the pace that I hike at when they're coming from elevation without taking the chance to get their body used to it, and they'll find out really quick like it doesn't work quite that way. And so a lot of times when you're in these situations and you got the big changes, it's important to just go slower. So like I always recommend to somebody, if you're coming up, spend a day letting your body acclimate to the altitude, but then your first day on trail, don't try to do anything crazy, right? If you're a person who normally backpacks somewhere else and you can normally do 10 or 15 miles in a day, don't try to do that your first day if you're at an altitude you're not used to dealing with. Start slow, maybe do 5 miles your first day and work yourself up to it. And then you really want to make sure you're paying attention to, your hydration and eating more too as well, right? If you're going to something that's a different altitude, your body's going to need more energy to be able to handle that, right? If it's used to being in a place where it's taking in higher amounts of oxygen and now it's in a place where it's taking in lower amounts of oxygen, then you want to be able to give it more energy to be able to handle that. So maybe you eat a little bit more than you normally would at a meal, or make sure you're drinking regularly, hydrate yourself, and so that the body is properly able to be able to handle with some of the stress that it's having to deal with it's in an environment it's not used to dealing with. I would definitely recommend for your first trip that you probably choose an altitude that's, lower in altitude. Don't go for the super high. Like if you're your first trip or two, don't jump straight to the 10,000 or 12,000 foot elevation, gaining that. Even if you live at 5,000 or something, maybe do something closer down. Do something at 6,000 or 7,000 for your first trip. You really want to give yourself, as I say often, I keep repeating myself on, is give yourself something that you can be successful in, that you're going to enjoy. So don't try to stress the system the first time that you get out. And then lastly, on the altitude, don't power through altitude illness. If you're starting to feel some issues with altitude, first I would definitely suggest you look up what are the symptoms of altitude sickness, because you're going to want to make sure that you are aware of that you're paying attention to how your body feels when you're out in altitude. And if you're starting to feel some of those symptoms, don't push through it. Don't go, I'll just wait till I get to camp and I'm going to keep climbing this other, 500 foot up in elevation to get to camp. If you're starting to feel woozy or you're starting to feel a little out of it, from some of those kind of things, take a break, stop, drink, hydrate, maybe eat some food for a little bit. If you're really starting to feel ill, maybe go back for a little bit and, go back down a little bit of the mountain, because you can always go down in altitude in order to help with altitude sickness. And so maybe you need to go back and, maybe readjust your planning and say, okay, instead of going another mile to where I'd planned on going to camp, I'm not feeling so great right now. So maybe I'm going to go back down a little bit until I start feeling a little better, and then set camp there, and then stay the night there, and then try to maybe make up the pace the next day, or just shift what your plans are for the trip. All right, and the last thing before we move on to the next section is going to be talking about injury prevention. So when you're talking about physical preparation, just make sure that you're taking the time, right? I've talked about in some of my other videos some of my bad lessons that I learned out on the Colorado Trails. I pushed myself a little too hard, and I learned that it's important to take some time to stretch. So maybe when you get to that trailhead and you've been driving for a little while, get out, stretch for a while, take 5 or 10 minutes, just stretch a little bit before you put your backpack on. Or when you're out on the trail, stretch a little bit when you stop for lunch, stretch a little bit when you get to camp. Do some of those kind of things to help you prevent some of those injuries that you could have. I mean, it could even be your ankles. If your ankles are starting to get sore, take some time, stretch out your ankles, maybe push up against a rock or something like that and start stretching out those muscles in your ankles as you're going, because it definitely helps a lot. And the more you do that stuff and you thought about doing that, the less likely you're going to be to hurt yourself. Or less likely you're going to be in a situation where now you're forced to do it, because it's either stretch out all these ailments that I've now gotten, or I'm going to have to turn around and go back, or even worst case scenario, get pulled off the mountain. Another good example that I can give, to help with injury prevention is when you're doing those downhills. Like I said, it's really hard sometimes to train for that. So unless you're just in some, maybe you got access to a football stadium or a soccer stadium or something, to where you can go out and, walk down the stadiums to help you get some, build some strength in your legs to be able to handle those descents. If you don't have something like that, one of the ways to prevent some of that is just take shorter steps. Don't take the same long strides, and don't be in a hurry to try to, it's downhill, it's not as hard, I'm not breathing as hard, I should make up my pace, and so I should go faster, or I should take bigger strides. Actually take smaller steps, because it'll be a less impact on the body. And then lastly, it's really when you're talking about injury prevention, stop early. If you're starting to feel a hot spot, stop. Take your shoe off, take your socks off, check out the hot spot, deal with it now. Actually take care of the situation before it even becomes a situation. If your ankles are feeling a little sore, stop for a little bit, stretch, rub them, a little bit. Maybe if you have the opportunity at the end of the day, soak your feet in some, good old mountain stream, or something to help give it some release. Do whatever you need to do, but deal with it. Be super focused on any of the issues, as you're out on the backcountry, because those little bitty things that might not seem like a lot now will eventually become big things later, if not addressed in the beginning.
All right, so now let's talk about mental preparation. We're going to go for a little hike while we talk about this one. The number one thing that people bring up to me when they talk about being afraid to go backpacking is the fear of interacting with wildlife. And so I'm going to start off and tell you this. The majority of all wildlife, they want to keep their distance from you. They really don't want to interact if they can help it. And so most wildlife, if you'll recognize when you're out on hikes, that if they know you're there, they're gonna move away. And that can be whether that's a bear, whether that's elk, deer, fox, coyote, chipmunks, rabbits, snakes, just about every animal in my last 30 years of hiking have always wanted to go and be away from me. Now, there are some animals that are different than others. For example, a moose is probably not going to immediately run as soon as it sees you. Any animals that may be familiar with people, so if it's a popular trail and they see people often, like sometimes the deer will stay and stand there at a distance as long as they're at a safe distance from you. But the majority, especially bear. So let's talk about bear. When you're hiking and backpacking in the mountains, everybody worries about seeing a bear. Now, all different types of bears are different. And what I will tell you is, like, I hike a lot in the Rocky Mountains in Colorado, where we predominantly have a lot of black bear. These bears are typically smaller than the brown bears, and they're normally a bit more skittish than, say, a brown bear. And so every time I've ever encountered a black bear, they typically, as soon as I announce myself, they typically run off. But the thing that you need to pay attention to the most when you're dealing with wildlife is the preventative measures. Because if they don't know you're there, if you're out backpacking or hiking by yourself and you're alone, you're being quiet and you're really enjoying the solitude, and you all of a sudden you get into a thick brushed area and you turn the corner and there's a bear, you're going to startle. And any animal, when startled or if they feel threatened, they are potentially going to engage. So the important part with bears and other large animals is to make sure that you're letting them know that you're there. And so one of the methods that you can do that is make noise. So some people like to carry a bear bell. It can be popular because it's always, you hang it on your pack and it's just always ringing. And so everything, and I mean everything, knows you're coming. But for me, the bear bell kind of takes away a bit of my enjoyment that I have when I'm out on the trail. Because I'm not a fan of the constant noise. So what I do is I try to pay attention to where I'm at. And when I get into environments where I know there's more likely a bear, or I'm more likely to startle them, meaning, it starts to really get to be thick forest around you, or you're in brush or something to that nature where you can't really see very far. And if something's out there, it can't see you very far. Then in those scenarios, or if I'm in a scenario where maybe, let's just say you're hiking in the mountains, it's in the spring, maybe early summer, and there's a lot of blueberry bushes around. Well, if you know bears, that's one of their favorite foods. And so if there's a lot of blueberry bushes around, you can bet your dollar that at some point there's going to be some bears come and find them. And so when you get into those environments, you want to make yourself known. And some ways that you can do that. So if you're out hiking with friends, you can just consciously make the effort to say, hey, we're in kind of a bear prone area right now. So let's talk a little more often and not just whisper, let's talk loud enough that we can be heard. And so you can do that. Or one thing a lot of people like to do is they'll yell, hey bear, randomly. And they'll just go, hey bear, hey bear. And you're doing it loud enough that you're being heard for a little bit of a distance. And so you don't have to do it every second, but you want to do it, every, 10 seconds or so, or every time you get about another 50 or 100 foot. And you just want to regularly do that. Now me, just because I like to be different, I like to yell, pink panda. I know, right? But I mean, the bear doesn't really understand what I'm saying anyway.
And to me, it's really funny to do because if I run into another hiker and they hear me yelling, "Pink panda, pink panda," I get some funny looks. And I enjoy that. So either way, find a way, announce yourself, and let yourself be known. The other way to really prevent, and probably one of the major ways to prevent wildlife interactions, is to be smart with your food storage. And so we're talking about food storage in many different places here, but one of the things that you just have to know is, right, if you're carrying out good smelling food, you want good quality food that's going to taste good. Well, it's going to smell good. And so you're going to attract animals around you when you have that. And so you want to make sure that you're doing proper food management. You want to keep it contained, in your backpack. You want to have bear hangs or bear storage when you're out in bear country. You don't want to cook near your camp. You don't want to, preferably if you get any food on any of your clothes, you don't want to sleep in those clothes. And you want to make sure you've emptied your pockets of all food wrappers and other things. And also think about smellables, other things that are in your bag, like toothpaste or deodorant, or just leave the deodorant at home. Because, guys, we're out backpacking. We don't need to smell perfect. So make sure that they're doing the right things. And if you're doing that and you're not cooking near your camp and you're not doing some of those things, then you're less likely going to have the interactions with the wildlife. So I'm not going to say you're not going to see things. I've got a whole video that's about how to stay safe out on the trail. And so you can check that out if you want to get more into the details on some of this. But I'm telling you, the wildlife isn't your enemy. All right, let's talk about the next thing that most people are afraid of when it comes to backpacking. And that's being afraid of the dark, or just the night anxiety of being out on a trail. I mean, we're used to having a lot of light in a lot of places where we're at. Even, if we're home, if you might have city lights or other things that are outside when it's dark. And so we're used to having some of that. And so once you get, you're up in the middle of the forest, you're probably already a little nervous about the wildlife and all the noises that you hear, and you can't see further than you could toss a pebble because it gets pretty dark out here. And so it's really easy to get anxious, when you go out at night. And so that's why a lot of times you hear me say, if you're a beginner, I recommend going out with some friends. You could even share a tent with, somebody. That helps a lot of times make you feel a little bit more comfortable on everything that's kind of going on. If you're planning on backpacking with a dog, just be aware, especially if they haven't camped a whole lot and are used to being in a tent, that they're probably also going to have some night anxiety. I know all of my dogs, whenever I first took them out, especially Moose, they always, those first few times of staying in a tent, every noise they hear out there, it could be a squirrel, it could be, it could even just be a bug crawling around in the dirt around it. It's going to catch their attention and they're going to be like, what was that? And they're going to have a hard time falling asleep because they're going to want to be outside of the tent to be able to go check on things. And so just be aware of that. So like for me, one of the things that I do a lot of times at camp is I just keep myself busy with some of my chores if I'm a little anxious, or maybe I read a book if I've downloaded something to my phone, or watch a movie that maybe I downloaded if I need something. If I got friends there, it's really easy to just sit and talk with friends, and then of course, if I'm out with my dog, I try to always think about, if my goal is to be asleep by 9 so I get some good sleep so I can be on the trail again the next day, then I might get in the tent an hour early with Moose so that he has some time to settle down and hear all of those noises and eventually just kind of chill out and eventually fall asleep. Because if you don't and you're like, okay, we're going to stay out here until it's time to go to bed, and then you jump in there thinking you're going to fall asleep in 5 minutes like you normally do, you might not. Whether it's your own night anxiety or it's your dogs or something to that nature. And then another thing I tell people to do a lot of times is carry some earplugs with you. They're super lightweight. It doesn't, it's not much to stick that in your backpack. Put it in your, first aid kit or something that you carry all the time. Because I like to carry them, even if I don't use them. I don't necessarily need them. But if you needed them to kind of quiet the world around you a little bit so you could go to sleep, they're very helpful. But I also carry them because I never know if friends that I'm going with or anybody else might need them. And so, like I said, it's a super, really lightweight thing that I can toss in and be helpful for somebody to help them have a good time out on the trail. And just remember that, even if you go out and you're scared, like I said, if you're worried about some of those things, go with friends to start with. It's always better and easier to be able to start that way. And then just remember, you're going to gain confidence the more you do it. So the more repetition you do in getting out, whether that's setting up your tent, staying outside in your yard to start with, or going on that little short trip or car camping out next, and sleeping in a tent next to your car for a little bit. I mean, anything that you do to give yourself repetition of being out is going to do nothing but help you add confidence. Which that leads me into the next thing that most people talk about being afraid of, and that's going out alone. Solo confidence is definitely something that you kind of have to earn, right? Not everybody is super confident on being able to go out in the backcountry by themselves. Whether that's, afraid of animals or afraid of just staying out by yourself or afraid of being alone with your own thoughts. I mean, there's just all kinds of things that we can have, right, that can cause us to have some of those anxieties. So, it's okay, to find friends to go with it first. And if you don't have, any friends that backpack, then join a backpacking community on Facebook or somewhere on the internet, where you can eventually get to know people and, make sure you do some hikes and stuff with people. And before, eventually you can, find somebody that maybe you click with and you're confident with and you feel good about going out with. And so now you've got a buddy that can kind of go out with you. But eventually over time, you'll get confident, and you'll be able to go out and enjoy the trail by yourself if you want to. But I will always remember you too. So don't forget safety too when you start talking about solo. Don't forget to go out, and make sure, one, you've told somebody what your plan is. Make sure somebody at home knows where you're going to go, what your plans are for your stops. Doesn't mean your plan might not change, but it's important for people to know what the base plan was supposed to be. I even write down the plan on a piece of paper and then write emergency plan on it, put an emergency contact on it, and put it on the dash of my truck. So that if I'm out in a park or something, and I think a park ranger might eventually figure when they, if something goes wrong and they're trying to search for me, then they've got something to maybe start with from there as well. But always, tell somebody where you're going to be. Somebody should always know when to expect you back, so that if you're not back at that time, they could start, helping people, start the search. Because the sooner you start any kind of search, if anything's happened, the better when you're out in the backcountry. And then that leads me to the last thing for solo. If you're going solo, take a satellite communicator. Take something that has the ability for you to be able to push the button and say, something's wrong, I need help now. It's just a really good thing to have. I carry mine all the time. I've got the Garmin InReach Mini, and I love that little thing. Doesn't cost that much money, and it provides a whole lot of safety, especially in the event of some kind of emergency. But it also allows me to be able to text, any of my family members or stuff to let them know if the plan has changed, so that I can stay in communications with people. And then the last thing before we move kind of on to some of the other stuff is just remember to, when you're backpacking, I say all the time, backpacking doesn't have to be miserable. You can get out and have a blast, but also don't expect it to just be, ice cream and birthday cake kind of thing. It's kind of a second degree, kind of fun, right? You're going to have times, you're going to be hiking sometimes for days, or for half a day, or hiking up a mountain and doing things that you might not normally do. And so you're going to be sore at times, or you're going to be tired, or you might be a little frustrated here and there. But you learn to figure out what your comforts are, what's going to make you enjoy it the most, and that's when I say in the beginning, start out with easy wins. Don't go out and make your very first backpacking trip, some 10-mile trip, up into the mountains with 2,000 foot of elevation gain. Like you're setting yourself up for failure. Start small. Do 1 or 2 trips, just do an overnighter to begin with, maybe do a mile or 2 for your first one, then increase it and just keep adding a little bit more each time you do it. The best way you set yourself up is the best way you're going to keep enjoying this for the long term.
All right, so now let's start talking about the fun stuff that everybody wants to talk about, right? And that's gear. And so let's start with your backpack. And so the first thing you want to kind of talk about when you're looking at trying to figure out which backpack it is that you need to start off with, as a beginner backpacker, is volume. So when you first start out, you're not really going to be able to afford the lightest or the smallest packable type of gear. And so it's going to take time to build to some of that. And you need to realize that in the beginning. And so you don't want to start off with the smallest backpack. So I've got multiple backpacks here. This is kind of a day pack here, but this is my fast packing backpack. This thing is really small. You don't want to start off with something this small because you're probably not going to be able to get the gear that you start off with in something like that. And then if you ended up starting off with something that small and frameless and something like that, then you're going to end up trying to leave things out because not everything's going to fit in. And then before you know it, you're leaving some critical gear behind. And so in the beginning, you're going to need some space. And so you're going to want to start with something a little bit more like this. Now, this is still a pretty decent high-end, ultralight system that I have from Outdoor Vitals, but this one's a 60 liter. And so you can't tell here because it's kind of rolled up, but this has the ability to get a lot more gear in it. And so I'll show another example here for you. And so one of the ones that I'm testing out here recently is the Nature Hike 65 liter, technically. I think it's a 60 liter plus 5 on what it is. But you can see here with this backpack, I think this is going to be a really good beginner backpack. And from the survey that I was doing, a lot of people are talking about this backpack. It's a really good entry level and cost backpack, but it still seems to have some decent quality. But I haven't spent a lot of time on the trail with it yet, so I'm not really going to give you any advice on this particular backpack in general yet. I'll have that in some other videos. But what I wanted to show you here is the volume, size, and the capability of this. So you can see, so not only is this backpack a little lot bigger than, say, this one here, but it also has a lot more capability to be able to put in some more gear on that roll top that you have up there. And so you could pack this thing with a lot more gear. And so even though Nature Hike also has a 45 liter, I picked this one to be the one that I'm going to test out for a good beginner backpack because I knew that most people, when you're first starting out, you're not, the sleeping bag that you're going to have or the tent that you're going to have, it's going to take up more space than, say, some of the other more expensive ultralight gear that some folks are going to have. And so you're going to end up carrying more gear, right? Because in the beginning, we're going to be packing our fears a little bit, it's common. That's normal when you're beginning because you don't know what to expect out on the trail. So you may carry a lot more clothes than, say, I would carry out on the trail. And so you're going to need to have more room and more space to be able to do some of that. And so you want to start off with a backpack that's going to give you a lot more comfort and capabilities. Because the other thing too, when you're starting to look at backpacks, right, is that when you look at this backpack, like there's not even a hip belt really. Like this is the belt for that backpack. There is no comfort or anything to it because in theory, right, this backpack, I'm probably, if I'm going to be out running with it, I'm going to have it so dialed down and so lightweight that it's not going to weigh that much. And so I don't really need the weight to be distributed in my hips the way you're going to need a standard backpack when you first start out. And so you're going to want to have something that's going to have a bit more of, padding and other things here in your shoulder straps and in your hip straps. You know, these are the kind of things that you're going to be looking for when you're looking for that first backpack, which that kind of leads us into the next part, right? Which is frame or frameless. I'm going to tell you right off my opinion, if you're a brand new beginner backpacker and you're just starting off, stay away from the frameless. Those things are, you know, they're the new fad. They're the new, you know, cool thing. We're in a day and age right now, right, where gear's getting lighter and lighter and lighter. And a lot of people like myself, I've been backpacking for 30 plus years. You know, I've dialed down my gear to a pretty light system. And so I can go with a frameless backpack if I want and not have to worry about what that's doing to my body when I'm carrying it, because the whole point of a frame backpack, so you can't really see the frame on this one because it's an internal frame system, but there's a whole frame that goes all the way across the top of this backpack, and then it comes down and it connects into this belt system, because the whole point of a framed backpack is to be able to take all of the weight that's in this backpack on your back and be able to put that weight all the way down here to your hips. You know, you want to be able to be carrying the majority of all the weight on your hips when you're going, because you don't want it on your shoulders, you know, and being pulling down on you like that, because that's going to be miserable. That's going to hurt. Our body is not used to carrying weight from our shoulders. And so, you know, it would be like, you know, if you've got a kid, take a kid, put a piggyback ride on there and see how long you can run around and walk around with them on your shoulders with all the weight being right there on your shoulders. Toss them up, let them sit on your shoulders, and see how long that's going to last. After a while, you're going to get tired, right? So same kind of theory with backpacks. You want all of that weight to be distributed down to your hips. And so that's why we want that good padding, you know, on there. And so you're going to want a framed backpack when you first start out. Don't start off with a frameless backpack, because a frameless backpack is exactly that, right? There is no frame whatsoever. And so the weight is now just kind of be there. And so if you're in the beginning stages, it's not uncommon to have a backpack that weighs 40 plus pounds. And so once you get that on there, and if you're not really distributing all of that weight and having it go down through the frame to your hips, now you're going to end up having some of that weight on your shoulders. You're going to have some of that weight pulling on you and other things to it, because it's not necessarily going to be distributed all the way down to that hip belt for it with a frameless pack. So I highly recommend, you know, there will be a time in your future where, as you start to learn and you get more experience with your gear and you're able to slowly start, you know, bringing that weight down, that you will get to a point where, if frameless is something that you're interested in doing, that you can totally do that nowadays. But the thing that you want to be careful about, and I always say this, and this is kind of why I wanted to start with talking about the backpack first, right? Because a lot of mistakes that beginners make is the backpack itself is a lot cheaper of a gear product to be able to buy for backpacking than, say, some of the other big four items that you would have. You know, when you're looking at your tent, your sleep system, and some of those other items, you know, you can get nowadays a backpack for a decent, you know, a lot cheaper of a price. You know, even the high-end ones a lot of times are only costing you $200-300. But nowadays you can always get a lot of backpacks for even under $100, and especially there's a lot in the quality ones too that fall into the $150 or below for that. And so with a frameless backpack, it's a lot cheaper for them to make some of those things. So of course they can sell them for a lot cheaper of a price, which is what tricks a lot of beginners, right? Because you think, oh man, all the pros are using the frameless. I want to be like the pro. And so I'm gonna, you know, it only costs $100 or it only costs $150. So I'm gonna buy that fancy frameless backpack that all the pros and all the YouTubers are talking about that they use. Don't be tricked, right? Start off with something that's going to keep you comfortable out on the trail when you're out there. And so you're going to want something that's got, you know, some semblance of a frame. You know, whether you're buying something like this, you know, off of Amazon, or you're going into a big box store, or even too, I will tell you, you'll hear me say a lot of times in this video, when you're brand new to backpacking, you don't need to buy anything brand new. Gear, a lot of this gear is quality, and it holds, right? And so in the beginnings, there's a lot of people out there. We all fell for it, right? I've got a ton of backpacks over in my gear stat that I bought over the years that I still have that are all quality backpacks that I could still put people on the trail with. And so it lasts for a long time. And so you can easily buy a lot of this stuff secondhand. Just make sure that it's not, any major tears or anything in it. Make sure that you look it over and look for any kind of major issues. But you don't have to buy brand new when you're first starting out, because you don't even know if you really like backpacking yet, right? So start off with something simple that's going to be of somewhat decent of a quality, whether that's a higher end brand that you bought secondhand. So maybe you got, a Kelty, or you got one of the other big brands, from say REI or something like that, but you got it, secondhand from either a friend that, sold it to you for next to nothing, or even from, Facebook Marketplace or something. And so you got it really cheap, or, you decided to buy something new and you got something that's a good buy new kind of starter quality that you've got here, like say off of Amazon for that. So a lot of good options. So that leads us into, fitting the backpack. So you always get a lot of questions, right, about how to buy the right size backpack. There are a lot of backpacks out there that are adjustable, so they have some torso adjusting, so where you can actually adjust the torso to be whether it's a small, medium, or large potentially for that. And so you have that capability. So you can look at something like that. Or I always recommend go to one of these big box stores like REI or something like that and get them to measure you and get them to help you determine what sizes you're going to need for everything, because all your sizes are going to be a little bit different, right? So let me give you some examples here. So I'm a really tall guy. So I'm 6'3" tall. But at the same time, I'm one of those that I'm just a little bit weird. I'm all legs, right? So I don't know how well you can see this, with the desk there. So I'll back up a little bit. But like the top of my hips is all the way up here. I'm totally was always that kid that, my dad's 5'10". He always, was that guy that told me growing up all the time, wear your belt, at your belly button and have your pants pulled up and so forth and so on. But for me, it always looked weird, right? I looked like Steve Urkel, if you know who that is. And if I had because here's my belly button. If I had my pants pulled all the way to my belly button, I would totally look like Steve Urkel. And so for me, I've always kind of worn my pants a little bit lower down on my hip, but I always had to pay attention. One of the biggest issues I had in the beginning when I started learning to fit backpacks, right, was because I've always been a bigger kid as I grew up. And so even now, I've got a little bit of a belly on me, right? And so I might need a large waist, portion or hip belt, for that. And I would automatically go out and think, oh, I need to buy a large everything on my pack. Well, that's not true for me, right? I learned over time that I wasn't paying attention to my torso height. And so because my hips are here, I have a much shorter torso height than I would want, because you want that backpack sitting right there on the top of your hips. It's because that's where you want to distribute all that weight, is to your hips. And so you want that hip belt sitting right there snug on the top of your hips. So because of that, that means I have a much shorter torso length than you would think for somebody that's 6'3". So if I didn't have somebody measure and tell me that, like I might actually have a backpack where I have a large for the hip belt because of my nice little padding that I have here of my own. But I might have a medium on my torso size for the backpack. And so you need to make sure that you're paying attention to that when you're actually getting a backpack, especially if you're buying used. That'll make it look like it would be a little bit harder for me at times when I start buying used, because now I've got to find that perfect person who's got a large hip belt and a medium torso as well, unless the bag that I'm buying has that ability for me to change out, the belts. And so maybe it's really cheap and easy to buy another new hip belt for that bag. And so maybe I can buy somebody that's got a medium torso and medium belt, and then I can take the belt out if it's removable and put in a large and buy a large hip belt to put into that. So pay attention to that. Go and try to get measured on some of that whenever you're starting to kind of get fit, because you're going to want to get a bag that's going to fit right to your body. So if it doesn't have adjustable torso lengths, then you need to pay attention to what size, torso bag you're buying. And then a lot of times for your hip belts,
those are going to be a lot more of an adjustable type belt. So most of them are going to come with, these adjustable type things. So there's some grace a lot of times that you're going to have with your hip belts, especially in beginner gear. So you can get something that's there and you can see. So see right now, I'm going to put this up on my hips. I'm going to, put that there, and then I'm going to snug that thing in. And so you want it there to where you can, get that good and snug right on top of your hips for that. And this is where the part right where that torso matters, because if the torso is too big, then when you start to kind of cinch these portions down here, you're not going to have, you're not going to be able to kind of pull it in to where you can get that weight generated, pulled in just right, because you want that weight to kind of come up on your back to where it's sitting up a little bit more, but it's not, you don't want it too far forward where it's putting all the weight on your shoulders, but you don't want it back to where it's pulling you back either. And so you want to be able to cinch these down to where it helps pull that. And then some backpacks like this one will have load lifters too, right? And so they're going to have some back here where you could take, now if you've packed that backpack and you got it up pretty high, you can now help pull some of that weight to get it up to where it's more balanced over you, because you want that weight sitting perfectly balanced up to where it's sitting down on your hips. And then the thing that you're going to learn too is, even if you have figured out how to get it all right and snug, and I'm not going to pull the little, this thing here really doesn't do much other than just try to help you keep these kind of together to keep them from kind of coming off. Because in a perfect world, right, you should be able to put, some fingers under your shoulder straps there and not have any major weight, sitting on those shoulders. So you should have it to where kind of like this, where those shoulder straps should be able to move a little bit. And so really all this thing does really is keep those pulled in on you so that they don't come off as you're going. And so, but one of the things that you're going to learn when you get out on trail, right, is you're going to get this thing and you're going to snug it all up and you're going to say, okay, I think this feels right. I think I feel good. Let's get out and let's start the trail. And then you're going to need to check randomly, because you're going to find as you wear, right, this is going to, whether it loosens up a little bit on its own, but you're going to need to snug these things in every once in a while, right? And you're going to have to keep working it. And you'll find too, if you're doing a lot of downhill or you're doing a lot of parts that are uphill, that you might need to adjust your pack so that it's sitting a little differently, as you're going on, because your posture of your body is going to change, right, when you're hiking up the hill versus when you're hiking down the hill. So you're always going to be doing some micro changes on some of this stuff, but just make sure when you're buying your backpack that you make sure that you're paying attention to that torso length. And then make sure too, because another mistake I've made before in the past was I would buy that medium torso and then end up getting that medium belt. And I would think, because maybe if I was smart and I tried it on, and let's see. So if we put this belt all the way out to its biggest portion, if this was a medium and I had it at its biggest portion and it just barely clipped, I'm like, oh, well, it fits. I can do that. But then you don't have any real good ability now to be able to, to be able to get it to come back in or to loosen it up if you need to, or some of that stuff. So just make sure that you've got the right sizes, whenever you're doing that, and stuff that's going to work for you. And then really lastly, kind of like I was doing here. So what I would do if I was brand new to having this pack, and one of the things that I'm going to start doing a little bit here soon as I'm testing out this pack, is while you're at home, pack it up and then put it on and then test it and see, and then walk around the yard a little bit with it, or walk around the house a little bit with it, so you can feel how it sits, because that way you can test out whether or not these, hip belts are going to sit just right for you, or you're going to have the ability to adjust it to what you want to, and everything for it. So take the time and practice with it a little bit when you're at home, because you want to know if this thing has any things that you don't like before you get out on the trail. You don't want to be 4 miles out on the trail when you realize that this backpack has got, some kind of squeak, or because you've got it done wrong, or you didn't right, maybe you didn't change out some of the straps on it the right way, or whatever it might be, and you end up
having some kind of noise that's going to drive you nuts out there, or worse, you're going to have some kind of pain that drives you nuts out there. All right, so before we move on to the next topic, and we're going to talk a little bit in the next topic about how to pack your backpack and some of that, so that when you are practicing at home and doing those kind of things, but just part of comfort, right? For me, some of the comforts that you have when you're dealing with a backpack is even though this backpack here has a little bit of foam, support that it has. So that adds in a little bit to the support, but also to the comfort of a pack is by having some of that. But some of the things that you want to be careful about is when you are packing your backpack, try to be careful about not putting really sharp items or pokey kind of heavy items or something like that right here on your back. Like if it's going to be something that's going to poke in on this, that's going to could cause a rubbing spot on you, or it could cause some pain on you. And so just make sure that when you're packing your pack, that you're thoughtful about the stuff that's going to push against your back as you're going to do that. And like I said, we'll talk a little bit more about packing with that. And then too, so this is kind of talking about a little bit of comfort of backpack too. So the reason why you want a little bit bigger of a backpack for some of the stuff is that you want to make sure too, as you're packing, that you're not just, that you're equally distributing a lot of that weight, in it. So be thoughtful about, like, if you put something really heavy on the right side, but don't try to offset some of that weight on the left side, then you're going to end up having to where that weight, it's going to be a little bit harder to get that weight properly distributed, on your back when you're doing that, because it's going to want to lean or pull to one side, which you might end up with a little bit more weight on your right shoulder, which means you end up with it pulling down and maybe even touching that shoulder versus the other. So think about that when you're packing your pack too as well. And the same way, you really don't want like really heavy gear to be the last thing you put up at the top, because then now it's really going to pull down on your thing, which could then now cause the backpack to start pulling on your shoulders more. It could pull against, that way. And so you really want to make sure that you're being thoughtful about where you put that weight, and that you want to, typically with a backpack, because the better with that frame system that we talked about, the better it is to kind of try to keep the heaviest things centered in the backpack. So start off with some of your lighter stuff on the bottom and then end with the lighter stuff on the top. And if you keep a lot of that heaviest stuff, right there in the center portion, then that's going to help the frame of that backpack work for you, like we talked about. It's going to help it really distribute a lot of that weight down into the frame itself and into your hips that you have there for it. And then, as I mentioned, so the last thing we'll talk on here before we move on to the next topic here that goes a little bit more to packing is going to be, just as I mentioned before, you're going to be readjusting, throughout the day. And so it's always good. For me, what I like to do a lot of times when I go to put the pack on is I like to reset it. Never sit and think that, oh, I got it dialed in, it's perfect. So I'll loosen up these shoulder straps, and even loosen up, your lifters up, your load lifters up here, and then take, once you've got it packed, and then put it on, and then tighten everything down once you get it there, because then you can get it just right. And then, like I said, as you're hiking throughout the day, you're going to want to keep checking into those things, like you're a mile into the trail, stop for a minute, think for a second, do an assessment. How's the pack feeling? Is it still sitting snug on your hips? Can you still get, fingers, under that top part of your shoulder portion there, or, because you never know. I mean, like I said, it shifts, and everything, even the load in the backpack shifts. And next thing you know, if you're not paying attention, all of a sudden now maybe the right side's heavier, and this now shoulder strap is pulling down and is actually touching, so you can't get a finger in there. And so now it's putting pressure and putting weight on your shoulder, versus this side might not be. And so you always want to be checking that throughout the day and making those adjustments. Ultimately, I'll end with on the backpack, like I said, you don't have to have the best to start backpacking. I actually tell people all the time, when you start talking about trying to buy better quality stuff, always make your backpack the last thing that you buy. And so even as a beginner, buy all your other gear first. buy the backpack that's going to fit the gear that you've got, right? And if that means that you have to start off with something secondhand, or even if you've got a friend that's going to let you borrow something for a little bit to test some things out, that's a great way to kind of just start off the system, get it going. And then as you start to dial in your system further on and later on, then let the last thing that you buy in your system be a good backpack for that. But there's plenty of really good backpacks out there on the market. There are tons of starter backpack, that are beginner friendly, that are a little bit cheaper in price that you can get, that gets you going and get you started and get you out on trails. So don't stress too much about the backpack. All right, so before we move into some more fun stuff, let me just say something important. I made a very intentional decision not to bring sponsors into this series. I didn't want this to turn into a gear commercial every 20 minutes. I wanted it to just be information. But this took a lot of time to put together. And as a part of this, I wrote a full 152-page beginner backpacking guide that organizes everything that we're talking about here into an organized, printable structure. And it costs less than we spend on our snacks on one day out on the trail. That's it. I made this so you'll have something that you can keep and reference over time as you're building out your gear. All right, now let's talk a little bit about pack strategy. And you guys get to see a little bit of the chaos of my shop area and a lot of times where I end up packing up a lot of my bags. And all the helpers that I have doing it while I'm out trying to get ready for a trip. Especially Moose, as he knows that once we start getting the gear out, that we're going to be going and doing something fun. And then also, you get to see my fun little minion back here because I refuse to admit that Christmas is over. And so he's staying out to be able to remind me to stay jolly. So let's talk about packing. So ultimately, the main core packing principle that you need to have is that everything needs to have a home. You want to try to pack the exact same way every single time. Now, I know you guys see me go out and I do tons of different trips and I pack tons of different bags. And that gets me in trouble sometimes. But if you're a beginner and you're first starting out, you want to try to eliminate as much of the pack chaos as you can. It goes a long ways to help your morale when you're out on trail if you know exactly where everything is when you need it. So, for example, I'll give you a few, items that you need to think about, right? The last thing that you want to not know where it's at is, say, your rain jacket or your bathroom kit. All of a sudden you're ready to go and you need to go to the bathroom and you just realized you don't remember where you packed that spade, shovel, and the toilet paper. So you want to take some time while you're at home, lay all your gear out on the floor, and then start to practice packing your bag. And decide early on, where is everything going to go? So like here, I've just got one of the bags I'm testing out right now. And this thing has all kinds of places that you can put stuff. So there's a pocket here. There's a mesh pocket here. There's, zippers, there's some pockets on the front. There's straps on the bottom. There's the big place here. So there's even the mesh cord on the side to be able to hold things. So you really just need to take some time and decide where it is that you want everything to go, because it's going to make your life so much easier when you're out on the trip. All right, so now let's talk a little bit about weight distribution. So when you're packing your bag, when you've got everything laid out and you're trying to decide how everything wants to go, I want you to identify a couple different categories, right? What's your heavy stuff? What's the stuff that's kind of light and bulky? And then what is the stuff that you need to have quick access to? Once you know that, that'll help you out a whole lot, right? So for me, a lot of times the way I start is you start with the bottom of your pack. You should put any of your light and bulky stuff, say, at the bottom. So a lot of times I will start off with my sleeping bag. This here is my quilt that I have. And so I choose to not keep this thing in a compression bag. Now, you may want to do something different. Everybody does. I went for many, many years putting it in a compression bag and doing it. But I've just kind of learned in the last few years or so that I like a little bit better about how I can just kind of stuff it in there. So I will start off and I will stuff my sleeping bag down in the bottom of my bag. And it'll just kind of go all the way in. And as you can see, if I don't push it down, you see how bulky that thing is. It can fill the whole bag, but it'll compress down, you know, and you can just push it down, get it all the way down there at the bottom. And now you've kind of got that at the bottom. I also add in a lot of times my pillows or my air pad or a lot of those kind of things like that can go there at the bottom. And then what you want is you want your heavy stuff to be more towards the back. So if you've got stuff, if it's not big enough to say fill the whole section, you want the heavier stuff to be against your back and about center pack, because that's going to help those frames in that pack be able to help you distribute that weight a lot better and not make it pull on you. Like, you don't want the heaviest stuff to be at the top of your pack. And so depending on what you're doing and what you've got and what your trip looks like, you could have different things that are heavier, right? A lot of times, because if I'm going out for multiple days, it's my food that normally is the heaviest. So here right now, that's probably, you know, I'd say I probably got a day and a half. I toss some food in there just to kind of give the bag some weight a little bit. But typically, if I'm going out for a 3 or 4 day, this thing is going to be rock solid full, right? And so you can imagine that you're going to be looking at anywhere from 5 to potentially 7 pounds or better of weight and food. And so normally that's going to be one of the heaviest things that I carry. But you might have, like for me, you know, my tent is just over 2 pounds that I have. But when I first started, my tent that I had was probably closer to 5 pounds. And so you may have to decide kind of what it is that you have. But you can see here for me, you know, like I've got my tent there, so my tent's a little bit lighter. So I would take and then put my food in next. Now, when I did this, I will say this though, I tell you guys a lot of times, try to keep your food all in one bag and keep it together, but make sure you're taking out the things that you're gonna need. So if I'm hiking that day, I want my snacks, and I'm probably gonna take my snacks and put them because I need that to be easily accessible, right? So my snacks will come out and they'll go and say my pockets on my hip belt. And then also maybe if I know I'm going to stop for lunch at some point, I might take that part out of the regular portion of the foods and set that separate, because I might actually put that at the top so that it's quick and easy for me to be able to get to when I stop for lunch. And then you're just going to take some of those other items. And so now it's like you can see here for me, I separate my poles from my tent. Now I will say here, I didn't do this really well last time at rolling up my tent. And I think I just shoved it all in there after it dried out. And so it's a little bigger. Normally it'll compress down to about here. And so it packs a little better that way. And so I normally would take it out because the pole is out separate from that, because these poles stand as tall as this is right now. And so if I'm able to compress that tent down to here, then I wanted to be able to have a little bit more room in my pack. So for now, we're just going to put this bulky guy in there, but I'm going to kind of sit it off to the side a little bit and maybe try to push it down, you know, as far as I can next to that food. And then my stake or my poles, then those I might actually take and put those in an outer pocket here, just because they're going to be long and lanky, and that way I can just strap them in really good here. And so ultimately, take all your stuff, look at all your gear, figure out what you need. You want your quick, accessible stuff. So like one of the last things that I would normally put in the top of my bag would be my rain jacket, because I want to have quick access to that. Or even too, like this one here, it's got this front pouch, you know, mesh pouch. I might even put the rain jacket in here. You know, a lot of times I might put my rain jacket, I might put my toiletry kit that's got, you know, my trowel, my toilet paper, my hand sanitizer in here. I might also put my first aid kit in here. You know, any of those things that you want to have that you need to be quickly to get to, you want to have in here. You know, like some of the things that I don't need, like I don't need to have quick access to my stove set up, right? Because I'm not cooking anything for lunch. And so I know that I'm not going to need to cook with that stove until I get to camp. And so I might, pack that stove down mid-say level there of the bag as well. And then you might have clothes to finish off. I don't have my clothes bag out, but any clothes that you have, if you got, also a lot of times I will keep my puffy close to the top here to be able to have quick access to that. So when I stop, I can take and put my puffy on to stay warm. But you want to take it all, pack it, and get it packed many times, because you're going to need to see how it fits, right? You're going to have times where things are pushing off in a different way. You're eventually going to take and just roll. Like once you got it all packed with some of these roll top bags, you roll it down and then clip it in. And then you want to see how it's all going to sit in that bag. And then what I recommend you doing is put it on and walk around the neighborhood or walk around your yard and just see how it feels. Because the worst thing you can have is something poking you in your back. If something got put in there, that's another reason why I keep the poles out a lot of times, because a lot of times if you put them in there, that's one of those things that if it turns a little too much, it can get to poke you in the back. And so you just want to check that comfort well before you get on trail. So test it out, see how it goes, see how that weight feels, and make sure that you've got it kind of dialed in. And then unpack it and pack it again. Practice makes perfect. Like I said, you want to get into a routine of knowing exactly where everything is, because it's totally going to make you happier when you're out there. And then let me talk a little bit about waterproofing. So there's many different methods that you can have for making sure that you're waterproofing your bag. Some bags come with rain covers. And so a lot of them will have them built in, like there'll be a pocket on the bottom or a pocket at the top maybe, where they've got the built-in rain cover that comes with it, and then you just take it off and put a rain cover on. For me, what I recommend is using some kind of dry bag of some sort, and it can be lightweight. Like you can either get like a Nylaflume bag, but if you don't want to spend the money on that, just use a garbage bag. Use a decent quality yard garbage bag or something that you have at home. The best way to make sure that everything's going to stay dry is to put that bag and that garbage bag inside of the backpack first, and then put all of your gear that you want to keep warm into that bag, and then just kind of twist it all up, cinch it down, and push it down. So any of the stuff that you're not so worried about if it gets wet, then you can have that above that bag. But this way, now it won't matter if this bag, because a lot of these bags nowadays are water resistant, but they're not waterproof. And so eventually, if you get enough water going on, this bag is going to start to soak up some of that water. And if all I have is a cover over it, that's not going to keep everything completely dry, because you get into one of those torrential storms and you eventually get wet too, unfortunately, and then your bag gets drenched. That's going to get your gear in there wet. And the last thing you want is some of those things like your sleeping bag and stuff to get wet. And so the tried and truest way to keep everything dry is to just put a bag on the inside and then pack everything into that first. And then another thing that you can do, is also use regular like dry bags. And so you can use dry bags too. Something kind of like this here, that you can use to pack other things in. So you can pack your food in a dry bag if you wanted. You can pack your clothing in a dry bag. And so then now I can twist this thing up, and now I've got another layer to help, so anything that you're really worried about getting wet, you could add some of that too. But now I will say, just be thoughtful. I started off when I was a beginner. I really like organization a lot, and so I was using a lot of these bags to organize everything. And before you know it, they actually start to add up a little bit. I mean, they make them pretty lightweight nowadays, and pretty cheap. Like this one, I think it was a pack of like 5 or something I got on Amazon that you could get for pretty cheap. And then they even have nowadays they got Dyneema bags and other things too. So, I mean, there are ways if that's what you want to do, and maybe it's worth it for your sanity to have some of that separation. But this is another way that you can kind of keep everything dry. Lastly, like I kind of said, the biggest thing I would tell you is don't trust the water resistant ratings that these bags say that they are, because that doesn't mean it's waterproof. It's not going to keep your stuff dry if it really gets good moist out. And then kind of too, the other thing I would mention too, that when you're thinking about water, is that kind of leads us into the last portion on this before we get to the next one is the next section, is external carries. And so, you know, a lot of these packs have external straps. And so you've got some straps here to where you could, you know, strap things on externally. I don't think, doesn't look like this one has a bottom strap that I can tell. But these are like some pole straps here where you can cinch on some poles onto it. But the thing is so if you're packing, you can pack some things externally. Like, for example, I've got a bear canister here. Like, this one's a smaller version, right? So I could probably get this thing in there if I wanted to. But I could also strap it to the top of the bag, you know, if I wanted to. So if I wanted to be able to say have quick access to my food and some of that, I could do it here. You just got to be careful about if this thing is super heavy, of not carrying a ton of weight on the top of your bag, because that could be a challenge for you. But you can strap some things to the external portion of the bag if you want. You're also going to have things like, you know, you're going to have water in some of these pockets and stuff too. So you make sure you leave water, you know, room for a liter bottle of water and some of those other things that you're going to have there too. But then the other thing I'll tell you, a good trick to remember is when we talk about keeping things dry and everything being wet, it's like, so if you go out and your tent gets wet, it rains that night, and you don't want to take that wet tent if you have to pack it up wet and put it back into your bag with all the things that you want to keep dry if you can help it. Even if you do have that internal liner bag, you just want to be careful about doing some of that. So that's where, like, for me, if my tent's soaked and I don't have time to dry it out, I may roll it up and pack it and then tie it on to the outside of the bag so that the wet gear is staying outside and away from the other. Same with my rain gear or something. Like if I wore my rain gear and it got wet and it hasn't dried out yet, I might stuff it in, say, one of these bags here so that I've got it separate from all the stuff that I want to keep dry. The biggest thing that you want to remember, though, when you're doing that is make sure that you get it good and secure. Because I tell you, I've run across so many times where somebody just kind of quickly tosses and, you know, doesn't secure their tent or their stakes, you know, really well in it. Like, then the tent bag is open and the stakes just kind of worm their way out or something. And next thing you know, you get to your next campsite and you pull your tent out and you don't have stakes. Or even worst case, I've seen where somebody actually lost their tent. Thankfully, I was walking behind them and I find a tent laying on the ground on the trail because they didn't really do well at securing it and cinching up some of those straps to make sure that it was staying in there well. And it ended up, as they were hiking, you know, they're not paying attention to anything behind them, and it just wormed its way out and fell out onto the trail. So make sure that wherever you put everything, it's super secure and that you have the ability to know where to find it so that when you get to camp, everything's just going to be a lot better. All right, so let's talk now about shelters. And let's start off with talking about the different types of shelters that you can have out there. So for me, there's three major types of shelters that you could be looking at whenever you're first starting out. So there's the minimal footprint of shelters, right? Which could be a tarp. Maybe you're gonna learn to pitch a tarp and have it go out, or even minimal as well. You could be using a bivvy, you know, and so a bivvy is just a really, really, really small version of, say, a tent. It's going to give you a little bit of shelter. It's going to help protect your gear from the outside elements, but it's still a very minimal footprint on what you have. And so those are the kind of the more minimal, right? And in my opinion, a tarp is really not, I mean, I get it. If you're wanting to start and you're really trying to be as lightweight as possible, you're watching all these videos, you know, like you've seen some of my loadouts of where I go really ultralight and you're like, oh, I want to be like that guy. And I want to go just as light as possible. And so I'm going to go out and I'm not going to take a tent. I'm going to take a tarp, because nowadays, man, they've got some tarps out there that are really super lightweight. Now you're going to pay a lot, which doesn't make it very beginner friendly, but you can get some tarps that are down to like 5 ounces or even less. The standard tarp, if you were just going something with a little bit cheaper that's more entry level, you're going to get a little bit more weight. You're going to start getting closer to a pound, but that's still lighter
than any tent that you're going to get potentially as a beginner, right? Because you're also not going to be able to afford, probably in the beginning when you're buying all the gear, the lightest weight tent out there, and so some of those tents that are as much as, that weigh a pound or so, that might cost you $600, $700, $800, and so that might not be something that you want to start out with either. And so if you're starting out and you're trying to be a little bit more lightweight, a tarp can be a really good option to help you save a lot of weight, and they cost a lot less, for an entry level on things. But for me, I always caution people about being a beginner backpacker. And if you have never backpacked, or starting off with utilizing a tarp as your tent system or your sleep system, as a part of your sleep system. So, and the reasons why is that it takes a little bit of experience to know how to properly get a tarp pitched. Especially if you're not in an area where you're tying it to trees, so in a perfect case scenario, you've got a lot of trees around. It's a little bit easier to get that tarp good and taut and put out the way you want it, because now you're kind of tying that up with trees. But now too, if that's kind of what you're doing, you start to get a lot of ropes to really be able to do that. You're starting to carry some extra weight too as well. But it takes a lot of experience, to really work with that tarp to be able to know exactly what pitch you need to do, because now you also, there are some ways to pitch a tarp where you're kind of closing it off and you're closing yourself all the way off from the elements. But most of the ways that most people do, like your standard A-frame, you're always going to have the ends open to the elements. And so that may or may not be a good thing for you as a beginner. There's a lot of things, there's a lot of pros and cons that come to with using a tarp. And some of the, cons to some of that is that if you got bad weather, now you've got rain that can come into your system. And so you got to now hopefully have a big enough tarp to where you can now pull yourself to the center of it and not be catching any of that rain. And then hopefully too, it's not puddling up below you or anything, because with a tarp, you don't typically have a bottom. And so you're going to have to either bring something to have as kind of a ground cloth to get you off of the ground, or you're going to hopefully have to have some really good weather so that you're not having to worry about that. And then you're also having to learn things like knot tying and how to, tighten things up and a lot of that. So it just takes a little bit more skill. So not to say that as a beginner backpacker, you can't use a tarp. I'm just saying that if you do decide to do that, you better spend a lot of time practicing pitching that tarp when you're at home and in your backyard, so that you build those skills. So don't just watch one video and go, I got to figure it out. Take some time, pitch that sucker a dozen times or better, and make sure that it stays. Pitch it, sit it up, leave it up for the night, come back out the next day. Is it still there? Wind started up in the middle of the night, whatever else did, did something blow down, or if you even want to stay the night under it at home to see what that's going to be like to live in that environment of that tarp, and learn some of those skills by practicing at home before you take it out on the backcountry. And then the other small footprint portion that I mentioned is the bivy. And so the nice things about the tarp and the bivy, right, is for a beginner, these are really good, low cost, low footprint ways to get, to manage your weight and to be able to get out there. But some of the cons that I'll say to a bivy, so some of the pros is it can be super lightweight. I've got one that is under a pound, and it's really easy to set up. It's, versus the tarp, it doesn't take as much skill to set a bivy up. So it's really simple and easy to set up, which is very beginner friendly and can be a good pro, for beginners. But then you get into some of the cons, right? Some of the cons are, this thing is small. There's not a lot of room to be able to work in there. There's not a lot of room to be, trying to readjust your system, or if you've got an air pad in there or a sleeping bag or a quilt even, there's no room to really be working with anything in there, because those things barely cover your body with that portion. And then some of them, like the one that I have, that I've got the Outdoor Research Helium Bivy, that one does have one pole that will give you an area that will actually get the bivy off of your face. And so you'll have a little bit of space in there, but you don't have a lot. And so like some of the challenges you're going to have, especially if you're brand new to backpacking and you're brand new to staying the night in the wilderness and out in the wild with all the noises that come with that at night, and all the sounds and all the bugs moving and all the things, you're going to feel right smack in the middle of that stuff. And so you're not going to have a little bit of that psychological security that a tent can give you with a little bit of that space. And so for me,
I like having a bivy when I'm really wanting to go ultralight, especially like I've used it many times if I'm running or I'm fast packing out on the trail, because it's simple, it's easy. It doesn't take me a lot of time to set up when I get to camp. It's lightweight, but it's not my favorite. I really don't prefer staying the night in a bivy. So I don't know that I would take it out if I was going for multiple nights for that. But, some people might. I mean, you might be one of those persons, you want to be immersed into the environment, and you want to have something that's a little bit more protecting than, say, cowboy camping. Because really, to me, a bivy is just one step up from cowboy camping. You're now in the elements. You just got a little bit of protection over you in case you do get a little bit of rain or something like that throughout the night for it. So then that moves us into, there's really two different types for me, right, when it comes to shelter systems and tents. And so when you're starting to look at tents, there's two major types. There's the trekking pole tent, and then there's the freestanding type tents. And so let's talk about the trekking pole type tents first, because those are kind of the new fad here lately. You see them all the time. Just like a lot of the ultralight stuff, you're seeing them on YouTube everywhere. You see them on social media. A lot of people are talking about, how much they love their really lightweight trekking pole type tents. So the difference in a trekking pole tent and a standard tent. So if you've car camped a little bit, you're probably used to a freestanding tent. So most freestanding tents have poles. Trekking pole tents traditionally do not have any poles. Now, there might be some hybrids out there that would have a little bit of both or something, minimal amount of poles, but most trekking pole tents are meant to be put up using your trekking poles. And so the theory of a trekking pole tent is, when those first started out, is that most backpackers that are going out are having trekking poles that they're carrying and that you're using when you're out hiking. And so you're already carrying that weight. And so the theory of the trekking pole tents was to be able to get rid of the redundancy, potentially, of what you're carrying out into the backcountry. So by allowing to be able to get rid of the pole systems that hold up your tent, and now building a system of a tent that now can use those trekking poles that you're already carrying as a method to be able to hold up your tent. And so those things are super cool. And don't get me wrong, there's some ways, because they are lightweight. That you can find. And there's some really, really ultralight ones out there that cost a lot of money too as well. But even for a beginner, there's some really cool beginner friendly, trekking pole tents that are going to be lightweight. They're going to help you with kind of having a lighter weight type tent system, and potentially be in a better of a cost scenario for you, whenever you're doing. And so there's plenty of it out there now. I'm even testing one now that is a really good beginner option. It only costs like $170 to start off with, versus, when trekking pole tents first came out, a good majority of them were in that $400, $500, $600 range. And so they weren't as easily for somebody, that's kind of looking at budgets or beginner type things to be able to get into that. But with all that being said, so, the pros a lot of times of the trekking pole tents is the lightweight version of that, a less gear to have to worry about. You don't have to worry as much about poles getting broke and some of that. But some of the cons that you're going to find with a trekking pole tent, and why you have to really be careful as well about being a beginner and starting off with a trekking pole tent, is it takes a lot of skill. And so if you really kind of think about, you've got a freestanding tent, which is your standard tent that, it handles itself on its own. Then you got a tarp on the other hand that you're really utilizing more of your skills to be able to get it pitched up. And you're using things like rope or even trekking poles. Like you might, if you don't have trees to be able to tie off that tarp, what I didn't mention is you can use your trekking poles to now get it up off the ground. And so really what a trekking pole tent is now kind of a hybrid between a standard freestanding tent and a tarp. And so just like with the tarp, the same cons to me fall to the trekking pole tent, which is that you're going to have some skills on knowing how to make this thing work. You have to, it doesn't just stand up there on its own. Like you're going to have to figure out how to be able to set it up. I can't tell you, even with somebody I've been backpacking for 30 years, and I just recently started getting some trekking pole tents to test out and try out here on the channel. And I find myself getting out there and trying to learn how the techniques are to be able to set one up, because, you stake out, if
like with a freestanding tent, you probably put the poles in first a lot of times, and you don't have to stake out the bottom, and you wait till you get the whole skeleton structure in before you get it all good and pulled tight. But with a trekking pole tent, you need this thing to start having some kind of stability to hold itself up, because if you just stick a trekking pole in there, it's just going to fall. Right? So you have to try to start doing ways to get it staked out. And then you try to loosely maybe stake out this side and then loosely stake out the other side and hope that it didn't fall in the time that you started putting the first pole up, and it takes a little bit of skill. And so for me, if you're a brand new person to dealing with tents and dealing with a trekking pole tent, don't buy that sucker and then take off and get out in the backcountry and be the first time maybe you ever put it up being out there, because you're going to find yourself so frustrated, which is going to ruin your experience out there and really make it to where you're not having nearly as much fun. So the same advice that I give about tarps, if you're deciding that the trekking pole tent's what you want, and that you're choosing to make that as your thing, then just like with the tarp, don't just try to put it up one time. Put it up multiple times in your yard. Take it from scratch, put it up, work on figuring out exactly, because you've got to learn to start going around that thing and slowly making adjustments all the way around it until you get it to that perfect pitch. Especially if you're dealing with any kind of inclement weather and you get some wind or you get some rain or some of those things, you're going to really find out fast how good you are at pitching a trekking pole tent when you get a little bit of inclement weather. Because if you didn't get it just perfectly tight and taut and get those stakes perfectly in the ground, because the other issue you can have with the trekking pole tents that I've been learning myself is there's a lot less forgiveness for putting a stake in the wrong way. If you don't get it in there just perfectly and you don't have good ground that's going to really be able to hold on to that stake whenever you start really pulling on that tent to get it good and taut, then all of a sudden you're going to be in the middle of the night and a stake's going to come out when something happens. And then next thing you know, the tent's going to fall on you or something. So there's a lot more skill involved in being able to operate a trekking pole tent. So not telling you not to have one. I'm just saying, understand you need to take the responsibility. If you buy a trekking pole tent and you're a beginner backpacker, take the time, practice with it, learn how to do with it, sleep in it in your yard, do other things. Like I said, the same thing with the tarp. Not only put it up, but leave it up and then come back out in the morning if you didn't sleep in it and see if that sucker's still standing up. Because same way with the tarp, if the wind picked up and all of a sudden one of those stakes came out, you may walk out there and see that thing laying on the ground. And so that'll be a good reminder to you that that could have been you in the middle of a storm, all of a sudden now having a wet tent falling on you. Wouldn't be fun. So with all that, I'll move into the third type of shelter systems that you can have, which is your freestanding tent. So your freestanding tent is your longest tent that's been going for backpacking. That's what's been used for many, 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 many years. But in truth, when I first started backpacking 30 years ago, those things were heavy, right? Like a freestanding tent with poles, because the poles were made out of certain material back then, and like you always knew that was going to be the heaviest thing you were probably putting in your backpack was your tent because of the way it works. Nowadays, they're learning to use lighter and lighter and lighter materials to be able to make these things. And they're still making some high quality ones. But just like anything else in this, field of backpacking, you're always going to have that system of the lighter it is or the higher quality it is, the more expensive it's going to be. And so as a beginner, right, you're probably not going to be able to go in and look at those super cool tents that everybody's talking about and afford that $800 1 pound Dyneema tent that they have, for you to be able to start with. Because when you're buying everything else, that's a big purchase to have to make. And so same way with anything else in backpacking, you can talk to somebody, find some secondhand if you can, that gets you a good quality of something for that. But I highly recommend, if you're a beginner, start with something that's going to be a little bit easier for you to gain the experience with out in the backcountry, which would be a freestanding tent. Because the nice things about the freestanding tents is most of them are double wall. So you can either get them with a mesh layer on the first wall of that, and so a lot of those will, you set the tent up with the poles and connect all the poles to it, and then if you, like, say you picked a bad spot and you realize once you got it on there that it's on a little bit of a hill or there's a lot of debris under it or something, then it's just easier to move it. You don't have to take the tent down now. You can pick it up, move it over,
and sit it wherever you want before you start to stake out that tent and get it set in place. And then a lot of them have then a rain layer that can come over them that you can have now too. And so what that happens with, and we'll talk about some of that here in a minute, but it helps you deal with some of the condensation. And so having a freestanding tent, you're going to have, one, it's going to make that tent a lot tighter and a lot taunter. You don't have to have as much of the skills to figure out how to get it in that shape, because it's naturally going to be, that's how you put it together for that. And it's just a little bit more, friendly in the sense of being able to move it around. It's not as hard to put up. Most of those are typically pretty easy. So I would highly recommend, as a beginner, start off with a freestanding tent, because those are just a lot more beginner friendly for it. It's easier out there. Yes, they're going to be a little bit heavier for you, but that's okay. Like I said, as a beginner, you're not always going to start with the lightest weight of gear for that. So when you're picking out your tent, think of things like your skill level. How long have you been doing this? Now there may be one thing, right? If you've been car camping for forever and you've been, doing it, and maybe you even had a trekking pole tent when you car camped, then your skill level is going to be a little higher. Maybe you've pitched tents, or tarps whenever you were out car camping, whether you slept under them or they were using them as shelter. Like, you might have some skill level to doing some of those kind of things. Think about what your skill level is, and think about what's going to make, you go out backpacking, you're going to be out for a decent period of time, hiking out, doing things that your body's normally not used to doing. You're going to be tired when you get to camp. What are you going to most likely want to spend your energy doing and putting up a shelter? And it's going to give you the best scenario to have the best night when you're out there. All right, so now let's talk about condensation. So a lot of times you hear people talk about online, like when you start talking about the difference between single wall tents and double wall tents, and you hear a lot of people say, like, oh, don't buy a single wall tent because they have condensation problems all the time. Well, all tents have condensation problems. Condensation is something that's going to happen no matter what kind of tent you get. But yes, there is a little bit of difference in how you're dealing and how you're experiencing some of that condensation on the type of tent you've got. If you do have, like, say, a lot of your cheaper entryway or lighter weight tents, sometimes are gonna be those single wall tents. And so as a beginner, you think, oh yeah, this is cheaper. I can get this off of, Amazon, and it's a single wall tent, and I was able to get a really lightweight. It's under 2 pounds. I'm so excited. But then what you don't realize, so what condensation is when you're in an environment where you've got some humidity around you. So that could just be that maybe you live in a high humid environment where there's a high humidity level all the time, or you're camping near a stream where there's a creek or even a lake or other things where there's a lot of moisture in the air. So there's a lot more, the humidity level is a lot higher there. You're also too, like, another thing about humidity is when you start getting into some of the cooler temperatures, especially into middle of winter, that cold will force a lot of that humidity to stay in your tent more. And so even the air that you breathe out has a lot higher of humidity level than the regular air around you, most likely, because you're breathing out, from your mouth. And so when you're starting to deal with tents, that you start to learn with experience is how to manage that humidity, because you're gonna have humidity no matter what you are. Even if I've got the best double wall tent, if I'm setting it up anywhere near water and it's got cold temperatures, I'm still gonna have a lot of humidity. That top layer of that tent is still gonna be wet in the mornings from that humidity, whether it rained or not. Like, that's just a reality. But the difference is that I'll talk just briefly here on some of this, is that you take that single wall, right? Especially when you start to get into these really smaller tents, like you're trying to go super ultra light, you're trying to go small, so maybe you got a one-person tent, and then there's not a lot of space. So your feet almost touch one end of the tent and your head almost touches the other end of the tent. And so you're going to find out there that when you are in a high humid environment, that if your sleeping bag is touching that tent, then any of that moisture that starts to collect on that tent
is now going to transfer to your sleeping bag. And if you've got a down sleeping bag, you're going to learn in this course that that's not a good thing, right? Because then now all of a sudden the bag starts to get wet, which starts to affect the warmth and the capability of the down. And so that's kind of the thing. Or, you've got it's so close to you that if you sit up and you touch the edge of it, now you're going to get yourself wet or your clothes wet. Or maybe even worst case scenario, if it's a really high humid area, you're going to start to get some drippage, from that. But you'll get some of that same, because you're going to get the same humidity that's going to get on that layer of your single wall tent is also going to get on the outer layer of your double wall tent. The only difference in those type of tents is that typically in a double wall tent, you have an inner layer that now is not touching and it's separate from the outer layer if you've pitched your tent right. And so, it should at least be a little bit of space between that. And so even though that outer layer is collecting the same amount of moisture potentially, you're less likely to be pushing up against it. So because you're more likely going to brush across that mesh inner layer first before you actually brush up to that outer layer. Now, it's not to say that it's still not possible. If you're still in a super small tent where your feet, say, are at the end, are pushing against that tent, you could be still pushing that inner layer to the point that it touches that outer layer, and you could still have the same moisture issues with getting onto your sleeping bag and some of the stuff. So some of the things that you learn about moisture management is, one, I always tell people, don't sleep right next to the creek. Don't sleep right next to the lake. You're going to get your highest moisture there. Go a little ways away from it so that you're in an area that's not as high in humidity and have as much moisture in the air, because that's going to help you not get as much of that moisture on your tent. Because especially if you're out trying to do, eventually you're wanting to get out to do some 2, 3 days, 4 days, even a week-long backpacking trip, you want to think about those kind of things, right? Because now any of that moisture that ends up collecting on your tent, you're now potentially going to be carrying. So that's going to be extra weight that you're carrying in that next day. Because if you're not taking the time in the mornings to really take a long morning and take that tent and sit it out in the sun and let it dry up and let that moisture get off of that tent, you're now potentially going to be packing up that tent and having that moisture having to put into your backpack or even on the outside of your backpack. And it's going to add that extra weight to it too as well. So get a little further away from some of that. Camp under some form of shelter if you're able to. Like if you know it's going to rain, then don't sleep out in the open where you're going to get a ton of moisture onto that tent. Get under some trees that are healthy trees, where you can get a little bit of shelter and some protection from getting all the moisture onto that tent too as well. You can also do things, we won't go into major details, but there's a lot of ways that you can learn to pitch your tent to allow some airflow so that you can get better air circulation in your tent. Whether that's if the weather is decent, one way to deal with standard moisture that you're going to have in the humidity of the air is just by opening up some of the zippers. Maybe you open up your vestibule a little bit, allow some airflow to come in so that that helps just kind of manage some of that moisture and that humidity. But like I said, no matter what, you're gonna have moisture and humidity out where you're going, unless you're just like in a desert environment, where I was shocked recently on a trip that I did to Death Valley, where it did rain on me in the middle of the night. And I woke up the next morning, and not only was my tent still dry from all of the moisture and the rain, but even the ground around had already absorbed most of it, and you couldn't even tell that the ground was wet from the rain. And so unless you're in an environment like that, moisture and humidity is definitely going to be something that you have to think about. And of course, when you're buying your tent, you really need to think about what are the areas you're going to be in. If you're in an area like, say, the northwest of the U.S., where they got you get a lot more rain. It may not be torrential rain, storms that you get every day, but you get a steady kind of bit of moisture, and there's a high humidity level in it, and you're going to get that every day. Then you might not want a single wall tent when you first start out. You may want that double wall tent. Versus if you're, say, that person that the majority of your packing and your camping is going to be in the desert, then you might not care, about that. And you might go with that really cheap, really lightweight single wall tent, because now you don't really have that much of an issue with moisture unless you get a direct rainstorm or something. All right, so let's just briefly, we're going to talk a little bit more down the road too, but while we're on the subject of tents, let's talk a little bit about site selection. That's something that you need to think about when you're purchasing a tent, which is the reason why I say this here. Because you could be, if you're going out camping in some areas, like, I do a lot of camping in some of the alpine environments, up in the mountains, and you're going to find it a lot harder to find that perfect, flat spot. And you may end up having to pitch your tent sometimes in some really small spaces. And so when you're really starting to think about what kind of tent you're going to get, like I personally normally almost always pack out a 2-person tent, because I take, as you guys have seen in my channel, if you watched any of my videos, that I take Moose out, my dog, with me a lot with me. And so I like to know that I've got enough space, not only for myself to be comfortable in the tent, but to have room for him to be in the tent and my gear in the tent. And so I have a tendency to carry a bigger tent than most people. So even though I backpack solo a lot, I typically will carry a 2-person versus, say, a 1-person. But there are going to be times where I run into situations when I'm out in these alpine environments where I might not find enough space to be able to set up, because by the time you get your footprint of your tent, but then also you got your guy wires or other things that maybe have to go out in your stakes, that I might not have enough room to be able to set my tent up in all places, where somebody who's maybe in a bivvy or in, something that's a little bit more adjustable, or the 1-person tent, they might be able to set up a lot easier. So you need to think about the areas that you're going to be camping in, so that you can think about, what you're going to have to be putting that tent up in, because it helps you make that decision on what kind of tent you want to buy. So think about that kind of stuff when you're thinking about, purchasing that tent. The site selection matters. Same kind of thing too. Like, I highly recommend beginners that you start off in the summer and really only backpack in the summer, right? You do kind of 1 season kind of camping, and don't really try to start off doing 3 season or 4 season. Like, I really don't expect beginners to start off in winter. There's a lot more complexities that come with winter, but you want to think about what are the seasons too as well, that you're going to be doing. Because, like, if you're in a high wind place, you might need a tent that has a little bit more structure to it that can handle those high wind environments, versus something where if you can pick the proper shelter where you can get out of the wind, or when you're picking that campsite, you want to get into places to where you get out of some of those extreme weather scenarios. Like, really high winds is going to be a tough thing on a tent. And so if that's what you want to do, and that's what you're going to try to get yourself into, then make sure you're buying the right tent that falls into that. All right, so before we move into talking about sleep systems and some of the other portions of gear too as well, let's now talk a little bit about your setup skills. So I've said this many times here, so I won't rate this a lot again, but I will, say it a couple more times. Take the time to practice. You need to build some skills with whatever sleep system you're going to get. And so whether you're buying a bivvy, a tarp, or somebody's giving you a tent, or you've got a trekking pole tent or a freestanding tent, take the time, put it up in your backyard, not just once. Sit it up. Sleep in it if you've got the opportunities. If you don't, leave it up at least so that you could see if it's still standing the next day, and test that way. You just test it out, your skills on whether or not the wind's going to do anything to it overnight, and just practice with it, right? You want to take the time, and maybe you need to learn some knots. Maybe there's, like if you're doing a tarp setup, you probably are going to want to learn knot tying, versus where if you're doing a freestanding tent that comes with its own guy wires and its own stakes and its own system, so maybe you don't have to know as many knots. But you should always be thinking about too, because when you're dealing with all of this gear type stuff, if there's strings that come off and tie, what if it comes untied? All of a sudden you went, this thing's always been tied itself. I always just had to come out, put a stake in it, and tie it down. But if, after you've been out for a while for some of this stuff, that may come untied. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh, well, I don't know what kind of knot, that thing was tied with. And I might not even know how to tie knots. So over time, take some time, learn how to tie some basic knots for kind of what you're using in whatever system you end up getting. And as I mentioned earlier, you really want to, because one of the things that you're going to learn when you're practicing, right, is how to get that tent pitched just right. When you're starting to deal, like if you're in perfect, great weather outside, then it's going to be a lot more forgiving if you don't get the tent pitched just perfect. It may be saggy, and as long as it's up and you're able to get in it and you're able to get shelter, you may be okay with that. And you think, oh, it's fine. It doesn't have to look pretty. I don't need it to be pretty. I just need to be able to get in it and be able to sleep, in some sheltered system out of potential rain. But then what you find out, though, is when you get those storm events, you find out that pitch does matter more than you think. When you start getting moisture building up on the tent, it's going to start to sag now. And so if you didn't have it perfectly taunt out and you had it really good and straight to begin with, if it was already sagging to begin with, it's going to sag even more now that it starts to get wet. Or if you are in an environment where you're going to get some high winds overnight, like that's not really the end of the world. Like I backpack in some really nasty storms at times, and that's fine. You can survive that stuff. But how tight you've got that tent is going to matter at that time, because if you don't have it tight, then that sucker is going to flap and make some of the most god-awful noise, and you're not going to sleep well because it's going to wake you up every time there's a gust of wind, and it's going to boom, 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 and just wake you up. Or even worst case scenario, if it's not, good and taut and tight enough, it might come loose or it might break something, Even that freestanding tent, if you don't have it good and staked out and tied down, even those, and for big weather situations, they have extra guidelines a lot of times to give more stability and sturdiness to that tent. So know how to manage some of that, right? And know how, when you're practicing putting that tent up, do your best. Maybe watch a video on the thing that you're working on, whatever system you bought, the tent that you bought, and try to get it as best as you can. Keep learning. Every time you set that sucker up, you're going to get better at it, especially if you're trying to set it up as perfect as possible. So practice makes perfect. Really spend the time to get those systems out, because I promise you it's going to make the difference on how much you enjoy yourself when you're out there in the backcountry.
All right, so before we move into some more fun stuff, let me just say something important. I made a very intentional decision not to bring sponsors into this series. I didn't want this to turn into a gear commercial every 20 minutes. I wanted it to just be information. But this took a lot of time to put together. And as a part of this, I wrote a full 152-page beginner backpacking guide that organizes everything that we're talking about here into an organized, printable structure. And it costs less than we spend on our snacks on one day out on the trail. That's it. I made this so you'll have something that you can keep and reference over time as you're building out your gear. All right, so now we're going to talk about your sleep system. So there's really just a few parts to your sleep system, right? You're going to have some kind of sleeping bag or quilt. You're going to have some kind of padding system underneath you. And then you're going to potentially have, clothing or pillow or some other accessories too for comfort. And so let's kind of walk through each of those systems here for it. And so let's start with, there's two major types of blanket type thing that you're going to use when you're out. So if you've done any car camping, you've probably got a little bit of experience with having some form of sleeping bag or some kind of blanket system that you used. So really and truthfully, there's two major types. So there's sleeping bags, and then there's quilts. And so nowadays, you've got two major types of materials that make up these. So it could have down, which is going to be lighter and potentially more expensive. And then you're going to have like synthetic materials that could also be put in there, which are typically cheaper, but they're normally going to be a little bit heavier in order to get the same warmth to weight ratio for that. And so with a sleeping bag, so a sleeping bag is a fully enclosed system. And so if you've ever camped when you were a kid, you probably had, like I said, some form of sleeping bag. And so nowadays, especially backpacking, most sleeping bags that you're looking at are mummy style. So to me, there's really two types of sleeping bags. There's the traditional old-fashioned sleeping bags that, just came up to your shoulders. They didn't cover your head or any of those kind of things. And so it was a zip. Normally they have some zipper system on them, whether it zips all the way down. Some of them have it on both sides. But most of your standards, let's just say a mummy, because a mummy bag is probably what most of the time you're going to use in the backpacking world. And so those come with a hood that comes over. And so most mummy bags, have a hood system that comes around, and those hood systems can be different. They could cinch up around you or have different methods and stuff for that. But I'm not going to go into the specifics of how all the different types of bags are, but let's just think of a sleeping bag as a bag that completely covers you. If you get in and you zip it up, even if you put the hood up and everything, it's going to completely surround everything on you to be able to help you stay warm when you're out in the backcountry, exception of like your face. Versus a quilt. And so one of the things that people have learned over the years, and as people have tried to develop more and more lightweight gear, one of the things that they learned, right, is that in a sleeping bag, when you're laying on, and say you're laying on your back, and you're laying all that insulation, they've learned that when that insulation gets compressed, it loses a lot of its ability to keep you warm. And so the theory of and the science and everything that they did, going all on this, was that almost everything on the bottom portion of your sleeping bag becomes worthless when it comes to trying to keep you warm and insulated. And so the concept of the quilt was, what they did was they basically removed that portion of a sleeping bag. And so now you basically have a bag that's open at the back, because they pulled out all of that extra weight with the theory that it was useless weight to begin with, so why not remove it? But, so that some of the challenges that you can run into with quilts now is starting to manage that airflow and that draft, capability and other things too, right? So, because as I mentioned before, so a sleeping bag fully encloses you, and it's going to completely help you stay warm. And so you don't have to worry about really air coming in. Now, if you were sleeping directly on the ground, you would notice it and you would feel cold spots potentially on your back. But that's why you pair things, and we'll talk here in a little bit about air pads or about some kind of pad to put underneath you to help you with that. But with a quilt, now you're having to get into a little bit more skill, right? So I tell people a lot of times, if you're brand new to camping and you're brand new to backpacking and you don't have a lot of experience with dealing with a quilt type system, you might want to be cautious about starting with that. Maybe you want to start with a more traditional sleeping bag when you're first starting out, because with a quilt, so even though most quilts nowadays, they have a foot box, because they did learn originally when they first started doing some quilts too, they would make it kind of like a blanket, right? The whole thing was open, it was all flat, and then you had to kind of bring it on. But then they realized real quick, like most of us, like myself included, hate having your feet cold. And so when you had those drafts, especially if you moved your feet around in the middle of the night and your feet, was getting cold because you kicked the blanket up or whatever, people hated it. So they started really more traditional quilts that you see nowadays will have some kind of foot box. So whether or not that's the ability to zip up and open up that foot box, or it's just they went ahead and sewed that portion of the quilt together and then just took out the back of the rest of the way up so that your feet can stay nice and cozy and warm, hopefully, in a quilt. But then with most quilts now, they have straps now that have to go around your air pad or whatever you're using for your pad system. And then they will strap to some of that. And then that's what that's doing is now taking what's basically a blanket, and now you're trying to control where it is you're going to pull that blanket in and try to pull it in and cinch it into yourself, so that you're hopefully managing any of those potential drafts of air that could come in and sneak by your sleep system now. And so for a beginner, if you're not used to that, and let's just say you don't strap it at all, because there's times where if the weather's really nice, I might not strap my quilt down, right? I might use it just like a blanket. I just want something on top of me, give me a little bit of warmth, but I don't really care if a little bit of breezes come in, because it's 60 degrees at night or better. And so in those kind of scenarios, if you're a beginner, but say it got down to 40 degrees or 30 degrees at night, and you get these little drafts coming in there, man, it'll wake you up, because you'll get cold all of a sudden on a spot of your body where you'll feel this little bit of air that's coming in on you. And so there's a little bit of skill that comes with knowing how to properly get a quilt put on there. And so if you do decide that you're going to go with a quilt and you think that you're ready, either skill level, you've learned a lot, maybe you've camped a lot with sleeping bags and you're ready to now test your skill and you're ready to take on the risk of how long it takes you to get that dialed in and get it right, one, I would recommend doing it in fair weather to start with. But two, practice like with everything else. Set it up, in your living room at home. Maybe sleep in it a couple nights on the floor in your AirPad that you're going to use. You learn to use that thing to be able to try to get it in to control those drafts, because that's the biggest thing that you're going to have an issue with when you're picking out whether or not you want a quilt or a sleeping bag. Now, I will also mention too, real quick, that when you're starting to look at buying something, when you're thinking about down or synthetic, I think it's also good to mention here that, as I mentioned earlier, down is going to be the lightest, right? So we always want the best that's out there, the lightest, but it's also going to be more expensive. So you can get really pretty pricey when you start getting into buying down sleeping bags or even quilts. But what I will say is, don't be afraid of synthetic. Even though it's a little bit heavier, it can be a lot more beginner friendly. In the beginning, if you're really new, one, it's cheaper, so it's a lower entry level in order to get into some gear. But two, some of the other pros of synthetic is that it handles moisture a lot better normally. So most down feathers, when they get moist and they start to get any of that moisture into them, they lose a lot of that loft, which, as I mentioned before, they start to lose that ability to keep and retain that heat. And so, for example, when you're dealing with the high moisture and other things, so on that, you get a down sleeping bag wet, and it's going to be worthless to you. And so you definitely want to, if you're in a high moisture area where you get a lot of rain or some of those other type of things, it might be better for you to start off with a synthetic quilt, because even if that synthetic quilt or sleeping bag gets wet, it's probably not going to lose its ability to keep you warm as quickly as, say, down would. So really, when it comes to really kind of picking out whether or not you want a sleeping bag or a quilt, I highly recommend you choose one based off of how cold you sleep. If you're typically one of those type of people that's, can get cold really easy at night, then go with that sleeping bag. The sleeping bag is so much more beginner friendly in the beginnings than, say, a quilt. All right, so that now leads us into the temperature rating. So let's talk a little bit about that. Because there's three major temperature ratings that they have now in the market. And so there's comfort, then there's limit, which is kind of your middle rating, and then there's extreme, right? And so let me just kind of briefly explain to you what that means. So if you sleep warm at night, you are more than likely, if that bag says it's 30 degrees at comfort levels, then they're saying that they've tested it and that a person who sleeps warm at night is going to be comfortable in that sleeping bag at 30 degrees. Limit is going to say that that's kind of where, whatever that temperature is, so it's a 30 degree bag, but it's a 20 degree limit. They're saying that, or a 40, so say, you've got a 30 degree bag and, you've got a 20 degree limit. What they're saying with the limit is that you're still going to probably be able to sleep through the night. But you're going to have some moments where you're going to feel cold, or you're going to feel some cold spots here and there for it. So they're saying that down to that 20 degrees, you could potentially still sleep and get a decent night's sleep. And then there's extreme, which is going to be the part where you're probably not going to sleep very well, but you probably won't die in the middle of the night. And so that's what they're telling you on that one. But the challenge that you have, and so if you've got a bag and it's got a 30 degree comfort level rating, a 20 degree limit, and then a 10 degree extreme level, the problem that we've had in the market over the decades of the thing is that it depends on the company. It depends on which one they're going to market that bag at, which can get a little bit challenging, right? Because if they're not marketing it if it's a 30 degree comfort, but they're telling you and they're marketing it as a 20 degree bag, but they're not telling you, except unless you read the fine print, that that's the limit, not the comfort rating, then you may buy that. And if you all of a sudden take that bag out and now try to put it in 20 degree weather, you may find yourself cold and miserable. Especially too, and think about too, if you're a person who sleeps cold at night, then you want to make sure that you're giving yourself some buffer in what you're buying. And so if you know that you're going to be going and sleeping and the coldest it's going to get at night where you're going is 30 degrees, I would recommend, if you're a cold sleeper, really give yourself a buffer in what you get. So maybe you want to get a bag that's going to take it down to 15 degrees, or even, worst case, if you're going to be even colder than that, maybe even you might want a 0-degree bag to keep you warm. And so give yourself a little bit of buffer. Even like myself, I find I sleep a little warmer, but if I buy a bag and I know like that I'm going to be getting into temps that's going to get below freezing and it's going to get below 30 and say maybe even to 20, then I'm probably going to take a 0-degree bag out on things. But another trick that I'll tell you too, because as you start to get into, especially like bags are a little bit more expensive if you go to 0, because you're going to need more fuel, you're going to need more insulation and some of those type of things in it. But you might not need as much, so because it's going to take a little bit more to do that, so it's going to cost you a little bit more. But it's not crazy expensive to say get down to a 0. But I really don't recommend, especially if you're new. One, I don't recommend you doing winter backpacking, as I mentioned. But if you are and you're going to get into some of it, don't spend those crazy dollars to get the sub-zero sleeping systems that they have out there. You can always take and put two sleeping systems together. Say you could take a sleeping bag that's rated for, say, 15 degrees, and then maybe a quilt that's rated for 30 degrees, and that's going to help you drop that level and make you to be able to do it. And so you might have to carry a little extra weight in that scenario, but it'll help you get that temperature rating down to a lot more manageable rating for that. But the one thing I will say here on anything, man, is don't listen to YouTubers, don't listen to your friends. Just because I sleep comfortable in something doesn't mean you're going to sleep comfortable in something. So if you're new to backpacking, this is why really for me, I would not recommend that you put a lot of money to begin with on something that you're not certain that you're going to like. So don't go buy that lightest weight quilt as your very first system to do. Buy something that will handle the temperatures that you're going to be camping in. Hopefully you're doing summer camping, so a 30-degree bag should be able to easily cover what you need, so that you can get it a little bit cheaper. Even if you need to and you want to spend a little less money, get something that's synthetic. Now I will say, with sleeping bags, I'm a little bit more cautious about buying secondhand with that. Not to say that you can't, you still can buy secondhand, but the thing that you need to be cautious about when you're looking at secondhand stuff is how much has it been used? Because over time, if it's not properly cared for, those down feathers or even that synthetic insulation can shift and can move, and there can be cold spots in the system. There can be, maybe it's even lost its loft, or any of those type of things. So you run into a lot more challenges when you're using secondhand stuff for that. All right, so that now kind of leads us into the other portions of your sleep system. So you're having a sleeping bag and a sleeping quilt is not the only real thing that you really need, for your sleep system. Yes, I mean, when I was a kid, 100%, I would be out there a lot of times and all I had was a sleeping bag, and maybe if I had anything else was I had this little bitty foam roll that I would put down on the ground, to sleep on. And so kids, a lot of times, especially, if they're sleeping in, nice summer conditions and then say the temperature is only down to, 50 degrees at night and you've got a 30-degree bag, are you going to be okay to probably sleep on the ground? Probably so. But if you're an adult and you're trying to get into some of this stuff, even nowadays, there's so many cool entry-level, systems, air pads, other things like that you can get that not only do they help protect you from the cold, from the ground, because you lose a lot of your heat from ground. And so if you're sleeping on and the ground gets a little cool at night, it's going to pull a lot of that heat from your body. And so really a good sleep system has some kind of pad system. And then two, the air pads nowadays just help add a little bit of extra comfort, right? We're all used to sleeping on some kind of nice mattress at home. And so sleeping on the ground and potentially having a rock in your back or a root sticking in your hip, it's just not something that we're going to enjoy. And so I would highly recommend that one of the first things that I tell people really to focus on and put a little bit of money into is a good air pad. And there's a lot of ones out there in the systems that you can get to, but there's multiple types of pads, right? So before we get into some of the other parts of the air pads itself, it's probably good for me to tell you the different types of pads. So one way that you can do is you can get a foam pad, right? And so whether that's the old school, if you're like me and you were, learning to hike 30, 40, 50 years ago, like some of my audience has, you probably started off with some form of like foam roll pad. And those things were, maybe they were a 1/4 inch or something like that, but they barely, all it did was give you a little bit of a level so that maybe that rock that was there wouldn't be poking you in the back as much. Maybe that foam pad would take that rock a little bit and it wouldn't transfer all the way through there. But you start getting into some more challenging situations, like it might not keep that root necessarily either from pushing all the way through, but it does give you a little bit of protection from between you and the ground and anything that might be on the ground for that. There's also the accordion foam pads that you see a lot nowadays. That's kind of a newer thing nowadays. As those are still, they're pretty super lightweight too as well. So that's a good way to save on weight. But most of those, at least the standard ones that I've seen, they're only going to give you an R value, and which is basically what protects you, from the heat loss from the ground of like 2. And so that's not a whole lot. And so as we start to talk a little bit more, so when we talk R values, right? So the R value is really what is the insulation value of that pad to be able to protect you, to keep you and your body from losing heat, because you're generating heat in your body from losing that heat out to the cold ground. And so it basically goes from 1, as high as you can have them, as high as 9 or even above. Most standards of the things that you're going to have are going to be below 9 or 8, and some of that too. So 2 in relation to that is not a very high number, right? So you put that nice accordion pad down on the ground, and it's not going to, they're only going to be pretty small. Normally they're 1/4 inch, 1/8 of an inch, depending on what you're doing. Maybe it's a 1/2 inch of a pad that you have, and it's just going to barely give you a little bit of weight for that. So maybe if you're in your early 20s and you're doing this, and you're only camping during the summer, that could work for you. Totally. I even tell people a lot of times you can pair those foam pads with other stuff too, but we won't get into much detail on that. So now, then the other option to you, so you've got your foam pads, then you've got your air pads. And so air pads come in all kinds of versions out there today. You can find tons of really cheap ones on, AliExpress or Amazon or some of these places that maybe they're still only, say, 1 inch thick, but it does give you a little bit more of a padding than, say, a foam pad would. But a lot of times you're going to find have got really low R values as well. And so they're not really going to give you a lot of space, but then they're also not going to protect you a lot from losing a lot of heat to the ground as well. So that gets you into like most of your air pads that you're starting to see nowadays is that they're doing ones that are like 3 inches or 4 inches or so. And so the standards that I at least see a lot of times are in that 3 to 4 inch range. Now you can get, of course, the lower the R value, the cheaper potentially the pad's going to cost you. But there are also some other ones too that they start getting into, and I'm not going to get into the materials and stuff that pads are made from, but there is a difference between what kind of material they use, how expensive that material is to manufacture it, compared to how much they're going to charge them for. And then too, just the nature of business, right, is that sometimes something that just has a name behind it, might also be a little bit more expensive too as well. So there's a lot of different options that you can do to get out there for it. But not all air pads are made the same, right? And so I would recommend, if you're going to be doing anything like, getting into any kind of camping where the temperatures are going to drop at night, whether it gets down to freezing or even below that, any of those things, try to get something that's going to have a little bit of a higher R value. Typically what you find, just like with anything else, when we talked about the sleeping bags and stuff, the more insulation properties that has, the more it's going to weigh potentially. And the more it's going to cost sometimes. And so there are a lot of pads out there now that are entry-level pads that I call, that the prices are a little bit lower, that are getting up into that 6 and 8 R value level for it, that you can get into and for a decent amount of money. But totally recommend you getting something. And then same thing as anything else, just like your tent, your other stuff, test it out at home, right? Before your return policy, if you're buying new,
typically make sure you're testing that out. And this is another one of those, if you're buying it secondhand or used, be careful about that, right? Because it could have a hole in it. It's really easy, especially in the backcountry, right? We're setting this stuff up, with a very thin tent material or something like that in between it and the ground and the pokies and all the things that go with it. It's really easy for those sometimes to get a little puncture or something to it. So if you're buying secondhand, highly recommend you blow it up, lay on it, test it, and stuff beforehand. Make sure that it's not going to lose, or at least be skilled enough to know that if it did have a hole in it, you could patch it yourself at home to be able to deal with that. Because I would say most punctures that you get in air pads are patchable, and you can kind of fix them over time. There are just few places where you can get into issues where it's a little harder to fix, but if you've got a little bit of experience with air pads, then you can take that risk a little bit more. But most of the times when I'm buying a new air pad, I'm going to buy something with a little bit of quality. And then two, you don't have to start off with the highest end. There's some really good companies. So some of the big name companies that really make some good pads, the reason why they're so expensive a lot of times is they'll give lifetime warranties to some of these things, which is amazing, right? With anything, if you buy something that's got a lifetime warranty, they're selling you something that they want. They're telling you that they're standing behind it, saying that this should last you for the rest of your life, for 20, 30 years or better or something on that. And I've had some of that, right? I've gotten some of my really high-end, high-quality pads where I had an issue with one of them. I reached out and called them and said, hey, I've got an issue with it leaking and I've tried to submerge it in water. I've tried to do all the things to try to find the leak and I just can't seem to find where it is. And they were just like, okay, mark out the serial number on it and we'll send you a new pad. That's what a lifetime warranty gets you, when you're buying some of those qualities. So, most of the pads are not going to cost you as much as, say, a tent or some of those other type of big dollar systems. And so spending a little bit of extra money to get a good pad that's backed by a good company can go a long ways in the beginning. So that's why whenever I start talking about, what are the things I would normally buy first and spend a little bit of money on, air pads is one of those things that I put at the top of the list for a beginner, because you can normally get a better quality for the amount of money that you're having to spend pretty quick and it can be really good for you. So I would recommend when it comes to R value in your pad, look at something in that 4 to 5, maybe even 6 R value, because that'll carry you for a lot more things, right? If you start with something that's a 2, if all you're ever going to do is the best summer weather, then you're going to be fine. But if you ever start to eventually get into any kind of, 3 season where you're starting to get into spring or fall type weather where there's, likelihood going to be nightly temps that drop closer to freezing, you're going to want something with a little bit more of an R value. Because as I mentioned before, especially if you get a quilt, that pad now is your insulation between you and the ground. But even if you have a sleeping bag, even though you lose a lot of that insulation value in that sleeping bag by laying on it, you don't lose it all. And so it's, anything that you put below you in an air pad is just going to add to whatever insulation value that sleeping bag is given to you. So get something decent in your air pads. And then that leads me to the third part of what is kind of your sleep system. So you got your sleeping bag, you got your air pad, then you're going to want whatever comfort items that is going to be for you. And so there's many different things that you can have here. So your sleep clothes can be a part of that. A pillow, right, can be a part of that. For me in the beginnings, when I was a beginner, I carry a little extra weight and take something that you're going to be comfortable with. If you really think that you need a bigger pillow to be comfortable in the backcountry, take it to begin with. Take the extra weight. Don't just automatically start off with one of these super light air pillows and have that to be the only thing because you'll find that it's maybe not as comfortable. I have learned over my years that I've come up with this little hack that's, I do an air pillow and then I put a buff over that to keep it kind of a pillowcase, and then I stuff a little bit of clothes in there to give it a little cushion too as well. And so that's a system I've worked through over time that I know works well for me. I'm a side sleeper as well, and so a lot of times I like to have a little bit bigger of a pillow. But there's ways, like when it comes to pillows, right? There's a ton of people out there that will just take their stuff sack and stuff all their clothes, the extra clothes that they're taking, because maybe as a beginner you're taking a lot of extra clothes, and so you could still get a puffy pillow from doing it that way. For me, test some of these type of things out, see what works for you. When it comes to sleep clothing, right, there's some rules that I say really apply to this. Some of those is I don't recommend you sleeping in what you hike in
for the day if you're a beginner, because a lot of times you're going to get sweaty and you're going to get dirty or some of those kind of things in whatever you've hiked in for the day. And so I always recommend a beginner have a separate set of clothes that's your camp clothes or your sleep clothes than your hike clothes. That way it's helping you be as most comfortable as possible whenever you're going to bed. And so I just recommend, have some kind of base layer insulation, some thermals or something like that, if that's what you want to wear, depending on what the temperature is. If it's warm in the middle of the summer when you're going out, you could have a pair of shorts, t-shirt that you could wear to bed. You just want to wear something that's clean and it's not wet. Because that moisture can really, affect your staying warm. It can make you colder at night if you've got kind of wet clothes. And you may not even think, they may not be soaking wet. They just may have a little bit of sweat and stuff that's been gathered into that. And so definitely have something like that. But the nice thing about sleep clothing is what I tell people all the time, you don't have to really buy anything new for a lot of that. This is one of those things where secondhand shines, or even, you can buy a lot of cheap stuff. There's a lot of synthetic sleep clothing. So, even if you're starting to get a little colder and say you sleep cold and you want a little extra warmth and you want some long john type things, you could get some good synthetic long johns for pretty cheap these days. I mean, a lot of places like Amazon, Walmart, even secondhand stores, you can find some of these things where you can get a decent set of long johns that'll do you pretty well for your sleep system. And so whatever you get, just make sure of that. And two, I should also mention too, so I didn't mention, when the quilts, it doesn't have a hood now for the quilt. So I would recommend in your sleep system, if you're going to go with a quilt, to have something to cover your head. So a beanie goes a long ways. Even if it's not super, super cold, you might find that if you don't like your ears getting cold, which I don't, then I would want to have something, either a hood that I could put up on my clothes. Maybe I've got a hoodie of some form that I can put a hood up to cinch over, or I've got a beanie, or even nowadays they make some balaclavas that you can put on. So if you're a skier, maybe you already have a balaclava that you could put on, but use the things that you have at home for your sleep clothing. You don't really need to buy anything fancy. Yeah, there's tons of ultra light, all kinds of stuff, fleeces and ultra light merino wool base layers and all these kind of things that you can get into, but you don't need to start with any of that kind of stuff when you're first starting off. The biggest thing when you're trying to sleep is you want to be dry, you want to be comfortable. So whatever it is, build your sleep system to match you. There's so many different things that you have out there. There's some, really cool companies out there nowadays that are building all-in-one sets that come with, pads, sleeping air pads, sheets, all kinds of other things that, sync together with pillows even too, you can get an all-in-one system. So there's just tons of things out there. But just know, like I said, you don't really, when you're a beginner, you don't need the best of the best out there on some of this stuff, right? Get enough quality to handle the environment that you're going in and hopefully allow you to get out there and have a good time.
Before we move into the clothing system, just a quick reminder. If you're the kind of person who wants this broken down into a checklist and organized systems instead of trying to remember it all from a video, then check out my beginner's backpacking guide that I've got linked down in the description below.
All right, so now we're going to talk about clothing systems. So there's really 4 basic layers that you're going to want when you're dealing with, say colder weather. And that's going to be a base layer, a mid layer, an insulation layer, and then some kind of shell to be able to keep you dry or keep the wind from you. And so depending on the time of year will depend on which of these layers you need and how often you need them. So let's start first with the base layer. So you can see here, I'm out just hiking around and I've got 3 major layers on right here. So I have a base layer, I have my mid layer, and then I have an insulation layer. And the one thing I don't have is I don't have a shell on right now. So your base layer is going to be the layer that connects to your skin. And this is kind of the layer that you'll hear a lot of people say, you don't want to have cotton. There are some videos out there where they talk about how cotton can be worn, and it does still work in some ways. But for me, The challenge with cotton a lot of times is that cotton absorbs and holds on to a lot of moisture. And so when I'm out in the backcountry, one of the last things I really want is to be wet, because then you're going to get cold easier, and it's going to be a harder time to keep your warmth of your body in, right? So our bodies naturally generate warmth. And so for me, for a base layer, you want to have something like a synthetic layer, or even like a wool layer or something like that for your base layer. So I have on today a merino wool t-shirt that I have. And so the nice thing about the synthetic stuff is synthetic's a lot cheaper and easier to get, and it works just as well, to me, as like wool. And so I have some synthetic t-shirts. I run a lot of times in synthetic t-shirts. The only difference to me between synthetic and wool is that wool will not hold on to the smells as quick and as easy as synthetic does. So if you go out with synthetic as your base layer, just know by day 1 or day 2, you're going to be smelling. So it's still going to keep you warm. It's just going to smell really bad. Whereas wool, a lot of times, especially merino wool, it's still going to keep you warm, and it does really well. Both the synthetic and the wool do really well at kind of wicking away any of that moisture from your body, and being able to control it a lot better. But the merino wool, it won't smell nearly as bad. Doesn't mean that you won't still smell like a backpacker. You'll just smell a little less like one. But the merino wool does cost a little bit more. So keep that in mind when you're looking to buy base layers. You can easily, I recommend, if you're, for beginners, just go. You don't need to spend a lot of money on a base layer. Go buy a cheap synthetic top and bottom. You can get long sleeves, like thermals, easy enough and cheap enough just about anywhere. Walmart sells them, Amazon sells them. They're all over the place. All right. So then that leads us to your mid layer. I typically am a fan of the mid layer being some form of fleece. A fleece works really well with your base layers at helping keep in warmth. And you can even, if you're backpacking, like if I was backpacking right now and walking around just like I am, I would not have this insulation layer on. I would have my base layer, my mid layer, and that would be probably enough to keep me warm while I'm moving. Like even now, I'm noticing that my insulation layer, just walking around a little bit, is definitely holding in a lot more of that core body temperature than I would want if I was backpacking. And so the nice thing about fleece, though, is fleece has been around for a long time. And you can get fleece just about anywhere. So this is another one of those that I'll tell you, don't spend a whole lot of money on some fancy fleece. When you're first starting out, go to a secondhand store. You're easily, if it's anywhere during winter times, gonna find some reasonably priced fleeces on the rack for 10, 15 bucks. You don't need anything crazy. Now, I say all that because I am, if you can tell, I'm wearing a new Alpha fleece that I got this year that I'm testing out right now. And so it's super thin and super light, but it works really well. I was walking around not too long ago with just it, just to see, how warm it was going to keep me without, my insulation layer. And it was doing really well. But when you first start off, you want to be a little cool when you're backpacking. So like if you're setting up camp, you might have your puffy on and your insulation layer on. when you're breaking camp down and stuff, because it's cold in the morning. But as soon as you get ready to pick up your backpack and get on trail, take the puffy off, put it in your backpack, and start hiking with just the fleece. It's okay to just be a little cold when you start, because you're going to warm up as soon as you start hiking, especially if you got any uphill, on the hike. So then that leads me to the insulation layer. So for me, you want some kind of puffy coat for that insulation layer. You could use maybe another fleece and just add a second layer to that. But for me, I like the puffies. There's two different types of puffies. You can use synthetic or down. Down is going to be lighter than synthetic, but down is also, one of the negatives of down is that if it gets wet, it loses its loft and its ability to keep insulation. So if you're in an area where you get a lot of rain, then you might actually want synthetic versus down, because you're going to have, challenges with that moisture. And so typically synthetic insulation is a lot cheaper too. So if you're new to backpacking, you're probably going to you might be looking at some of the synthetic jackets. But just like some of the other stuff, it's another one of those that you'll hear me say, you don't need to spend a fortune on a puffy jacket when you're first starting out. I was just in Sierra Trading Post the other day and ran across a puffy jacket for like $20. They're easy to find. Whether you find a secondhand, if you want to buy something off name brand, go to a secondhand store, look on Marketplace, but you don't need to spend, a fortune. And then that leads us to the fourth layer, which I don't have on right now, which is some kind of shell. I use just kind of a really thin rain shell that I have. And so that one works really well. I use it a lot when I'm skiing, but I also use it out when I'm backpacking. It can be a rain layer. It can also be a layer to put over this if I want to keep the moisture out if it's snowing or if it's raining. It can also help knock the wind off. Like you could pair the shell with just say the fleece to help give the fleece a little extra warmth. And it works really well for that. But you can also just there's a lot of times when I go out, I'll just use my cheap lightweight rain jacket as that shell. Because you just need that little bit of protection to be able to protect your puffy and your other layers that you have on from moisture or the wind. All right, so that brings me to rain gear. Depending on the area that you live in, of course, right? If you're in the desert that doesn't get a lot of rain, or you're in, say, like in the U.S., the Northwest that gets a lot of rain and moisture, I would say make your plans for rain gear based off of your comfort and your area that you're going to be in. I typically here, in the Rocky Mountains where I camp a lot, we don't typically get long days of rain. We typically get thunderstorms that'll just kind of blow in on the afternoon, and they will, they'll just rain for, 5-10 minutes or something like that normally, and then they'll pass on. There's a lot of danger in those about lightning, but we'll talk about that in something else. But for rain gear, you really normally need something to just quickly be able to keep you dry for a short period of time. So I don't traditionally carry any major rain gear. I have a kind of cheap, lightweight piece of rain jacket and a pair of rain pants that I got off of Amazon that are somewhat lightweight. I mean, there are other things out there that are lighter. But so I have a rain jacket and a rain pants, and it just depends on the trip. of whether or not I'll decide to take them. Because I mean, I'll tell you what, no matter how good a gear you have, you're gonna get wet at some point in your backpacking experience. And that may be, you may have the best rain gear in the world, and you're probably still gonna either, if it's not, getting you a little wet from the outside, you're gonna be probably sweating in it if you're backpacking and hiking and getting wet from the inside. And so just recognize and realize that you're gonna have to deal with being wet at some point in your backpacking history. And so that's why you wanna make sure too, that you're planning right, so and if you're going to get a decent amount of moisture, then make sure you've got good gear. And if I think that I've got something, I pretty much always at least carry my rain jacket because it's lightweight enough. And like I said, I use it as one of my layering systems. But I may not always carry the pants because I don't care as much. Like if I'm in the summer or periods of time where it's warm during the day and I'm wearing shorts or something, I may not care as much if my legs get a little wet. Because there are going to be times, right, where my shoes may get wet anyway and stuff from stream crossings or other things that happen. So, but you just want to, make sure that you carry whatever you need. That could be, rain jackets. It could be a poncho. There's a lot of really good, cheap, good, beginner-friendly ways to kind of get started with some kind of rain gear. You could do Frog Togs is a really, really popular one. It's pretty lightweight and cheap for what it is. They're not really durable. They won't probably, if you're getting out and you're hitting a lot of brush or anything like that, you're going to probably have tears in it eventually. It's probably not going to last you for a lifetime. I started off with a pair of Frog Togs, then eventually moved to something else. But there's also, like I said, cheap versions on Amazon. You can get some really expensive stuff. I would definitely recommend if you're going to get, and you're going to spend any money on a jacket, get something that can vent out, so maybe it's got pit zips or something like that, so that if it is kind of hot and you're backpacking, that you have that ability to zip open some areas if it's just kind of, say, a light drizzle, and be able to vent out some of that heat that it's going to be collecting on you. All right, and then the last thing really about rain gear is just make sure you pack it where it's easy to get to. Some of my biggest mistakes early on were not thinking about that and sticking the rain gear down in the bottom of my backpack, and then not even having any idea where it's at. And so now it starts raining, and not only am I having to pull out all of my stuff and potentially get it all wet, but I'm frantically trying to find it. So when you pack your rain gear, just make sure it's easily accessible. Put it in an outside pocket or something that you can quickly get to for that. And then there's also, you can also they make some ultralight umbrellas and other things, but, when you're first starting out, I don't necessarily think you need something like that. I like that when I was through hiking, and I would probably always carry mine for through hiking, but I don't know that I would take an umbrella for weekend stuff. All right, so now let's talk about camp clothes. So you're gonna get sweaty and stinky and something dirty and some of that stuff when you're hiking. And so when you're new, right, and you're a beginner, it's really, and even if you're not a beginner, to be honest, I mean, it goes a long ways to be able to have good, clean clothes to put on whenever you get back to camp. And so you want to have kind of like your own little separate, camp clothing. And, whatever that may be, depending on the weather, that could be a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, or that could be, you could use your puffy to be able to wear at camp with just maybe a fresh, t-shirt or something underneath. But you want to have something, that you can get on that's clean, especially, with say socks. I haven't mentioned a whole lot here in the layering systems, but, socks is a big one. You want to have a good quality sock. And I know we talked about that a little bit before, so I won't go into major detail, but having a good, quality wool or hybrid wool blend sock goes a long ways. And then you also, when you get to camp, you really want to change out those and then get out of the dirty stuff and put on something clean, because it's just going to make you sleep better. It's going to make you feel better. It's better for morale and all kinds of things. So, it's definitely a good thing to do, I think, when you start off. You can eventually figure out how that works for you and dial it in as you go. But in the beginning, having that goes a long ways. You can then always, when you get up in the morning, put your dirty clothes back on and hike in the dirty again the next day. That way you're saving those clean clothes again for the next night you get to camp. And then, as I kind of mentioned in the layering system, if you're backpacking, I definitely recommend, don't hike in your puffy, in your insulation layer. It's just going to make you sweat a lot more. Even in the mornings when you wake up, you're going to be cold and you're going to put it on. As I mentioned earlier, take it off. Because if you don't, what you're going to do, right, is you're going to put it on at first and you're going to throw that backpack on. And you'll be like, oh, I'll take it off later when I get hot. Well, the next thing you know, when you decide that you're actually hot, it's because you're sweating and because now you're kind of drenched. And then that's going to potentially even make you colder when you do take it off, or it's going to mess with that layering system for it. So like I said, leave it for camp when you get to camp, and let it be one of your kind of comfy things to have when you stop or when you get to camp. Because if you stop and take a break too, like for lunch, I would say immediately take and put your layering system on if it's a little chilly out. Because if you don't, typically if you just got a light enough layer to keep you warm when you're active, it's not going to be enough to keep you warm when you're not. So you're going to get cold quick if you don't. So a lot of times when I stop and take lunch, the very first thing I do is put my puffy on, and then I grab my lunch and hang out for a little bit. And then the last thing, I've said this quite a few times throughout this, but I'll say it again just to kind of hit home with it all, is the temperature management. Like I said, try to start cold. Start a little bit of cold when you're starting off. Make sure you take off those insulation layers when you're hiking, especially or even too, if you got a lot of downhill and you are a little chilly, and so you put your insulation layer on. If you know you're about to do a whole bunch of climbing and going up the mountain, your body's going to heat up fast, and so go ahead before you even start that ascent, pull that insulation layer off and do that. But it just makes it a whole lot better. The more you can keep, the drier you can keep all of your layers, the more you're going to enjoy being out in the backcountry, especially when it's chillier out there. But all you have to do is know a good layering system. And no matter what you do, if you're using the right material, you'll stay warm out there and you'll have a good time.
All right, so now let's talk about footwear and your lower body. So there's really two major types of footwear that I see most people go out in the backcountry with. There's a lot more than that, and I know a lot of you guys might tell me that you go, and hike on the trails and stuff and things other than this, but the two major ones for me, are boots or, some type of trail runner or tennis shoe of some type. And so let's start off with boots, right? So for me, I grew up in a world where everybody told you that you needed to be in the backcountry, especially if you had environments where you're in the mountains or you're in some of those kind of things, was to hike in boots. And I'm a big believer in, right? Because even for myself, you got to know, your body, your system, right? There's so many people that go fighting back and forth between, oh, you don't need boots, you can use trail runners. But to me, when you start talking about beginner backpacking, right? Boots can be very beginner backpacking friendly because to me, if you're not one that, if you don't spend a lot of time out on the trail, if you're not a big time hiker, or you're, not a trail runner or some of these other type things where you've done a lot of things to really strengthen up your feet, boots do a lot for being able to give you stability, and also being able to give you warmth. And so they really come up, most boots that you get, or at least, you're going to have 3/4, type boots and, half boots. Most of them are going to come up though, and they're going to give you some support to your ankle system, right? And so if you're not used to being out in the backcountry where you're going to get a lot more uneven terrain, we spend so much of our time walking on pavement, walking on sidewalks, walking on the floor at our house where everything's perfect flat, and all this stuff. And so the muscles and everything in our feet are used to that kind of system, right? So if you're not used to getting out and walking in an uneven terrain, especially, like I said, in backpacking, it changes it. So even if oh man, I go on hikes all the time and I always just wear my tennis shoes. Well, okay, but have you ever gone on hikes with a 40 or 50 pound backpack on? Because now you've just put a whole lot more weight and pressure on those feet and on your ankle systems that your body's probably not used to. And so in the beginning, I would say get something that's gonna be good and support to you, because there's nothing worse to ruin a trip, and nothing will ruin a trip faster when you're out than something going wrong with your feet. And you're gonna see this be talked about a lot as we kind of go through a lot of the different sections on this, because it all a lot of times comes back to taking care of your feet. And so I definitely recommend that getting a good pair of hiking boots, but you don't want to, this is one of those areas where you got to be careful about going too cheap on your footwear. And so a lot of times I tell people, because it's in my list of those first things that you should really spend a little bit of money on and get something of quality, right? Because when you think about something, right, you're going to spend the most amount of time when you're backpacking in that footwear that you get. And so I recommend you go to, a store that specializes in some kind of footwear system like that, hopefully outdoor type an environment, and try on a bunch of stuff. Talk to the experts and see what they do, and tell, because everybody's foot's a little bit different, right? Your foot might be wider than my foot, and it's thinner, or mine's longer, or I've got a weird arch on one side, or whatever it may be. And so you're gonna want to go and talk to some people about what's the right thing for you. Now, this doesn't mean that you have to buy that expensive boot at that particular store, right? You can still, if you want to take the risk, you can buy a boot that's maybe secondhand for that. Maybe somebody's put a little bit of time in it, but it's not a lot. And so you want to start off with something that's, broke in a little bit and doing some of that. But you got to be really careful about, doing some of that secondhand stuff, because I have a tendency to wear my boots until I blow them out. And so, if I've, put a couple of years on it and it's not quite blown out, but they're ready to blow out, you might not get, a lot of time in that boot before something bad happens to it. So for me, I really do think boots are probably one of the most beginner-friendly ways to do, because it gives you that ankle support, right? Now that you've got weight on your back, you're going out, you're walking on, maybe you're not used to doing some of that stuff, and you have times where maybe you step wrong and your ankle twists a little bit. It's going to give you that support, for it. And so, and then too, if you've got some colder afternoons or colder mornings or something that you're starting, it also gives some added warmth to your feet too, because if you're like me and you absolutely hate having your feet cold, then having good boots, can help for that. But now, with all that being said, I will admit, after 30 years of backpacking, for 20 plus years of that, I wore boots. And I wore some really good quality boots. I learned that if I really went and spent and bought some good quality, they'd last me 5 years or better most times, and so it was worth spending the money to get a good quality boot that was going to keep me comfortable out on the trail. But I will say, those of you that watch my videos now, you're going to be like, but Ricky, you backpack in trail runners. Yes, I do now. I've spent a lot of times. I used to have really weak ankles when I was growing up, and so boots was always the best thing for me for the longest time. But since hiking and backpacking, or through hiking the Colorado Trail a few years ago with my son, I spent over a year prepping myself and getting in shape to be able to do that long backpacking trip. And then after doing that, since then I've started up trail running. So I started trail running a little bit before then, and then I really picked it up afterwards as a way of, helping me get into shape some. And then once I got into decent shape, it just is something that I started to enjoy, and it helps me stay in decent backpacking and trail shape. Now, do you have to run to be in good backpacking shape? No. But the reason why I say all that is because I run in trail runners. And so I've got many, many years of now building up those muscles around my ankles and other things, and learning to be able to, like, when I step on a rock the wrong way, I have learned how to shift my weight, and to not twist an ankle, hopefully, even if that means I allow myself to go down sometimes, like you learn how to work with that. And so it's what I'm comfortable in nowadays. And so I know now, because I've gained a lot of skill and strength in working with trail runners that I'm comfortable now going out on the trail in trail runners for backpacking. I'm still not 100% sure, because I did still do, when I did the through hike for the Colorado Trail, I still wore my boots. I don't know now that I'm, if I think about doing that again in the future, which I do, I want to do some long hikes again, some more through hikes. I still, there's a part of me that's still nervous about doing it in trail runners. I'm pretty sure it'll be fine, but it's just something that, because I've spent so much of my years with experience doing it in boots, it's something that makes me nervous when I start thinking about being out on the trail for months, potentially in something that's a lot less support to your ankle system, because your ankles, like, all it takes is one twisted ankle. If you're out on a, like, just say you're not going to do a through hike, but say you're doing a week-long or a 4-day trip, and you get out there on day 1 and you twist an ankle, well, you're done. You're not finishing backpacking 3 more days or even, say, another month with a twisted ankle like that. Or if you do, you're a glutton for punishment, because to me that would just be miserable to do. So that's why when I talk about a lot in this course, you hear me talk a lot about taking care of your feet, because that's very, very important for you. So I would say, when I talk about trail runners, there's tons of different types out there, all different price points, right? There's some that are cheaper. There's a lot of good quality ones that are a little bit cheaper that are coming on the market that people are talking well about. I have a couple brands that I use myself that, are a little bit more in quality, but I'm not really here to pitch you a brand. In this course, I'm just here to help you kind of make a decision on what you want to buy. But what I recommend too, same thing about the boots, right? If you're going to buy trail runners and you're going to use them for backpacking, go to a good store, get, fitted for, try on a lot of pair, talk to them about what you're wanting to use them for, because the sneaker that you say buy at a cheaper price that you're just going to wear to work, or maybe you're going to walk around the neighborhood in, is maybe not the same quality of what you want to be able to get on the trail with. You're going to want something with better grip that's going to be able to handle other, situations. You might want to have something, one of the lessons I learned when I through hiked was, buying a size up, than I normally would wear, so that my feet have the ability to swell a little bit if you're hiking all day, and some of those kind of things. So you're going to want to go talk to the experts, figure out what could be good, and then make sure you use it. Don't just buy, even though people will think tennis shoes don't have to be broken in nearly as much as, say, a boot would have to, they absolutely should be. Like, you should not be putting the first miles on those shoes when you're backpacking, because your feet are not going to be used to that. So you should totally be practicing in them. You should be doing hikes in them before to see how your feet are going to react in them. You might find that you bought a little too narrow of a shoe, and that you need a little bit of a wider foot box, and so it's rubbing the side of your foot whenever you're hiking out. Or when you're practicing getting out backpacking, do it with the shoes that you're going to be wearing. Make sure whatever you take out there is trusted and been tested, no matter what you decide to buy. All right, and so now that leads us into what I think pairs really well with your shoe system, right, is your socks. Don't wear cotton socks. If that's what you wear to work and you like cotton socks, don't wear them on the trail. It's just not, they are not a good sock out there. I highly recommend, if you're not using some kind of hybrid synthetic, type of sock, use some kind of wool type of sock. There's a lot of, most people, when you think of wool socks, right, you think of these heavy duty winter socks, and you're like, Ricky, I don't need winter socks. They make lighter weight wool socks. They make synthetic socks, a big name brand. I try not to throw a lot of brands around in this training, but Darn Tough is a trusted, known brand, but you're going to spend a lot of money right on theirs, because they're a high quality sock. Like, same thing with some of the other gear. Darn Tough comes with a lifetime warranty, and so if you end up wearing a hole in it, you can take them back in and get a new pair. So yeah, that's one of those things when you're a beginner backpacker, right? It's one thing to have to, to try to get the best thing on the market, and say a sleeping bag or tent, you're having to spend $600. For socks, okay, a pair of socks are going to cost you $15 maybe, so yeah, that's a lot compared to, the 3 pair you can get for $5, in cotton, but I promise you it'll be worth it, so find a decent synthetic. There are a lot of other brands out there too that you can get. There's toe socks, there's all kinds of different things that you can try out on there, but
at least have yourself at least 2, if you're a beginner, maybe even 3 if you're going to do multi-day pairs of decent quality socks. And I recommend too, so try them out and use them, but don't overuse them at home, because you don't want to wear out your high quality socks going to work 5 days a week. You know, it's good to test them out and to test them some. And so maybe wear them once or twice a week, or maybe wear them on some hikes and stuff and use them for things like that. But don't overuse them, because they, just like anything else, they'll wear too as well. And so I normally keep my high-end hiking socks for hiking, whether that's hiking, backpacking, you know, trail running, some of those type of things. That's normally what I keep my socks for. But buy something that's decent like that. Now, there is one way that if you're really on a budget and you're just trying to, you know, you don't want to have to buy a high-end sock, you can get a sock liner, which is now going to be a more hybrid material, and that you could then pair that with a cotton sock. To be able to do that, but I don't like cotton when it comes to socks. You know, I don't go as far as saying cotton is rotten, you know, on a lot of things, because you can get away with, as a beginner, you know, some other things that maybe are cotton, but you're going to slowly notice over time that you get away from that stuff. But I would 100% tell you that in the very beginning, stay away from cotton when it comes to your socks. And then another thing with your socks, always carry extra. So when you're starting to pack, you know, I won't go as far as saying, you know, like, you want to figure out, so you can start with as a beginner, if it makes you comfortable, taking 1 pair of socks a day, because maybe at home that's what you're used to. You know, when your socks get dirty or they get sweaty, you know, whether they stink or not, it doesn't matter as much on the trail, but like you just want to get clean socks on, and you like getting clean socks on. And so you can either do it that way in the beginning, because socks are not going to be extremely heavy. But yeah, the repetition, or the carrying the multiples, will eventually start to add up over time. But if that's how it makes you feel more comfortable doing that, you can do that. Or what I do a lot of times is I always carry at least 1 extra pair of socks, right? So I will always have 1 pair of socks that I'm wearing, and then another pair of high quality socks that I'm going to change into when I get to camp. And so normally what I like to do a lot of times is I will hike in 1 pair of socks all day. And then when I get to camp, I typically will come out of the dirty socks and then put on the dry, clean socks. For that, maybe, you know, wash your feet or something like that too, if you've got the ability to do that before you put on the new pair of socks. But then too, you could also wash the dirty sock, right? If you have access to some kind of water, take the water, don't wash the socks, you know, or use detergent or any of those type of things in a stream or in a lake. But you could take the water out, wash the socks, then hang them up if you've still got daylight potentially, you know, there at camp, and let them dry out. And then if you don't, like, for say you get up in the mornings and the socks that you've laid out to dry are still a little wet, that's fine. It's not the end of the world, because then you can now, join the backpacking club of us, people who will strap their dirty, or their freshly trail washed socks onto their backpack, and so that if you got sunshine and things, and hopefully it's not raining on your stuff, they can dry out with the sun and the wind and stuff while you're hiking throughout the day. So that then in theory, right, you've hiked, if you're on the day, your second day, you've changed into your change of socks for that night, and then you hike in those clean socks the next day. And then that night when you get to camp, hopefully your other socks are dry and clean now, and so you change into those and take off the dirties from that. And so rotating your socks like that is really good. Like I said, in the beginnings too, if you want to carry, it's just sometimes easier to not have to worry about whether or not you're going to get rain on the trail, or it's going to be cool or whatever, you're going to have issues drying your socks. It can be just easier sometimes to carry that extra sock for each day, so that you've got that. And then too, if you've got some cooler weather, sometimes it's nice to carry an extra sock too for sleeping. Maybe if it's going to be cooler at night, you might not want as thick of a sock when you're hiking as maybe when you're sleeping. And so you could either have a thicker pair of wool socks that are now your sleep socks that you could use, and then you've got a hiking sock too that you could have too as well. So there's a lot of different ways that you can do that, and there's tons of, like I said, there's just tons of different types of socks out there that are kind of wool and synthetic blends that make for good socks. I personally don't like, I like a really, really high wool count
for a sleep sock if I'm going to use it. Like those are going to be a lot thicker a lot of times. They're going to be they're less form-fitting. They're going to move around a lot more with you. Those I think are comfortable for sleep socks, but like I wouldn't want to wear a really thick wool. I don't care how cold it is. I'm not going to wear a thick wool sock in my boot, because then your feet move around in it too much. It can lead to blisters and other potential things for some of that. So find some socks, test out your socks, but really make sure that you got some good quality socks to pair with the shoes that you pick. All right, so now let's talk about kind of foot care a little bit and blisters. One of the biggest things that most beginners run into when you're out on the trail and dealing with your feet is going to be blisters. It's really easy because you're in a situation where you're maybe not used to. You don't know the shoe perfectly. Probably you're going to have times where if you're going downhill, your feet sit in there differently. Maybe they shift up and they rub on something that you're not used to seeing it rub on, and you're just gonna. It's totally common when you're new to potentially end up getting a blister when you first get out backpacking. But some of the things that I will tell you is, make sure that you're paying attention to your feet, right? Your feet are your life in a sense when you're out in the backcountry. If you start, really pay attention to how your feet feel as you're hiking, and check in every once in a while mentally with your feet. And what you're doing is you're really trying to just feel like, hey, do I feel what we like to call it hot spots, right? And what a hot spot is it's a spot where something is potentially causing some friction, on your foot, whether that's a rubbing, sensation. This could be, your socks if you got bad socks. It could be your shoes if it's rubbing against certain spot. Anything that's causing any kind of friction. It could even be another toe. Maybe you didn't realize that when you put your shoes on, that it pushes your toes together, and now as you're hiking, your toes are rubbing together. So like anything that causes a little bit of that friction, you're going to know it if you're paying attention to your feet, right? Because if you're paying attention to your feet, that friction is going to eventually cause what's called a hot spot. And that's where you're going to start to feel a little pain in that area. A hot spot is not necessarily a blister yet, but if left untreated, a hot spot will 100% of the time, in most cases, become a blister. And so the thing about hot spots is that you can deal with those a lot easier than you can deal with a blister when you're out on the trail. And so there's ways to kind of work with that. One, the first thing that you should always be trying to do is eliminate whatever's causing the friction, for that. And so if you wore the wrong socks and you've got better socks to put on the better socks, or if you didn't tighten up your boots or your shoes just right, and maybe that's causing it to shift, try to fix that if you can. If in any way possible, fix what's causing the friction to start with. But if you can't, because let's just say in most scenarios, right, you didn't properly, or your shoes are not really trail tested 100%, and so you didn't realize that this wasn't going to be a good shoe for backpacking all day, and it's going to rub because of a certain area, so you might not be able to fix that when you're out on the trail. So then the ways that you deal with that is working on now mitigating that friction with something. And so your best friend, if you don't already, and you're thinking about backpacking and you don't already own Leukotape, 100% buy yourself some. It is a savior to your feet whenever you're out there. I used probably half a roll of Leukotape because I had made some bad decisions when I hiked the Colorado Trail and ended up with quite a few times where I was dealing with blister issues. And so Leukotape is great for preventative, so if you're starting to get a little bit of a hot spot, you can take a little bit of Leukotape, put it on your foot, and then that'll now give a barrier between your skin and whatever is causing that friction. Doesn't mean that it will completely, if the friction is hard enough, it could still potentially cause some issues, but the Leukotape should, in theory, protect you from that area. Now, if it's a really bad area where you're getting a lot of friction in there, you might need to move to something a little thicker, because Leukotape is not as thick, to something like moleskin. Now, moleskin is going to be similar to Leukotape, but it's a thicker type of product that now you can put, and it gives a bigger barrier between your skin and whatever that friction moment is on there. And so I typically, traditionally when I'm out hiking, will start with Leukotape, because Leukotape is less cumbersome. It becomes less of a barrier potentially to
in there, because like, for example, you start putting a thick pad in on one side and next thing you know, it's pushing your foot to the other side and you could have issues on the other side. So to me, Leukotape is a really thin barrier to start off with that you can put on your feet whenever, you know, or anywhere really. If you're starting to have a place where you're getting any kind of wear, where you're getting a hot spot, it could even be at times where we get it on our hip belts for a backpack if you're not used to that and it's rubbing a little bit, you know. But Leukotape is really good at helping you prevent a hot spot from becoming a blister if you're paying attention to early. So pay attention to your feet as you're hiking. Stop at times. If you feel a hot spot or you feel like you've got something in your shoe that's now causing a friction spot, stop. Take your shoes off. Take your boots off. Dump them out. Get any, you know, that rock that may be out that's causing a friction spot, whatever it may be. Deal with it early. And then take periodic times to take your socks off, right? Like one of the biggest mistakes that we can make is you feel a little bit of hot spot, but then you just kind of blow it off and you don't pull off your sock and check your feet. I know, you know, it's a pain to have to, you know, stop and tell everybody to wait for you if you're hiking with other people and have to take the time to take your boot off, take your sock, check it. But I promise you, you'll be thankful that you did when you do that early, because it'll keep you from having some really bad situations. Because I've seen a lot of people come off the trail, even when I was through hiking the Colorado Trail, because of blisters. You'd be surprised how quick something like that could easily, you could start off with a little bitty blister and before you know it, half your foot is filled with blisters with improper care. So make sure that you understand how to do that a little bit. And then if you do end up getting a blister, you treat that a little bit different. You know, like you're probably not going to want to completely wrap a full blister with, say, Leukotape, because now that's not really going to give it a good environment to try to heal. So you might want to use something like moleskin. You know, there's some different techniques on how to do that. You know, you could even, you know, I've seen people where they take maybe some of the moleskin and then cut a hole in it so that there you can get some air, and so that you can get some, the shoe or the foot's got the ability to be able to try to heal from that blister. Now, I would highly recommend too, like for me, if you've done the preventative care right, you know, then you don't ever end up with that big bad blister. But if you do end up in that big bad blister, that's where you're gonna have to start making some decisions, right? You know, how much further do I need to go before I'm at the, you know, off the trail to where I can really allow this time to heal? Because then you got to get into those situations about whether or not you want to pop that blister or not. Because one of the things I will tell you, I am not a medical person, but from my experience, you want to try to not pop that if you can help it, because now that's potentially just going to put out, and it's going to give direct access to the outside world, to that wound, right? And so you're going to have a higher likelihood chance of getting an infection or something to that nature, because now you're going to get dirt, you're going to get sweat, you're going to get other things potentially into that blister if you pop it. Because if it hasn't popped itself and it's still got that skin barrier, then that wound itself is now still kind of separated from there, and it could actually heal a little better without the potential and the threat of infection. But like I said, do some research about blister care. It's a thing that everybody's going to have to deal with on there. If you know anybody that's in the medical field a little bit, or watch some videos on some of that, they could probably give you some better advice than even I can on that. There are probably some times where you get some really bad ones. I know people have told me there are times where if it's bad enough that there is some benefits to popping it and being able to do that, and how you try to heal some of that. But you're going to want to make sure you got some antibacterial type creams and some other things and stuff like that when you're dealing with some of that too as well, and how you're treating some of those. So take a little bit of time, learn how to manage blisters, because you're definitely going to experience that when you're out on the trail at some point. Which kind of also leads to, like, when you get to camp, one of the things that I tell people all the time, loosen your shoes up. You know, so if you've got boots, maybe you carry out and you've packed out some camp shoes, and so now you've got tennis shoes that you packed out that were separate from your boots, and so maybe you take your boots off, give your feet a rest for that. Or even to, like I said, wash your feet. You know, if I'm doing a one night overnighter, I may not worry as much about washing my feet for just the one night. But if I'm doing multiple days, or especially if I'm through hiking, then you can bet
money that I'm going to be stretching, and my ankles and my feet. I'm going to be trying to make sure that my feet stay as dry as possible at all times. And so if my feet got sweaty throughout the hike, I'm going to make sure not only get those damp, wet socks off, I'm going to try to wash my feet. I'm going to dry them off, get them dry, get them in some clean, dry socks too as well. The longer you can keep your feet dry, the better when you're out there on the trail. And so make sure that you're doing everything you can to just take care of your feet. And then lastly, I'll just, as when we're talking about the gear around your feet too, I think there's a benefit to talking about gaiters or even some form of like lower leg protection. Especially if you're wearing trail runners, it's really easy for dirt and rocks and other things to get into those shoes. But even boots can still get that. Even though a boot typically comes up around your ankle and seals in a little better, there's a little less likelihood to get in. But you can still get a rock or get stuff into your shoes and your boot systems and stuff there. So if you're in an environment where it's like a deserty environment, sandy environment, or some of those things where you've got the potential of getting that in, and a way to mitigate that so that you're not, every time you turn around, you're having to stop and you're having to take your shoes off to get that out of your feet. Another way is to wear some gaiters. So you can get, some trail running gaiters or something to that nature, to be able, what it does is they connect to your shoe, and then most of them will come up, at least 6 inches or so up from your shoe. And normally they're in some kind of spandex type material or something that's going to then pull in onto your leg, and that way it doesn't give as much space for anything to kind of come in. And so what that does is it protects your feet from getting a lot of that dirt and other things into your shoes and stuff for that. And so I use them a lot trail running. But I also will take them sometimes backpacking with me if I know I'm going to be in an environment where that can happen a little bit more and you can get things in it. So just take something, it gives you an extra preventative method to be able to help make sure you're just protecting your feet to whatever method you need. But also having something like that, whether it's the gaiters, or even just having something down there too, could also help you if you're walking through tall grass and other things. It can keep ticks off of you. Like if you're less likely to be able to get a tick on you that could climb up and then get onto your body, or some of those type of things. So gaiters are totally not something that you have to have. They're not mandatory, but they're definitely good in some environments. So to summarize, really and truthfully, pick what works for you when out on the trail. Don't let yourself fall into this world where you watch YouTube and, because the trap that we fall into, right, as a beginner, when you're watching, I appreciate that you guys are watching me and that you're trying to learn, but you got to be careful with like watching some of these channels, because even my channel, I try to always remind beginners, about the different things, but I'm sharing a lot of knowledge that I've learned over 30 years, right? And so what I do today, if you watch my video that talks about my pack layout, or you see a video where I'm out on the trail and maybe you see me out in sneakers and you're like, oh, this guy's so cool, I want to be just like him. You just got to be careful as a beginner with doing what everybody else is telling you on YouTube and some of those kind of things, because they may have a whole lot more experience than you and have a different thing. So you want to pick something that's going to work for you. But when it comes to your feet, man, there's nothing faster out on the trail that will end a good backpacking trip than something going wrong with your feet. So make sure you take the time to do the right research and get the right stuff when it comes to dealing with your footwear. All right, so let's talk about water management. When you're in the backcountry, water can be one of your most valuable assets. You need to know a little bit about what to expect when you're out there. So do a little bit of research. Whether you're looking for comments that people have left about the trail, or if you've got any map systems or apps that you can look at to be able to try to kind of go through and just scan through the trail to try to see what you can find for what water sources that you're going to have available to you. Are there going to be some lakes nearby? Or are you going to have some streams? Are you even going to have, some crossings and stuff where you're going to come up on a stream, or will you have to come off trail a little bit to find some? Take a little bit of time, whether you're looking at your map or looking at the apps, and just try to see what you can expect out there. But just remember, just because you see something on the map doesn't mean that there's going to be water when you get there. Seasonal availability is a big thing when it comes to finding water. When you're here in the mountains, like we get a lot of snow during the winter normally. And so that snowpack gets high up in the mountains. And so then in the spring,
that snow is going to melt and slowly starts kind of running through a lot of those streams. And so in the spring and then early summer, you might have a lot more water sources than what you would normally expect, which can be good and bad because that can even lead to some pretty big water crossings and other things. But the further you get into the later portions of summer, then you're going to start to have a little bit more of a hard time sometimes, because some of those, if all of the snow has mostly melted in the areas, and now all you're doing is getting some of that mountain water off of some of the glaciers that may be up in the mountains, then you're only going to have certain springs that maybe are going to have water. And so some of those that you actually maybe see might be seasonal and may be dried up. So make sure that you're planning to be able to have enough water to get you to whatever your next water source is going to be. And just remember, especially if you're going out in the mountains, that the higher you get up in the alpine environments, a lot of times, especially in later portions of summer, you could have less and less water available to you unless there's some potential little of those small alpine lakes and stuff that are going to be up there. And then if you're going out into the desert like I did not too long ago, you may not have any water sources at all. And so you may actually have to plan to carry all of your water. All right, so let's just take just a second and talk a little bit about methods of treatment for water. There are a lot of different methods that you have out there in the system, and there are a lot of different filters that you can get. And so I'm not going to tell you exactly which one to get. There are just tons of different things. I'll show you just a few of what I have here that I've bought from over the years. So one of my oldest ones is an older pump filter that I'd gotten from Cat-O-Nine a long time ago. And so this thing's pretty big. And then basically it's got all these hoses and the different filter things. It's even got a thing that you can put directly on your Nalgene back in the day. And then you basically, could pump, the water directly out of the stream or lake or whatever source you were trying to get to. And then the hose would go into whatever you're trying to pump into, your bottle or whatever it may be. And so this thing is pretty hardcore, but it's also pretty heavy. And so I don't really utilize this one that much anymore because there's so many other methods out there that are a lot lighter weight for us to carry in backcountry. But I will tell you, before I kind of just toss this aside to say, it's an old school thing that never gets used anymore. The reason why I keep it is because that there are times when I, want to use this. When I'm going out in places where the water's going to be pretty dirty or muddy and, it's going to have a lot of sediment in it, then I'm going to want something that's a little bit more hardcore and it has a little bit better and larger of a filter to be able to work with. And so something like this would definitely be worth the wait. If I was going down into some place like over into, Arizona or, Utah, into the desert areas where there's still a lot of river sources, but they're running through some really dirty areas. And so they're very dirty and brown kind of looking water. You're going to have a lot of sediment in there that could easily plug up one of those smaller filters that I'm going to show you next. So then you can get into a lot of other things. You can get some bigger filters. Like if I'm going out with a group, then you can get something like this. This is one of Platypus's Gravity Works filters, and this works with a gravity system, and so you get a couple bags here with it. One bag you would do for your clean water, and then another bag would be for your dirty water. And so you just want to make sure that you never put dirty water in your clean water bag, because once you've contaminated that bag, then until you can wash it and sterilize it at home or something to that nature, it's no longer good to you. So always just make sure that you keep the dirty water set from the clean water. But basically with a gravity bag, so like you would take and you could fill up this dirty water bag. And so this one here is a 4-liter bag. And so I could fill this up with a lot of water, hang it up on a tree. It connects to the filter, which would then connect to this one, which would then connect to this bag. And so then I could lay this bag down and then hang this up higher, and then I could just walk away and continue to do my camp chores while this thing would completely filter out 4 liters of water for me. So when you've got a lot of people and you're needing to actually, filter a decent amount of water, this thing is awesome. We even carried it. This was when my son and I did the Colorado Trail. We carried this instead of one of the lightweight versions because of just how convenient it was to be able to, one, we were sharing weight a little bit, so we could share the load of what this weight was, but then we could also be able to filter large amounts of water quickly. So this thing, also kind of like the pump, is a little bit heavier if you're just going out by yourself. So maybe not something that I choose to take out when it's just me, but it's very convenient when you're going out with a group. And then you get into, I've got just a handful of other smaller filters here. My kind of tried and true that I go with is the Cat O' Nine Be Free filter here. To me, this one's just good for when it's just me. I can fill this thing up, and then I can either keep it to drink out of it and drink directly out of it, or I can fill it up and then squeeze it into my bottles of whatever I'm carrying out to carry my water in. So this is a 1 liter bag that's on this one, and so I could actually, if I wanted to, I could fill up, say, 2 liters of bottles, and then even fill this up, and now I've got 3 liters to walk away from that water source with on there. And then I could always worry about, filtering out that later. But you can see on this one, right, that it's just got a really small filter on that. And so these things can clog. And so you want to make sure that you're testing them whenever you're at home, and some of the other things too, to make sure that when you get out. And you also want to make sure too with these filters not to let them freeze, because that can really hurt the filters too as well. And so one of the things that you really want to be careful about if it's getting cool nights, or you're getting close to freezing, or at freezing at night, is that you're not leaving this filter just sitting outside in your pack. You might want to take it out, let it drip out a little bit, get some of the water out of it as much as possible, and then maybe put it somewhere in your tent to kind of keep it from freezing. But then here's also just another type of that. This is a Life Straw version of that. And then two, here is just kind of a Life Straw. So this one doesn't come with a bag. This one's meant to be something that you can stick directly into water and drink directly out of the stream source or something with that. So just a bunch of different things. There are a lot of other things out there that you can get, a lot of other filters for it that you can choose from. And so you just want to make sure that you pick something that works for you and that you're comfortable using and that you've practiced to do. And then the last method that you can do for being able to filter is by chemically treating the water. And so for me, this is I carry some of these, so I don't know how well you can see that on camera, but these are just little iodine tablets. They're not really big. They're super lightweight. Like, this is probably the lightest method that I have for treating the water. I carry a few of these in my first aid kit as a backup, just in case something did happen to my filter. I really don't like drinking my water with that in it. It adds a little bit of a taste, and a twang to it. But it's, it's there for in case something's, needed, and I have it for in case of emergency. And then the last method that you can use to treat and filter your water is to boil the water. And so if you are carrying a stove, you can actually take the water from whatever source you're in and then boiling it and make sure that you get it boiled. Now let's talk a little bit about a carry strategy for water. So there's many different ways that you could do that. A lot of people in the backpacking community love to just take the 1 liter Smart Water bottles because they fit really well into the pockets on your backpacks. And they're pretty lightweight. It's probably one of the lightest methods that you could have out there. But nowadays too, there are a lot of other companies too that are making other water bottles that are reusable. Because one of the challenges with the Smart Water bottles is that eventually they could get dirty, old, and just they're not really meant to be reusable. So you really don't want to try to wash them in a dishwasher or some of that, because I'm not sure what the plastic would do for some of those. So most of the times with most people, when they're done with it and they think that they've had that one particular bottle long enough, they toss it and then they get another one. But there's a few companies now that are making these reusable ones. This is one that I got this past year that I'm testing out. That's just a collapsible one. I really kind of liked the idea originally about the fact that this packed down pretty lightweight, or pretty small. But then I can pull it out, and if I want to, I can fill it up, and it fills up with 1 liter of water. But I have found since I've got it that it's a little awkward to use. I don't necessarily dislike it, but I think I am very much used to having a hard-sided Life Smart Water bottle. And so having this be soft-sided makes it a little bit of a challenge, I think, in using it. It's not so easy to just stick it in my backpack and then pull it out like that. And so I'm still using it. It's kind of an extra water source because it's kind of lightweight, and I can, like I said, I can really kind of just break it down and then stick it in a pocket on my bag. And so this works for a really good option to be able to have if I want to carry some extra water. You can also have, I showed you guys earlier the bags and stuff that came from the Gravity feed. So I've also got a couple other bags where I've got like one bag that's a liter bag that's super lightweight that I can toss in to be for if I need to carry extra. I've got another one that can carry up to 3 liters. And so you can easily get a bag like that. You can also carry the tried and true, Nalgene. I actually, a lot of people are like, man, those things weigh so much, who carries those anymore these days? But I actually carry this still a lot during the winter because there's so many things that this bottle can do that all these other methods that I have can't. Versus, for example, I can boil water and put it in this Nalgene and then use this to then in turn put a sock on and then stick it in my sleeping bag, and that'll help keep my sleeping bag warm when the temperatures are pretty cold out at night. So you can have this. It's a little bit heavier than a smart water bottle, but it's definitely a method too on what you can do to carry out. But that kind of leads me into, when you're looking at how much water to carry, right? You want to make sure that you're planning out your trip because if you're on one of those awesome, perfect, mountain trails during the spring, early summer, where every mile you're going to hit some stream source, or you're going to be even walking along a stream for the whole way, maybe, then you may be okay with only carrying a liter or a half a liter of water at a time and not having a ton of extra storage, because if you know that you're going to be walking along the stream and you're going to be camping pretty close to a stream, or easily accessible to it, then you know that you don't have to be worrying about carrying a whole lot. But if you're going out, especially if you're going out for multiple days, the likelihood that you're going to have water at your camp every single night might not be the case. And so I definitely recommend you always have something to where you can carry back up if you have to, if things, go. So have one of those really lightweight bags that you can take and carry those on. There's many different companies that have those. But then also just make sure that you're planning out to carry enough water to get you from one water source to the next with a little bit of buffer. Like say for me, because I take moose out a lot of times, I also have to make sure if we're going to be away from a water source, like it's really easy if we're close to those streams because he can just drink directly out of the streams, whereas I can't as much. And so I don't have to worry about it as much if it's in that case. But anytime I know we're going to get away from, the streams, or we're going to be dry camping for any reason, I have to make sure that I'm carrying not only enough water for myself, but also enough water for him. And don't forget when you're planning that out, right? So it's really easy to go, okay, we're going to dry camp tonight. It's only a few miles away from the stream. So I probably only will drink a half a liter of water. And then you go, maybe I'll have, a little bit, whenever I get to camp. But then you forget, I need water for my dehydrated meal. I need water for my coffee tomorrow morning. I maybe need water to clean a little bit and do some of that. So just make sure you've thought through all the different things that you need and make sure that you're carrying enough water out to make sure that you're safe whenever you're camping. And then that leads me, I think, as we're talking about water, it's good to talk about hydration and electrolytes. I know we've talked about that in a couple other sections here, but I just want to hit it again here because I think it's really important. Hydration-wise, when you're hiking, it's really easy to just get going and not even think about drinking, that much. And then next thing you know, you start to get thirsty, and then you finally drink then. If you're waiting till you get thirsty, that's too late. You should be drinking just frequently throughout the day. So just start making it a habit that every so often, reach back, grab that water, take a drink. You can even make it a game if you're going with your kids or you're going with a group or something. You can tell everybody, hey, let's take and have a toast, with our water, and just do something to make sure that you're making it a habit to be drinking regularly. And that includes adding electrolytes. So we lose a lot of salt throughout the body whenever we're sweating and we're out backpacking and doing a lot of these things. And so you want to make sure that you're doing something to help give that back to the body. And so I like to, a lot of times, if I've got 2 bottles that I'm carrying out and I've got, say, 2 liters, a lot of times I will have one of those liters that will have electrolytes in it and another one that's just pure water. And that way I know For every single liter of water I drink, a lot of times I want to at least drink another liter of electrolytes throughout that day. And so if I end up drinking anywhere from 4 to 6 liters of water throughout the day, depending on how hot it is, I will end up drinking 2 to 3 of those liters with some kind of electrolytes. Having and taking those electrolytes will make you feel so much better a lot of times out on the trail. They'll help with headaches, they'll help with fatigue. Just helping replenish that salt into the body means more than you know. You can also, the other way to kind of help do that is to eat some salty snacks. So when you're snacking on the trail, also make sure you're getting a little bit of that salt intake. So that'll help also as well. And then lastly, the one thing that most people really don't pay attention to is don't overhydrate. Don't sit there and make yourself guzzle a 1 liter bottle of water every single hour or something. Now, yes, if you're in desert environments, you might drink a little bit more than normal, but be careful because hyponatremia can be just as bad when you're out there and, as not having enough water. So you don't want to force yourself or your kids or anybody else like that to just be guzzling a whole lot of water. For me, it's just smart to be regularly taking that water intake as you're going along, and you'll stay good and healthy out on the trail. So ultimately, before we go into the next subject, just to summarize water, just make sure that you've spent some time planning, right? Because we all know, we can go, or at least I got a little storage here. I can go without food for a little bit if I had to. But what you can't go without is water. Water is essential. And especially when you're out back, in the backcountry, you want to make sure that you've got at least a couple ways to be able to make sure you're getting clean water. So don't just only have one method, like filtering your water. Either have, water filtering. If you've got a stove, that you could, worst case scenario, you can boil some water, or you can have some iodine tablets to follow as a backup too as well. So just keep those things in mind and make sure that you're having a good time when you're out on the trail.
Hey guys, before we jump into food planning, one quick thing. I wrote the beginner's backpacking guide for the person who wants to print it out, stick it in a 3-ring binder, tab it, highlight it, and use it to actually help them build their backpacking system over time. If that's you, check out the link down below. All right, so now let's talk about food planning and nutrition when out on the trail. And so the first thing that I think that we'll talk about here for this is going to be calories. Right? And so a lot of times we don't really think about paying attention to this kind of stuff in our daily life. And so this is one of those things that I think I need to spend a little bit of time here for a second and just talk to you about, calorie needs. Because normally when we're at home, right, we get into our routines. We've got we know that this is what we want for breakfast. We know that this is what we want for lunch. And then here's what our dinner plans are. And we don't really think as much, maybe some of you do, but we're not calorie counting a lot of that, right? I know I don't really do that a lot. And so what you find when you get into the backcountry, right, because you're going to be active a little bit more than say in your daily life. When I get up at my daily, days, if I'm not really in the middle of summer and I'm trying to do some workouts and that kind of stuff, maybe I get up, I get ready, I go to work, I walk around a little bit at work, I come home, and then, now it's time to do some chores around the house or, make dinner, and then I go sit on the TV, I watch some TV. And so I really don't burn a lot of calories necessarily unless I'm intentionally doing some kind of crazy workout. But then a lot of times, if you're the type that if you're working out 5 times a week, then maybe you are a calorie counter, right? Because you know that you're burning a lot more calories than normal, and you need to pay more attention to what you're actually bringing into your body too as well. So one of the things for backpacking, you're going to spend a lot of times, in most of these times and scenarios, you're going to spend at least half your day walking and hiking out with gear on and a backpack on that's now going to make your body have to exert more energy to be able to do what it would normally do. And so you're going to burn through a lot more energy storages. And so now, even though, like myself, I got a little bit of energy storage here that I could afford to donate to the cause when I'm out on the trail, but I try not to put myself in those kind of environments, right? Because if you go out and you starve yourself out, like if you've ever watched the series Lost, or Alone, these folks, get out and they burn through some fat storage really fast, like on the trail, because, you burn through a lot of energy when you're out doing these things. So you want to pay attention to what is your calorie intake when you're out on the trail. And so a lot of people, use the standard of about 2,500, calories per day for that, but everybody's different, right? So what I tell you is that you need to kind of pay a little bit of attention to yourself. Like one person might spend a little bit more exertion of energy doing event than another person might. And so you need to figure out what's kind of going to work for you. Because even for me, I'll give you an example of myself. So I might set my normal, calorie count for around that 2,500 if I'm backpacking for a weekend type of thing. But I learned, because one thing I don't think I did really well before I got ready for the Colorado Trail was I didn't pay attention to what hiking every single day, all day, for multiple days, for weeks on end would do to my body, and how that changes things from when you're just going and doing one overnighter or you're going and doing 3-day backpacking trip. It's different, right? So whereas I might be okay with getting away with a 2,500 calorie count for a weekend backpacking trip, whereas I learned when I go to do another through hike, because I ended up losing 14 pounds on the trail, and I tried to pack all kinds of calories into our food, but it wasn't enough, right? And so if I ever go to do a longer trail than the Colorado Trail, like one of the really long ones that could take 5 or 6 months to do, I need to pay more attention, because I can't afford to lose that kind of weight on that long of a time. So even though it didn't really hurt me too badly for doing the Colorado Trail, it could hurt me in a long run. So I learned that I might want to shoot for more like 3,500 or 4,000 calories a day, maybe if I'm doing something like through hiking and stuff for that. And so for you, figure out what works for you, test it out some. Go out, when you're doing your short beginner hikes, right? And you go out and you do that first one, test out some of those, start with that, figure out your calorie count, but you got to pay attention to it. So, it's really easy for all of us to just go and pick that dehydrated bag and that meal, and like, oh, I'm going to take this out with me, and I'm a backpacker now, and I got my dehydrated meal and my trail snacks and some of that stuff. But if you're not paying attention to what actual calories are in each of those, because there's some of those dehydrated meals, they may only have 500 calories in it, for that dinner, whereas me, a lot of times I really want a hearty dinner when I'm out backcountry. And so I normally try to pick something a lot of times with a little bit higher of a calorie count, or I find ways to add calories maybe to that meal by also maybe taking my peanut butter M&Ms that I like to have out on trail. But you want to pay attention to when you're meal planning and you're starting to think out what you're actually going to carry. So what are you going to have for breakfast? What are you going to have for snacks on the trail? What are you going to have for lunch? What are you going to have for dinner? Look at the calories for that when you're meal planning that day out, because you want to make sure that you're at least taking in enough calories throughout that day, however you decide to do it for your plan, that's going to sustain you to keep being out in that backcountry. Because if you don't, and you start now getting down to where you're getting lower in energy reserves, you're going to start to see that impact you when you're out on the trail. Another thing that I want to share here that to me is a little weird. I don't fully understand it, and so I could have probably done some research to maybe teach you guys, but it's not something I thought about, looking up before doing the video here. But that's, what I've noticed though from my experience for backpacking for the last 30 years is that when I'm at higher altitudes, a lot of times my appetite goes down a little bit. I found it so weird when I was backpacking the Colorado Trail about how, I picked the same amount of food for myself and for my son at the time. He was 18, and he was a lot smaller, a lot skinnier of a kid than I was, but he was probably burning through a lot more energy too on the trail, and he was a lot hungrier than I was. And I found myself, which was probably not a smart thing, which is why I probably lost 14 pounds, which was, I would find myself like, I'm not really that hungry, or I'm full early or whatever. And so here, you can have my extra snack that I didn't eat throughout the day. And so instead of trying to make myself do that, I learned some of the lessons that, sometimes being at some of those altitude can affect what you're doing. And so you really want to try to, in those scenarios, pay attention to actually trying to make yourself eat and get that intake. And so there are different ways that you can do that. I'm not saying force feed yourself and, force yourself to eat something if you're not hungry, but there's kind of ways to. I learned some tricks when I was through hiking that you can do some things like take some olive oil or something with you and maybe put a shot of olive oil into your dinner or something to give you an extra calorie calorie boost, So there's different ways and stuff that you can do some of those kind of things to give yourself some of that calorie intake too. But you really want to pay attention to that. And so if you're one of those type of people that's super smarter than me and knows why sometime our appetite goes down because of the altitude, then put it in the description below, because I'd love to know. And then too, it's really, we all in our daily lives, right? We get used to, if you eat 3 meals a day, maybe you eat a breakfast, you eat a lunch, you eat dinner. We're used to that, right? And so if you're not really doing a lot of calorie burning throughout the day, then that's maybe typical for you. Or even maybe you're a 2 meal a day person. I'm starting to find in my older ages, that I don't eat 3 full meals a day because I'm not as maybe active as I was when I was younger. But when you're out on the trail, you want to make sure that you're constantly trying to take something in. And so I highly recommend that you make sure that you get in the routine and that you plan for having trail snacks, because you should be really trying to eat something almost every other hour, if not even sooner than that sometimes. Like, I always try to put something in my pockets of my backpack to where, about every hour or two or something, I'll reach in and grab a little small snack. It doesn't have to be anything big. Like, you don't have to eat a full-on lunch type thing. It can just be a little bitty pack of nabs, or, a little bitty handful of almonds or something like that. But you should always be trying to feed, the body and fuel the body, because you want that. What you don't want to have happen is all of a sudden you're going out there and that energy reserve that you have all of a sudden hits a wall. Because at some point, if you're not feeding the body energy, it will eventually get to the point where it just goes, okay, I'm tired. It's time to stop and refuel, and I'm not going anywhere else. And you don't want that to happen halfway through your hike throughout the day. So make sure you're taking time to eat snacks as you go along. All right, so let's talk meal planning for just a little bit. For me, for everybody, it's different, right? So it's such a debate that I've noticed, especially on my channel, with a lot of the awesome comments that you guys give me, that everybody is definitely different when it comes to their likes about food. We're not even going to get into the debate of things like cold soaking or having a stove or any of that in this video. But, you really, when you're meal planning, right, you want to plan out your day. And so decide what's going to work for you. And you want to think about things like morale boosters and other things too as well. So if you're new to doing this, anything that you can do to boost your morale, to make you feel better about yourself or have a better day, you want to do, and you want to put that into your planning factors. So, whereas I might, when I'm thinking about buying breakfast, right, I'm the type of person who likes to get up in the mornings and pack up the gear. Maybe the most that'll slow me down is I'll do a little bit of stretching probably, and I'm going to want to have a cup of coffee nowadays, which I didn't always drink coffee either. We'll talk about that in another video. But I want to have something warm like that for the coffee, because I need that really to help start my day. But I don't really want to cook breakfast for me. So even if it's a freeze-dried breakfast, I just am not in the mood normally to have some kind of, to sit there long enough to have that. I'm ready to get going, get packed up, and get hiking and get moving on the trail. And so for me, a lot of times I'm planning things for breakfast that are quick and easy, right? Like you can do, breakfast bars, you can do jerky, you can do, anything like that maybe that you want to do to just kind of start. Because me, I like stuff that I can just get on the trail and I can eat as I'm hiking. So it almost becomes like snacks for breakfast. Like a lot of times, a lot of the same stuff I'm snacking on throughout the day might be the same stuff I start my day with breakfast. But some of you, that might not be the case for some of you, right? Some of you might want that warm, especially if it's a cooler night. Having something warm might help your morale to get going. So you might want some oatmeal, or you might want to make some pancakes out on the trail. There's been some people that I run across that do some gourmet breakfasts that's super cool. Don't get me wrong. I'm the guy at home that loves to do the gourmet breakfast for my kids, because I love a good breakfast at home. But for whatever reason, I don't necessarily on the trail. So know yourself when you're meal planning out the things that you got. But then bring up and create a list, right? So you're gonna make sure that you've identified what foods you have for each meal. And then for snacks along the way. And then, like I said, throw in some fun stuff, man. I mean, like, maybe you're trying not to eat, that chocolate bar or those kind of things, when you're at home because you're trying to watch your weight or something like that. But man, when you're on your trail, man, we burn a lot of calories. So give yourself some things that's going to make it, that much more morale booster, for that. So for me, like, I love my dark chocolate. I've got this like dark chocolate sea salt almond mixture that I just kind of love of a bar. And so I might take that for the first night, because the challenge with a chocolate bar a lot of times, especially if there's a warmer day, is that stuff can melt in your pack and do some other things. You got to be careful with some of those. But I like one of those a lot of times for my first night, so maybe I take a half a bar and stuff for me to have, or even if I got friends, I'll share a half a bar with them. And then maybe for the other times, I allow myself some kind of dessert, so maybe it's freeze-dried ice cream if you like that, or maybe it's, I'm a big fan of peanut butter M&Ms. Like, to me, there's just nothing better than the end of the day after I've eaten my, awesome dehydrated meal or whatever it is I had for dinner. I'm just having something sweet, to end the day with. So give yourself something like that. That kind of stuff I think is allowed. We should definitely do that. And if you got a favorite dessert that you like to end your day with, put it in the comments. I'd love to know. I'd love to see what everybody likes when they're out on trail. And then that leaves me to, I'm not going to get into the debate about dinner, and hot or cold food or cold soaking and some of that. That's, everybody's different, right? We all have a different method of doing it. For me, when I'm talking a morale booster, right, there's just nothing better than the end of the day, getting to camp and being able to make some hot food. One, it slows me down a little bit, right, because after I've set up camp, now I've got to sit down, and I've got to chill out. I've got to get my stove out. I've got to get some water boiling, and that takes some time, and you can't just walk away from it, right? You shouldn't be. And so now I've got that going. Then I got to put it in there and get, rehydrate the meal or something, whatever it is. Or if I'm cooking something, maybe I'm going to cook a steak if I'm getting adventurous, whatever it may be, it slows me down. And man, that warm food just really, really boosts my morale when I'm out. And so for me, I highly recommend, if you're a beginner, give yourself those morale boosts, man. Carry that extra weight a little bit to make sure you've got some of those nice luxuries when it comes out to planning. But make sure you've planned out. And then when you're packing, when we talk about food, that leads us in kind of our next thing here, which talks about how to store your food. And so you're going to want to separate your food per day. I typically, whether you use a Ziploc bag or, you put it in separate little baggies or however you want to do that, right? I like to have it to where I can reach in and I can grab one bag of today's food and pull it and have it to the front, right? Because a lot of times when we talked about packing weight, because you're going to want, a lot of times, especially if you're going out for multiple days, 3 or 4 days out, food's going to weigh a lot. Food and water are going to weigh a good bit of weight for your systems. And so traditionally, you're not going to want to pack all of your 3 days worth of food at the top of your bag. You're going to want it to be a little bit more to put some of that weight distribution more the center of your backpack. But you don't want to have to get lost in your backpack trying to find your food when you're hungry and you want a snack. So the way I do this normally is the first thing in the morning, I pull out today's, before I pack my backpack back up, I pull out today's food, separate it from whatever is the rest of the trip's food. And then I'll pack the rest of the food in with the way I normally do it. And then I take that today's food and I'll pull out all of the snack stuff. And then I take the snacks and make them really easily accessible. So put them in pockets, put them in the pockets on your backpack, whatever it is that can make it easy for you to get to, because you do not want to have to think about trying to find snacks when you're out on the trail. And then take the rest of it, maybe and just put it at the top of your backpack so that when you stop for lunch, you can easily get access, because you probably have already pulled out breakfast. You ate your breakfast part. So now all you got left in there is lunch and dinner. And so that you could easily, when you stop for lunch or whatever that may be, and easily get to the top of your backpack to get to it. You just don't want to lose when you're dealing with, you're hungry now, especially if you've managed to not snack along the way, like I told you, and now you're hangry. You don't want to deal with the frustrations of now I can't find my daggum food in my backpack. All right. And so the last thing, before we move on to the next topic here that I'll say about your food planning is just remember that there's a good way to have, some good macro kind of strategies when you're dealing with, being out on the trail and food. The first thing that I kind of want to tell you, is if you're trying to be healthy at home, maybe don't take necessarily the same strategies, because if you're trying to, like just say you're not a very active person and you're trying to really watch your calories at home, and so you're trying to eat minimal and not a lot of calorie because you're not burning a lot of calories, don't take that same approach when you're out on the trail, right? Fat is going to be your highest calorie count when you're out on the trail. So anything that's high in fat is going to be really your good boost for really giving you good energy, when you're out on the trail as you're going on. And so kind of keep that in mind when you're planning out some of this stuff. You may eat some higher fat, fatty foods on the trail, like the chocolate and the desserts and some of those type of things that we talk about that you might not eat at home. Okay. And then the other important part about this, right, is that carbs, like maybe you try to be low in carbs when you're at home, but it's not, it's okay to have high carb things when you're out on the trail, because those carbs can be a good quick start for you. And so, a lot of times in the mornings, I like to have some carbs, and stuff, and have a, good breakfast bar that's high in carbs, because it'll help me really get that good energy to get me started, for the day. And then really for me, and I know there's probably some controversy to some of this, whether you're, vegetarian, non-vegetarian, whatever, and some of those type of things. To me, anybody that I know that are really good, smart vegetarians and stuff like that too, they're always looking for ways to get their protein, intake, whether that's through the, animal kingdom, there's ways to get, some of this stuff, or it's, by doing stuff that's supposed to, act kind of and give you some of the same stuff. But to me, protein is one of the things that's really going to give you the energy that you need to recover at the end of the day. So for me, I like to have a really high protein kind of dinner when it comes to that, because it's really going to help when I'm sleeping and stuff like that, help my body to really recover, because there's just a lot more long-term energy in protein type of things. Whether that's meat-based or not meat-based, really doesn't matter. It's just, to me, from what I've experienced out there, is you want to have something like that more. And I eat a lot heavier and heartier of a dinner than I do anything else on trail. And that may not be the case, in life, right? Some people swear by eating a heavier breakfast, to get your day started, and so it just depends on what you are for your system. Like I said, these are just things that I've done over time. Don't think that it's me saying it's the only way to do it. It's not. We all do things different. Figure out what works for you. Take the time to plan it out and make sure you have. And then the last thing I'll end on here is just make sure you have a little bit of extra, right? Whether you carry a full extra day of food, a lot of people, when you start talking about planning for emergencies, will talk about doing that, because what you're doing really, in a sense, especially if you're going far out backpacking, you're planning on the case of what if something happens and I end up having to spend an extra night away from my resources and society, so to say, than you planned on. And so you want to have some kind of food source to be able to support that. Or like I said, maybe you planned for that 2,500 calorie day, but you found yourself getting out there and you just found that you're starving. And so you wouldn't feel as bad about eating some extra, because now you're not eating into tomorrow's food, you're eating in some of that extra food that you carried out. So in the beginning, I think there is some benefits to carrying a little bit extra. So plan out, here's what my plan is for each day, separate it out, but then also add in maybe an extra day of food to have for that. And so whether you share it with friends, and be kind to yourself in the beginning. If you come home, I'll teach you as we go through this on how to do assessments when you get back. Don't be so mad at yourself if you get back and there's still food, in the pack. That's okay if it happens. You eventually dial in. You eventually start to learn what works for you and how to plan that properly. All right, so that leads us into the food storage, or the wildlife safety portion of some of this. And so let's start off, before we talk about the how to do that, let's talk about the why. Why do you need to be worried about protecting your food, from the wildlife or other things, around you? And so the first one, of course, which is the most obvious, right, is that you need your food to be able to eat your food along the way. And so the last thing that you really want to do when you've got a 3 or 4 day backpacking trip that you're going out is to have something eat all of your food on day one. Then how are you going to finish the rest of your trip? So that is probably one of the most important reasons why is you need the food to be able to have. But then the other one really too is you need to think about, and I like telling people, I really want you to think about what are you training, the animals out there to be able to do, right? And so you are, be protecting the wildlife, not just protecting yourself from it, right? So of course, if you think something smells good and all of our food is super smelly and yummy and all these kind of things, then of course we're going to be attracted to it. But then too, everything else could be attracted to it. They're going to be interested. And if you're not careful with how you manage that food, then you're going to find that you're drawing animals into you. And then now you're going to have a better, higher likelihood time of having a potential issue. And it's not always just the extremes of like a bear coming into camp. It could also be those little critters that I like to call the mini bears, those little chipmunks and the squirrels and things that can be just as dangerous, to your food supplies too as well, because they're really apt to chew through a bag, and get in, and next thing you know, you've got some little mice problem, or you've got some chipmunks or whatever else. But not only have they gone in and now they've messed up your supply to where you might not have food for going on, but you've also now trained them that these are wild animals that are used to foraging for their own food, right? There's plenty of food for most animals out in the environments to be able to eat. And now you've taught them that if you go to people or you go to campsites, that you're going to have a higher likelihood chance of finding easy food to be able to get. And so now you're going to train them that for every future camper they see, that they maybe are going to go investigate, even if that camper, maybe I'm, the fifth camper that's come into the environment of this animal, and I am super cautious about it. There's no smell good stuff. I'm taking care of all the smells and making sure that all my stuff is stored right. But they may still come and investigate my camp because other campers have taught them that you could get easy food potentially by coming out. So you need to do your due diligence to help protect this wildlife. And especially like when you talk about things like bears, right? When you get in bear country, the majority of bear attacks that you have are not because bears are vicious and mean and whatever, and they're wanting to kind of, they're wanting to attack people in some of those general things. Most of the times when we have animal attacks of some sort, it's normally because people have been stupid when it comes to around food. They haven't properly managed or handled their food in the right way. Or they're sick, or they've had some other kind of issue. But 9 times out of 10, most of it is because, especially in the bear worlds, if a bear starts to learn that it can associate a camper or people with food source, then it's of course going to now start to come in and potentially investigate. And then now if it gets startled by you or something, or you startle it, then you got a better likelihood chance of there being an attack, right? And so to me, doing the right thing when you're in the backcountry is all about protecting not only the land that we're going out to, but the wildlife that are out there too as well. And so we're going to talk for just a little bit here about how to properly care for and store your food when you're a beginner backpacker, so that you're not getting into situations where not only are you not putting yourself into threat, where your food or even your own safety is being threatened, but you're also not creating bad habits for animals that potentially could cause future threats to other people who come out through as well. So as we start to get into this, we talked a little bit before about planning your areas and knowing that stuff. Some of this is going to talk to. So as we talk about the different methods of how to store your food and keep your food away from the wildlife and some of those kind of things, you need to also make sure that you're looking into those areas, because some areas will actually make you do it a certain way. Like there may be requirements in a particular area where you have to use a bear canister whether you want to or not. Even if you know how to do it other ways, that might be the rules and the regulations for there. So make sure wherever you're going that you understand what the law and what the rules are for that area too as well, as we start to go through these different methods. All right, so let's talk about, the most extremes, of course, when you're out in the backcountry, and you're getting out in the mountains, and some of those things are going to be bears. You're going to have the bigger wildlife for that on those. And so what we're going to talk through is a lot of the bear safety for some of this, but that works for, and I'll mention along the way, some of the other things that can happen too with that. So one of the first methods of protecting your food is to just do like a bear hang. Right, so you could just have a regular bag of some sort, Be able to get yourself a bag that'll hold all your food, that you can easily, twist it up so that way hopefully it's holding in some of the smell too as well. And then I like these kind of bags too, because then now it gives yourself a loop that you can then now use to tie a rope to, or use a carabiner or whatever you want to do to then now lift this bag up and do a bear hang. So for a lot of cases, what you're going to want to do is you're going to make sure. So I mentioned earlier when you were packing your foods and stuff that you wanted to have all your food separated. So you want to not just have foods, but any kind of smellable type things would go into this. You treat anything that's got a major smell to it, like toothpaste, or even if you do carry a deodorant. I tell people all the time, man, we're going out in the backcountry. We don't need to smell perfect. You don't need deodorant. Leave it at home. But anything that's got a smell to it that potentially could attract wildlife, you would want to keep that in whatever you keep your food in for that. And so in this case, you potentially would do this, keep it all together in one place, and then do a bear hang for that. And so depending on your environment of where you're at, right, you may be in some places where you don't have any kind of trees that you can put up. But a traditional bear hang is utilizing the environment around you, the trees or anything like that, to be able to get the food up and out of the reach of whatever animals that might be a threat for that. And so for a lot of cases, that is bears. But in this case too, it could also, keeping that food up also keeps it away from the rodents. It keeps it away from the chipmunks, or anything else. You could have if you've got this bag. So even when you get into camp and you got that bag laying on the ground right there and you haven't put it up, anything that potentially can come into your camp or, is not afraid to come into your camp while you're there is going to be interested in investigating that smell that's laying there on the ground. So one of the biggest mistakes a lot of times beginners make when you're going out is that you take all of your gear out of your pack when you get to camp, you set up your tent and all that stuff, and you've got your food bag laying over there, and then you don't think anything about it. Once you get tent and camp up, you're like, oh, let's go for a hike and go see a nice view, and you leave that bag laying on the ground. And then you come back and, like I said, a rodent has chewed through it. Maybe you've attracted something else, a fox or, any kind of thing else, raccoon or something that maybe happened to wander in camp when you were out that now found the smell, chewed through the bag, and it's gotten to your food. If they don't take it off in somewhere else and you come back and your food's gone, maybe they just kind of contaminate it by actually getting into it. And if something starts to chew into some of your food, you don't want to take the risk that they have some kind of contamination that may be transferred to your food and you want to use that. So you want to treat that as that it's pretty much done. And so I always recommend once you get camp set up, you always want to take, you can take out if you want a snack or something or whatever you're going to do, but then go put your food up where you're gonna store it, and then eventually go get it down later when you want to do dinner or something like that. And so if you're doing a bear hang, if you're lucky, you're in some parts of the world where you've got these nice big trees that have really long limbs to where you could get it and throw a rope over it, to where now you've got it to where, because you want it to be high enough to where the biggest predator or animal that would be potentially going after this food can't get to it, and then far enough away from that tree that the animals can't, say, climb up the tree and then get to it as well. And so also even for the limb, and I'm not going to tell you exactly how to do a bear hang here, but we're going to just tell you the kind of the specifics. You wouldn't want that. You also wouldn't want the bag being right up against that limb, because then now something could climb up the tree, climb across the limb, and then get to the bag. So there's some techniques you can, depending on what area you're going to be in, there's many different techniques. If you're unlucky like me and you camp a lot in alpine areas where unfortunately all of our trees have, Tyrannosaurus Rex hands or arms, and they've got really short limbs, so therefore you really can't throw it over a limb and just have a single line hang, because it's going to be still too close to the tree, and a bear or something could get to it. So now you're potentially going to have to get into something like a double line hang, which would be you throw the line over one tree over here, throw the line over another tree over here. That gives you a line coming across, and then now you can throw a second line up over in the middle to now get it far enough away from the trees, but yet still be able to pull it up high enough for that. But these are things like, I tell you, bear hangs are not beginner friendly. If you have never done a bear hang, the last thing you're going to ever want to do is, get to camp, be tired, actually take longer to set up camp than you thought, and now have to be trying to throw a hang before it gets dark, or even worst case scenario after dark for that. And so
They are very skill intensive. You really want to have some experience. And so I recommend, if you're going in an area where you're going to be doing a bear hang, so like one of the pros to doing bear hangs is that these kind of bags are super lightweight, right? You're not carrying a lot of extra weight to be able to have your food secure. Between you add a little bag like this and some rope, you can get away with it being pretty lightweight. And so that's the pro. The cons is it takes a lot of skill to know how to do bear hangs, and that you may not have that skill, and that can be one of the quickest frustrations that you find when you get out into camp, is the trying to get your bear hang and stuff done. So definitely an option to think about, but remember, beginner friendly. Maybe you go with a group that, somebody who has more experience doing a bear hang, if that's what you guys are going to do, or you use one of the other options that I'm going to tell you about. So that leads us to the tried and true. This is probably the most beginner friendly food storage that you could have, and that's going to be some kind of bear proof canister. This one here is kind of a smaller, fatter one, so it's really good for, like, say, a single person, but it probably would not be enough storage if you were going to have two people for that. But typically this is just, it's going to have a hard-sided plastic with a lid on it that screws down. And the way this one works, if it was all the way locked in, you would have to have a part where you've got to either push it in, or some have a coin that you have to use to be able to get it loose. Like, it's not just I can twist this thing off. Like, it makes it kind of kid-proof in some ways, so it becomes bear-proof. So even if they're playing with it and trying to mess with it, they shouldn't be able to get the lid off if you've got a proper one. But these things weigh a bit more than, say, a bag. You're going to be adding an extra, pound or more to what is already going to be heavy with food carried. But this is your tried and true, probably the most beginner friendly way that you can carry food, because all you have to do with this, like, the nice thing about this really is that all your food is, if you've got it stored in here, and then you've got it stored, whether that's in your backpack, or some people put it, strap it on the outside of their backpack. Sometimes, especially when you get the bigger ones, because they get a little bulkier and they're harder to put on your backpack or in your backpack, is that you've got all of your food already secure and in there. And so then when you get to camp and you make that same mistake as earlier, right? You take this out and then you set up camp and then you decide to run off and go hike. Even though you're breaking one of the rules, which was don't store your food where you sleep, the food's at least secure. If anything does kind of come to investigate and manages to get a smell from this and decides to come check it out, they're probably not going to be able to get into it. And as long as you've locked it down, as if you didn't leave it unlocked, and like right now I just set the lid on it. Like, if I just did that, then of course they could get into it. But as long as I had it locked, then it would be secure. But the problem that you'd run into would be what we're going to talk about here in a little bit, which would be if they all of a sudden were attracted to the camp because of this, but they find that they can't get into it, they might then start to explore more and go, well, where else is there nice food? And that's where they start tearing your tent up or doing other things to try to investigate to see what else is there and stuff for it. So, but either way, the nice thing about these are you don't have to have a bear hang. You literally, the best way to store these is to literally just go out far enough away from camp and just kind of stick it. You can either shove it next to a stump, or a log. I like to just kind of, push it up in a bush or something, so where it's not so easy for them to roll it off, because I have been in scenarios where I've heard stories where if they just set it out in the middle of, say, the field, that maybe a bear did come by and go to investigate it throughout the night, and because they were playing with it, trying to get into it, they end up rolling it off to God knows where, and then if you're even really unlucky, they roll it off into a ravine or into a creek, and then it's gone, and then like all of a sudden you just get up and it's just gone. So put it somewhere where at least it's gonna not be easy for them to just paw at it and roll it around, right? You want it to at least kind of be secure for that. But this right here is the easiest way to store your food when you're out in the backcountry. Then one other method that I'll of course show, this is not necessarily beginner friendly because these things are not cheap, but there are things here that's, like an earth sack. And so this here is kind of in a sense, a hybrid approach from the container to the regular bag. So it's not as lightweight as, say, a regular standard bag, but it's not as heavy as that. But it's also
even though these things, so they're meant to give you, and you can look them up and stuff, where it's supposed to be a hardcore enough material to where it's supposed to keep a bear from being able to bite through the material and tear open the bag to be able to get through to your food. And so the way that they tell you to do these is, so instead of having to do a bear hang now to get it up out of the way, in theory, because these things are supposed to be bear proof, you then only have to tie them to a tree. So what you're trying to do now is you're trying to secure this to something like a tree, so that if something does start to try to investigate it, they can't take it off with them. Because the one thing about this one is if you just laid it on the ground, a bear or something could pick it up, take it off, and then decide to try to figure out how they're going to get into it somewhere else, and now your food's gone again. This one, the reason it has the rope, since the string here on it, is there's a method of how you tie this thing up, get it good and cinched up, and then tie it to a tree to secure it. So even if something does come across it, you have a better likelihood chance, at least, that your food survives. Now, here's what I'll tell you. Here's some of so the pros, of course, to this one is it's lighter weight than a canister. And you're not having to do a bear hang, and so it's easier and doesn't take as much skill to know how to tie them up. But the cons, right? So the cons could be, I have heard people say that potentially rodents can still try to get into these. I've not had a situation yet where a rodent's got into mine, but they say that a rodent's teeth could potentially chew in, or if they're small enough and you don't cinch this up tight enough, they could still probably climb into some of that if they're really small, or some of those kind of things too as well. But I've also, the big thing that that I at least understand about this is, okay, if a bear comes, and so even if this thing does what they say it does, and it keeps a bear from puncturing this, I promise you, a big old bear whose mouth is a lot bigger than my hand, it's going to sit here and they're going to chew on this, and they're going to do this, and they're going to try to get into this so much to where I promise you, your food is not going to be in the same shape that you left it in the next morning. There may be still food in there, and it may be enough to where you can still survive the rest of your trip, but it's not gonna be the way in the shape that it was before. It might be in pieces, and it might be crumbled up in there, and you might be eating mush, for dinner if you decide to keep going with your trail. But the nice thing about this is at least the food's there. The calories are there, right? So in theory, you could still survive the event. And in theory, hopefully the bear, goes off and forgets about it, because if they can't get any reward from it, they can't get to any of the taste good stuff in it, they will, in theory, eventually leave it alone and move away. Because most animals, right, one of the things that we talk about is that there's food out there for animals to get, but most animals really know really well what energy they have to expend in order to get the food that they're trying for. And they're only going to be willing to expend a certain amount of energy to get to any kind of food. So same kind of thing. Like, it's not to say a bear, if you got a bear hanging up, that a bear is still not going to come into the area and investigate, because if it can smell it, it's still potentially going to come in. But if it can't get to it, and it tries for a while to try to get to it, and eventually it's going to realize that this is not the worth the energy that I need to expend for that. So one thing I'll mention too that you can use in coordination with something like this, or even in coordination with any of this, right? You could use in coordination with the bags or any of this stuff too, would be an odor liner too. So they do make some bags out that now you can put inside of some of these that is gonna, in theory, be a little bit more of a durable surface substance, that the smells won't come through that surface. To be able to let the smells out. And so if you pair something like that with something like this, then you're mitigating some of that risk, right? Because if the smells don't waft out into nature, and then they're starting to smell them for that, then they're less likely to just come up and investigate. Not to say that you might not catch some kind of roaming animal coming through, even with those, that goes, oh, what's this hanging here that's normally not hanging here, that I've never seen, type of thing. I'm curious. So that could still happen. But these are the different methods. Like I said, these kind of things here, you do take a bigger risk for that. I get a lot of people who are not fans of the Ursex. I've heard of people having instances where they've had
bears go at them, and everybody's got a different story. For me, I use these sometimes because they are easier and I know the risks that I'm taking. And that leads us kind of to the last thing, when it comes to your food storage system, which is, as I kind of hinted to earlier, and we'll talk a little bit more about some of that when we talk about camp setup and stuff too. But that's the bear triangle. Somebody a long time ago coined the phrase, the bear triangle. And basically you want to make sure that any of your storage of your food, or even handling of your food and all those kind of things, that you do it away from your camp. And so you want to have all of your stuff, anywhere from at least, 100, if not, 300 feet away, from your camp. And so I actually recommend, especially if you're in bear country, just go a little further, than you would normally do. Because that way, if they do end up getting the smells, and any of the stuff that you have there, just make sure you don't have any of those smells in your camp. Make sure that when you've cooked, you've done it away from your camp. You've done, if you got anything of the food smells on your clothing, that you're not sleeping in and those kind of things. But just make sure that you're keeping that separate, right? So no matter which one of these you choose, whether you're doing a bear hang, whether you're doing the Ursack, even the Ursack, right? I mean, you still need to carry that off away from camp and then tie that up whenever you're storing it for the night. So whether you're using the canister or any of these type of things, same kind of thing applies. Keep the food away from you so that if something does become interested in it, they're not investigating you.
Before you step on the trail, there's one thing that will decide everything about how well your meals go, and that's your stove. After backpacking for over 30 years, I've learned the hard way that not all stoves are made the same. Some do amazing out in the mountains. Some will fail in the cold. And some, well, they're great until you're trying to camp out in a winter storm at 11,000 foot. If you're new to backpacking, picking out your first stove can feel very overwhelming. Alcohol, canister, white gas, Jetboil. There's so many different types out there, and people have opinions about every one of them. And every company out there swears they've got the fastest boiling stoves. But the truth is, the stove that you pick really depends on your trip, the weather, and your style of cooking. So in today's video, I'm going to walk you through 4 different stoves that I've had over the course of the last 30 years and just tell you a little bit about each one of them. All right, so let's start with the heaviest stove that we have on the table, and that's a white gas stove. And so a white gas stove is going to be probably one of the bulkier, and it may even be, depending on how you do it, it can be one of the heavier stoves that we have on here. But man, these things are amazing, and they're super durable. They'll burn in just about any condition. The reasons why I take the white gas stove most of the time is if I'm going in the middle of the winter, when I'm worried about, or maybe I'm at really high altitudes, where some of the other stoves won't function as well. And so the white gas stove will burn and do amazing at that for that one. This particular model that I have here is an MSR. I believe the model name is the XGK. And it's going to be, I think just the stove without the gas is right around 11 ounces. And so the nice thing, one of the nice things that you have about the white gas is that it's refillable. And so you can just buy a large container of white gas and then you can refill your bottles. And depending on how many people you have going out or how big of a trip or whatever you may be doing, you can get different size bottles. So here I've got a smaller size bottle, and then here you can see I've got a larger 30 ounce bottle here as well. It's rare that I ever use the really big one, because most times, even if I'm going for a long trip, I can always plan to buy some more and then refill the bottle along the way without having to try to carry so much weight. But the other nice thing really about these stoves is that you can adjust how much fuel you're actually taking with you on the trip. So with this bottle, I can actually either fill it all the way up if I've got a lot of people going with me, or I can just potentially fill it halfway or even a quarter of the way through in order to lighten the fuel bottle a little bit. The challenge is you'll run into that is it does have a pump system on it, and you have to pump and pressurize it a little bit more the less fuel you have in there. And of course, when you're in the winter, the less fuel, you're going to have more potential issues with the really extreme cold weather as well.
The other nice thing that I really like about this particular stove, which this one's a little bit heavier there's some lighter options that you can get in the white gas stoves, similar to like the Whisper Light and others, but they're not as sturdy and stable as this one. So I got this one because I really wanted it to be stable. And so I really also like this one when I'm going out with a bunch of people. So if there's 4 or 5 of us going and we're actually sharing the load on some of the stuff like our cook system and we can split it out with each other, I love taking the stove because it may be one of the heavier systems here, but by the time you split some of that up, it's really not that bad. And 2, it can really handle a larger pot than some of your other stoves that we have here on the table. And so, for example, if I'm going with a big group, a lot of times I like to take a bigger pot because maybe we're going to cook something or we need to be able to boil enough water to be able to get everybody's dehydrated bags as well. And so having a big pot that you can go with just makes that easier. So this is not really an ultralight pot in any way, but it's a good pot that I like to carry in one of my kits that'll go. And you can see it sits pretty well on that. Versus like if I was to try to put that on one of my smaller pots here, like you really got to be careful, and especially once it's got weight in it, it's like tough to get it to sit just right on it. And so especially if it's on uneven ground or something, you could have an issue with this spilling over and then just ruining your dinner potentially. So having something like that a little bit bigger works if you're going out with big groups. But you want to be careful too. So if I take this out, say in the middle of the winter, and it's just myself, because I know I'm going to be in conditions where maybe some of these others wouldn't work as well. But I only take my little cup that I like to take from when it's just myself. You got to be careful too for this stove because of how big it is. It's going to be really easy for those flames to just engulf that cup, as it's going on if you're not careful, which could really get that thing hot as you're doing. Some of the other things that you got to be worried about and be careful and cautious about, I think, when you're doing the white gas stoves, really you want to practice with this one at home a lot before you actually take it out, because it's not as simple of a system to work as some of these other systems. Because in order to light it, you actually have to release a little bit of that liquid fuel into this little cup that it has here, and then get that lit up so that it will heat up the system there to be able to then turn the white gas into fuel or into flames. And so it becomes a little bit of a trick on knowing how to be able to use them properly and use it the right way. It's also, these kind of stoves are one of the biggest ones that you can see people talking about having accidents out, because if they're not familiar with how to utilize the system, it's really easy. If you accidentally turn it on too fast and you boil over too much fuel into that, you could get that on fire. You could easily run the risk of setting the area where you're at on fire. If even dealing with, because if you take the pump out and other things that you have with your stove here, you could get white gas on your hands. There's just a lot of things for safety wise that you need to be cautious about. And so I tell people all the time, pick a safe place at home on a gravel pit area or something like that to really practice and learn how to use this stove before you actually take it into the backcountry. But it's still it's a tried and true stove, and I use it a lot, like I said, when going out during the biggest parts of winter, or even during if I've got large groups going out. So next, let's move to our next stove here on the table, and that's going to be your canister stove. So canister stoves come with, of course, this little fuel canister. And so you can get these pretty much at any of your sporting goods stores and things that you can find out there. And even some other stores like Big R or other places that you can find too will have some of these in their camping areas for that. You can also get them in multiple sizes. So depending on if you're going out by yourself, you can get a small one, or you can get the larger ones as well if you're going out with a big group and you're worried about wanting to make sure you have enough. And like I said, you're splitting out that weight potentially. I actually too, a nice little trick just to tell you is that a lot of times they'll put the bigger bottles on sale a lot faster than they do the smaller bottles, because I don't think as many people probably buy the bigger bottles. So I actually buy the bigger bottles myself. And then I have a little gadget here that you can get that will actually allow me to put this on the bigger bottle and then put the smaller bottle on top of that. And then I can actually refill a smaller bottle from a bigger bottle so that I'm not having to waste a lot of those and worrying about how to dispose of them. So a lot of times for me, I will buy a couple big bottles that I keep here in my shop. And then as these start to get empty, I'll refill them and just keep a few of these on hand to be able to keep refilling. So the nice things about your canisters type stoves are they are a lot lighter weight than, say, a white gas stove. You typically just have a small portion here that screws onto a canister. So you'll just have, it just unscrews off like this and then screws, so it's a little bitty thing here. These things fold down. They're really packable. They can get into small areas. And then you can screw it back on right here to be able to work for it. They're really simple, easy to use. All you have to do is turn the knob there to be able to turn the fuel on and then light it with a lighter of some sort. I've recently lost my little Bic and now all I have is my big Bic. I need to get some more of those little Bics here at some point. These stoves are die hard. This one here in particular is the MSR Pocket Rocket. I've had this stove for forever and it just is tried and true. But there are a lot of other options out there nowadays. If you're just starting in backpacking, you don't really have to have the high-end name brands and stuff that you have out there. There's so many other brands out on the market right now. There's things that you can get on Amazon. There's other ones that you can get on like places like Garage Grown Gear, where you can get a similar stove, very similar to this for say $20. And so it's a really great way to kind of get an entryway into it. And like I said before, it works really well for me if it's just myself, maybe one other person. I have gone out with it when it's just my son and I. And then, because I'll take something small like a little cup, and you can see where like that's easy to sit on and do some of that. You could easily have that on there. You can do other things like I've got a little titanium kettle here that you can put on as well. Like I said, if you've got a couple people, you can even go a little bit bigger with a pot system and say go something like that. You're starting to really get to its max to me, where anything like this now is going to be a little bit harder to keep it stable on there. Kind of as I showed you earlier, you definitely don't want to put a bigger pot on there, because last thing you want to do is be at camp and have all your dinner just kind of fall on the ground and be ruined for that. But these are really, really good stoves. So while I'm talking canister stoves, I'll move next to the other thing I have on here, which is something else that you see in a lot of the stores, which is the Jetboil system. These things are really cool. I really do like these. They come as a kit, right? And so you've got on here, so it won't come with a fuel bottle as a part of the kit, but you buy the fuel bottle separately. But it does come with these little bitty legs to go on a stand for a fuel bottle. And then it breaks up into a couple different parts here. So you got the stove part itself, which is not quite as lightweight as, say, the Pocket Rocket, because it's got some other things and stuff on it. Like one of the things you'll see here is there's an igniter button. There's a small igniter here on there, which is really great that you can have whenever they're new. They work really well on not needing to have a lighter with you. But I would say be careful about putting too much trust into that, because one of the first things for me that went out on my Jetboil system was the striker. So I always made sure I had a lighter and backup just in case. This one also comes with, what did I do with it? Here we go. It comes with a top that you can do so that if you wanted to use it to cook, with other things like pots and stuff like that, you can still use this stove that way. But really and truthfully, the reason why this wasn't on the top here is because it's not really what most of anybody uses when they're using the Jetboil system. What most people use is this cup here that's made specifically for this system. This thing's just so cool. I like these cups. And so it just kind of slides into that and locks into place. So it allows for this to all be pretty sturdy. So by the time you have the legs and then the fact that everything's together, you're not going to really spill anything out, or not as easy at least for that. Some of the other nice things about this kind of the cup system is, one, I mean, this cup is a little bit bigger. I can't really remember the exact
size of it, but I would say, you know, it's probably at least twice the size of this one, if not a little bit less than that. And so this one really would be able to handle if you've got 2 people out and you needed to be able to boil up some water for both of your dehydrated packs. You could easily do that. The other cool thing that I love about the Jetboils is the covering and the coating that they have here on it. Now it adds a good bit of extra weight to have that, but as you can see, they've got a handle here for it, so you could easily be able to hold your pot system. And then not worry about burning yourself because of the coatings that they have on there for that. It also comes with a cool little lid there, so you know you can sip out whatever you got. So for teas, coffees, even soup, this thing is just really cool, and it's kind of that all-in-one. And I will say the one thing I'll give Jetboil credit for is, because of the way the system's built up and with all this extra stuff that they've added into it, what it does is it gives you a little bit better of a burn. And so you're going to boil probably your water faster in a Jetboil than, say, you will a canister stove that's open to the wind and stuff here. You can also get, for any of these stoves, you can kind of get a wind guard of some form to be able to put it to help with some of those issues about the wind hitting the flame and stuff for that. But I've just found, to be honest, I don't really use it much. I might use it for this wind guard here is actually for the white gas stove. And I might use it a little bit for that, because this thing is definitely a little bit more finicky to the wind. But your pocket rocket, I've just found that if I just find a good place where I can get out of the wind, whether I'm behind a rock or maybe I even take my backpack and kind of just put it up in front of where the wind's blowing from, that seems to do fine. The other nice thing too that you'll have with the canister stoves is that you can really control how hot you get that flame. And so that really makes it to where you can easily boil water a lot faster than you can with, say, some of the other ultralight options that we're going to talk about here next. And so that leads me now into the lightest thing that I have here on the table, and that's an alcohol stove here. And so this thing has got a few parts to it. This one here is the lightest thing that we have on the table when you count the fuel system and everything. It's about 4 ounces. Now, I will tell you that's heavy for an alcohol stove. There are a lot of other alcohol stoves out there, especially people who get into homemade ones where you can really get them down to 1 ounce, maybe 2 or so on when you're doing them yourself. For me, I bought this one because when I really wanted to test out the alcohol stoves, I wanted something a little bit more sturdy. So this one comes with a cook, plate to be able to brace and be able to put a pot on for it so that you can kind of get something on there. It doesn't do the small stuff as well, so you have to kind of be cautious about that. But it does do some of your pots and other things. So you can do that. And then this little lid here too that it has is just a way to be able to dampen down and to control the flame on how much of the flame that you have coming out. The nice things about the alcohol stoves is the fuel source is really easy to get. So a lot of times you'll see through hikers and stuff using them because if they're coming off the trail regularly to be able to resupply, they don't have to worry about trying to find a sporting or camping area to be able to find canister stoves. It's really easy to find alcohol stoves. Most grocery stores would have that in supply for that. And so you could get the alcohol for it. The other nice thing is like you can control, similar to the white gas, on how much you actually take with you. So if you're only going out for a night or maybe 2, you don't have to take a full canister full of fuel. You can only take what you actually need. That's another one of those things that I would test at home before you try to go super ultralight with it. You want to make sure that you're going to have enough to actually boil or be able to do the cooking that you want to do. Because the one thing that I've definitely found from these is you will not boil water as fast with an alcohol stove as you will with a canister stove. And so you got to keep that in mind. It may take you twice as long, sometimes depending on the conditions and the wind and some of the other things that you might have going on, to be able to bring it to a boil. But it does bring it to a boil. And if all you're really doing is boiling water, these things are amazing. They're really good on being able to get out there and just make it super ultra lightweight. Because it's the next best thing to just not carrying a heat source at all for that. And so a lot of people do that, but we're not talking about that in this video. We're talking about stoves. So that's it.
that's all the stoves that we have here. You saw a lot of, I didn't really talk in detail about weights and stuff of the different bowls and stuff that I have, because that's really not the point of this video. It's just really more so to help you understand, you know, if you're just getting into backpacking, you see so many different stoves and that so many different things that people talk about carrying. And it can get overwhelming and deciding on what you actually need. So my hopes was to be able to get you the information to be able to make the decision, to be able to start out with what's going to get you out and get you out having fun. Because really and truthfully, that's all that matters about getting out in the mountains and getting outdoors with backpacking, is to get outdoors and just really love the experience. And so to me, a part of loving that experience is having a warm meal at the end of the day after hiking out. And so many of these I've used. Like I said, every one of these are a part of my own thing. Nobody has given me these to review. These are all things that I've bought myself over the years and that I have in my own camping gear. So I hope this was benefit. All right, so let's talk about cookware and kitchen setup now. So the first thing that most people think about, you know, is pots, right? And so really and truthfully, the size of the pot is really going to determine whether or not how many people are going. Are you going by yourself? Are you going with a bigger group? There's so many different options that you can have with things. You know, I've got just some of mine right here that we'll pull out and show. You know, so for the longest time, if it was just me, I would go out and just take this 550 milliliter pot out. And this would be enough to be able to boil some water for me. And then I could use this for my dehydrated food, and then if I wanted to, I could boil another cup to be able to have for some coffee or some tea or something. And so it's small, it's super lightweight. Since then, I also have now, this is the 550 milliliter. I also have the 750 milliliter. I managed to let all you guys talk me into getting that one too. And so I have that. But I'll also note here too, you know, a lot of people talk about leaving the lid at home. You know, to me, I take the lid a lot of times because putting the lid on will help you with your fuel efficiency. Your water is going to boil a lot better with having that lid on there than if you didn't have anything on it at all. But depending on the size, right, you know, there's multiple things. Like I also am testing out right now. This is a 600 milliliter pot here from Fire Maple that I'm really liking because it's really, really beginner friendly. I've got a video we're going to be coming out telling you guys a little bit more about some of this setup here. But like this is another option too for if I'm going out on my own that I could take out. And then two, if I'm going out with bigger groups, I've got some bigger things that I could choose from too as well. And so I've got multiple options here. And so you can go from, you know, I spent a little bit of money on getting, you know, some ultralight options, you know, here. And so this is just another titanium pot that I have here. Let's see, this one is a 1.2 liter pot from Sea to Summit. And so if I'm going out with multiple folks, so like when my son and I did the Colorado Trail, we took this because it would do well at making sure that we were boiling enough water for both of our meals and to have a little bit left over if we needed it. And so this, you know, would be really good for groups. I started off with this early on. It's a little bit heavier than that, but it works really well. I mean, you can just get, you know, this one came with a whole bunch of other things. And I may not carry all of it, but back in the day when I first started, I did. You know, so this was now my wash pot to be able to put water in to wash dishes. You know, this comes with a handle here. But this is just one of GSI's, what do they call it here? The Bugaboo. But you could put the handle into it here. Now I've got a pot. And then I had a lid for the pot if I wanted to, or if I wanted, I've got a frying pan to be able to have for that. It came with a couple cups, and I don't even remember what else was in there, but it had just about anything that you can need, but it's super heavy. Compared to this other stuff, I should say. It's not really that bad. And if you're going with a group, it actually works really well if you're going with many people, because it does give you a lot more area to cook in, especially if you're going to be cooking any of your food from scratch or trying to make home cooked meals too as well. So this is a kind of cool setup that you could have. So really, depending on what you're doing, would depend on the size that you're going to carry. This is even a tea kettle. It's an ultralight tea kettle that I've got. If I can get it out of the bag. Let's see. Oh, there we go. But I found this on Amazon. It's just from Red Camp. Because like I said, for the longest time, I'm a big tea drinker for a long time. And so, especially if I was going out with a couple people, it was always fun to be able to, if we had multiple stoves potentially out, we could have one stove heating up some water for tea and another stove heating up water for our meals. So just the different options that you have, it all really just depends. I think if you're just going out for yourself, you really don't need a lot, right? I would not recommend, you carrying a whole lot of different pots and pans. When I first started, I carried a bunch. I thought I needed all those things. I thought I was going to need that skillet. I thought I was going to need all that. Before you know it, I've gotten to where I actually really like the freeze-dried meals. And then two, you can even get some pretty decent sized pots to be able to help you cook in if you want to cook, something from scratch too as well. So, it really just depends on what you're going out there and what you're wanting to do. Just briefly, I won't go into all the different, but there is a difference between, say, aluminum pots and titanium. Aluminum pots are gonna take on the heat a lot faster, and they're gonna boil a lot faster and cook a lot better, and it'd be a lot more consistent with its cook system. Whereas titanium, really, you can have a lot, especially if you're trying to actually cook something in there. If you're just boiling water, titanium does fine. But if you are trying to actually cook something, I've had a lot of times where if I was trying to cook something in there that I'd burn things a lot of times at the bottom with titanium, because it doesn't heat as evenly as aluminum does. But the reason why everybody goes with titanium is because it's lighter, and so it's a lot lighter than aluminum, and so a lot of people will choose the titanium because they're trying to watch for the weight. But I would tell you, pick, as we've talked about a little bit in this, decide what it is that you're wanting to do out there. What is the food choices that you want? If it makes you feel good to be able to cook and to do something a little bit better, then carry the little bit of extra weight, because that difference in morale when you're out there will make a huge difference in how much you enjoy yourself out on the trail. But like I said, don't bring a full kitchen. Like I'll show you, if I'm car camping, or if even maybe during the winter, if I'm sledding out with a hot tent or something like that, and I want to carry a lot of extra weight, man, I've got this huge, crazy setup that I carry. I even had a buddy of mine who's a woodworker make me a custom-made board that fits in here, for a cutting board. But when you're backpacking, I don't ever take all this. Now, don't get me wrong. I mean, there's times where I wish that I had it, but this thing weighs a lot, and it's definitely not worth the weight for me when I'm typically going out in some pretty high-end backcountry portions of things. But I will show you one other thing too. So you don't have to spend a fortune in the beginning either. When you're first starting, I started my boys off with just something like a simple mess kit from Walmart. This thing here comes with, a couple plates, and so you don't even have to keep both of them if you want. Take it out. It's got two cups in here. The cups just are kind of fold down cups, and so you've got these little rubber cups that you could have. It even comes with some silverware that you can use too as well. So simple enough. You don't have to spend a whole lot of money in the beginning when you're first starting out. You just want to make sure you've got something to be able to get you eating and some of that, right? So a lot of times, most of us, when you're out eating, you're eating with your dehydrated meal, and we're just eating directly from the bag. So I don't really carry a plate that often, but if you're somebody that's going to cook, or you're going with a group when you're going to cook, then, having a little lightweight, cheap plate could be beneficial for it. And that leads me kind of into your utensils. There's all kinds of things out there. Everybody has a different thing they like. You can see these things are pretty old. My fork's seen better days for this, but there are times where I might just take one of these out if I want. I've got a titanium long handle spoon that for whatever reason has seemed to elude me today, and I can't seem to find where I put it after my last trip. But those things are pretty cheap nowadays. You can find them anywhere. I prefer the long handle because, like I said, a lot of times I will eat dehydrated meals and therefore I will scoop it out of the bag. And that just keeps me from getting my hands dirty, from your hands having to get into that bag. Because most of those dehydrated bags, are this, pretty tall. So having the long handle spoon just lets you get down in there. But they also have, I've got my eye on a couple things out there now that are like these combos that people are doing where it's a spoon and a fork, but then they connect together in the middle to make it long handled. And that thing looks pretty cool. I haven't checked to see if I decided I really want to buy it or not, considering I do have things that work. But, you can take whatever it is that you need. It doesn't have to be anything fancy. I've known a lot of people that, their spoon of choice is a little throwaway spoon they got from McDonald's or something. So, carry whatever it is that works for you. I don't typically carry any kind of major carving or serving knives when I'm going out for backpacking. Now, if I know I'm going to be doing something with my hot tent, or I'm sledding in a little bit more, so I'm not just carrying it all on my pack during the winter with the snow out, then maybe I'll toss in a carving knife, because if I'm going to take a steak or something out with me. But for the most part, I just have one spoon. For the longest time, this was it. It was one pot, one lid. I had one stove that went with it. You had a fuel canister that could all go in here, and then one spoon. And that was it. Keep it simple. It doesn't have to be crazy. So now let's talk about cleaning. So there are many different options for when you're out in the backcountry. Don't go crazy when you're cleaning. You don't want to take a huge thing of soap out. You just need just a little bit of stuff, but make sure you're getting something that's really biodegradable. Even if you do, I try to make it a practice for Leave No Trace to not do my dishes directly in like a stream or a lake or something like that. I try to just take a little bit of water, bring it away from camp, do my dishes, and then disperse it out. But there's many different things that you can get for soap. You can get kind of a biodegradable soap that you can get in a bottle, something like this. That's kind of a liquid soap that you could carry out. Or you can get some powdered soap. This gets to be a lot lighter a lot of times, because you can really, like this is a bigger bottle that I have of it, because it holds all of it. But I could also just, get a smaller bottle to be able to take and put, something in it. But even if you don't have, like if you're just going to go and you're going to do your best to keep it out of the water too, you could even buy a little something like this. And you find these in the travel sections a lot of times, and then just take a bigger bottle of whatever you've bought at home, and then fill this up with however much you need, so then that way you're controlling how much you have. Maybe you don't need to carry the full thing out every single time. I would also remind you too, when you're cleaning, just remember that your food scraps, you need to treat those as trash. So to me, I always say a perfect backpacker is going to eat every single bit of food that they have, because we need the calories. And then they're going to take and you're going to put some water in whatever you're doing. You're going to swish it around and whatever, and then you're going to drink that water. And so that you're getting all of the calories for every bit that you've got there. But even if you're not doing something like that, just make sure that if you're using a plate or you're using a bowl and you're cooking something, that you treat those food scraps as trash. You want to scrape those out, put them into the trash for whatever you got, and then kind of wash out any of the last bits of the remains and spread them out, over the areas too as well. All right, and that leads me to organization. For me, I highly recommend, if you're backpacking, make it simple. Keep it to where you can get everything and keep it together, right? So like for this system here, for the Fire Maple, I've got within it, I've got the Fire Maple stove, I've got my lighter, I've got my fuel source, and my pot all right here together. You just want to make sure that you know how to find everything. If you had all of this packed in different places in your backpack, you're again going to get just a little frustrated at the end of the day when you're trying to get your meal going and you can't find where everything is. So just keep everything kind of in one place. Get used to habits of doing the same things. Even your food, I recommend, for whatever food bag you're using, keep all of your food in one location so that you know how to find everything. A lot of times I will keep my titanium spoon in here. But as you can see, as I mentioned before, I do have a tendency to lose that thing, because then I will, if I ever not put it in here, then I never remember exactly where I put it. And so if you put it somewhere different every single time, you're going to be more off on losing it than others. So keep your food separate, keep it all in one thing, keep everything else kind of together the best you can. So whether that's, like I said, for me, a lot of times too, I would be doing my tote setup, and then this would have the same fuel canister, stove, and lighter all in that. And so you can cinch them up. And now I would know that anytime I would go, I could easily just go in and grab, here is my whole cook setup. But ultimately, like I said, just make everything repeatable. You want to get in the habits of just knowing where everything is, so that you can find things easily in your pack. We talked about that a little bit earlier when we talked about how to pack your back and stuff too. So same kind of thing with this. Just make sure when it comes to, at the end of the day, one of the greatest rewards to me is being able to have that hot meal. And I don't want to have to fight or figure out where it is or get frustrated because I can't find my spoon or whatever that may be. So try to do your best to just keep everything in one place. If you made it this far, I just want to say, seriously, thank you. At this point, you have everything that you need to plan and execute your first backpacking trip. You understand the systems: shelter, sleep, water, food, clothing, pack weight, and cooking. Those are the foundations. And if you take nothing else away from this video, I hope you take this. Backpacking isn't about buying the perfect gear. It's about building a system that works for you and learning how to move confidently in the outdoors. Now, this is part 1. Part 2, I'll be releasing hopefully in the next couple weeks, where we'll be going a little bit deeper. We'll talk about real-world scenarios, wildlife, weather events, some mistakes that beginners make, different environments, and how your gear and skill evolve over time. That's where everything really starts to come together. And if you want all of this structured in one place before your first trip, something that you can print, put in a 3-ring binder, highlight, and reference over time, the Beginner's Backpacking Guide will be linked in the description below. But either way, I'm glad you guys were here. Thanks for hanging out with me. And hopefully, I'll see you guys in part 2.